shit on the headlight. Drop that shit on the headlight.
Hello, and welcome in for our Major One Finals stream. On my birthday, by the way. Could not be more excited to be spending it here with CSA, with my buddy Excalibur. How are we doing today?
Wonderful, Rob. Wonderful. looking like it's going to turn out to be a good majors final, especially since this is the first time we have streamed for Academy.
Yeah, I
I'm
am
definitely
so
looking forward to
excited.
this.
I mean, unfortunately, with the way that things panned out, it's been a little bit tough to get streamed games for Academy. But with both of these teams fighting their way through the major, fighting their way through the season, I mean, rebuilds on both of these teams have happened, and now they've seemed to found their footing, really sweeping through these tournaments. I mean, yes, it's called Academy, but I think we are in for some surprisingly high levels of gameplay for what people are expecting.
Oh, 100%, 100%. I know Toronto took down Las Vegas in the semis, and I'm looking at now. San Diego took down Denver in the semis as well.
Mm-hmm.
So this is definitely going to be high level gameplay from both
Yeah,
teams.
yeah. I mean, and also worth noting for those in the stream, yes, our title is wrong. We're having a couple issues with the stream key, so thank you for bearing with us. It is not the semifinals. It is the finals for all tiers that are going to be happening today, one after another. Best of 7. And I mean, without further ado, if both of these teams are ready, do you want to say your final piece, Excalibur, and take us away into these games?
Oh, I'm just ready to see this action, Rob.
All right, let's get it. It's San Diego Sea Lions versus Toronto 6 Grand Finals coming up right here. Oh, we're having a couple issues on the joining from both. Are we waiting on one? It looks like both teams are ready if we want to switch over to the game. And yeah, all right. Both teams are in. Both teams are ready. Kicking us off. I mean, first finals of our very first majors here in CSA. And Ninja looking to get things off right, flying high right away.
Oh, that's right off the bar.
Tino now looking to go downfield, gets one top. Not going to have exactly a teammate to support it, but Ninja shutting it down. Mossy now. I mean, this San Diego team in the blue is fairly freshly created. Avex acquired through the waivers. Mossy also through the waivers, and then I think Ninja's been here all along, but a huge run has taken them here, and they are sending them to the pressure right away.
I'm definitely interested to see Mossy playing because he actually watched me sitting free play one day and he was really interested in playing against me, and then this ended up happening with Toronto, so I can't wait to see what he has in store.
As Avex finds it off the top corner, and the man of the hour, the one that you're just mentioning, Mossy.exe, the newest acquisition, I believe. If not Avex, is both fairly new to this team. Putting one in the back of the net, and San Diego starting off game 1 right. Production, I will say, chat coming through saying game volume is a little bit loud. You want to turn that down very slightly. Ooh. That's a great shot and a great save from Avex.
Avex.
Oh my goodness, and thick as stick almost finds it on the rebound.
Ooh, a great 50 there by Avex too.
Yeah,
Avex trying to pass the corner.
Somebody who I'm very familiar with through RSC. Oh, also production sound is perfect. Back to chat, so great job. Also letting chat know we have our new co-head of production as Avex. Oh my goodness, whips one from midfield, unsavable. Puts him up by 2 at the 3-minute and 20-second mark. We have a new production. Shout out, it's Nuki, caster you all know very well. Someone who has recently stepped up and helped us in the production category. So if there's any little rough patches with that, cut him a little bit of slack. First time, and he's doing amazing getting all of this set up for himself. So round of applause on the way. As, I mean, Avex and Mossy have been relentless, and here they are on another counter in the first 2 minutes. if you're the Toronto Six, you got to try to get something going. You got to get a little bit of momentum, maybe another shot, maybe a big save, maybe a big pass, something that helps this feel like an avalanche from the San Diego roster is anything but inevitable. Oh, as Minja, unfortunate mistouch comes through. Mossy, though, looks to get it clear, doesn't have it. Minty Merc keeps it in, goes for an aerial play. Shut down by Mossy, could still be threatening. Tweedle gonna be off the backboard. Nobody there for San Diego. Dick unable to get a shot.
Avex
goes missing.
Miss, but Minja with a giant 50 at the same time.
Yeah, Minja kind of playing that. We've talked a lot about Avex, and as Mossy puts one off the post, and Mossy, but Minja's kind of the glue guy, right? The very solid third, containing the chaos in front of him, letting Avex and Mossy trust him and keep that momentum in. I mean, it looks really one-sided pressure-wise thus far. The Six have done a really good job of gathering their footing, but if things don't turn around, I mean, a 7-game series is a long series, but you don't want to start it by getting shut out while the other team is peppering your net, as another shot from Minja comes through. The Six, though, have control with Tweedle. Gets a great 50, could be threatening. Mossy slows it down, gets one, gets it past two. The third, though, will be there, keeping pressure. Could be a shot coming in off the backboard. Still gonna be a shot coming in. That could be threatening. Not quite on target. Tweedle there, still not able to convert. And, I mean, that's the pressure you're looking for Toronto. But if it doesn't go in, it could just be even more demoralizing. Mossy with the bang out to his teammate Minja. Looking for a pass out to Avex. Not going to have it as a double demo comes through for Toronto. Some physical play seeming to be the route that they're opting for now. A little bit desperate. 1 minute left on the clock. 2-goal differential. Merc with a great touch off the sidewall. Mossy now keeps it in. Tweedle to stick. Avex is going to dive that. Could be numbers advantage for Toronto, but Minja is not having any of it. That solid midfield presence really shining through. Mossy looking for a shot off the ceiling, off the crossbar. Will there be a follow? Avex off the crossbar again. Minja not going to find that one. The pressure's there, converting here and there, but not quite finding the back of the net again. Is an unbelievable save from Tweedle. I mean, if you're Toronto, you got to get this ball out. Oh. Great touch from Minja. Oh my goodness, 5 seconds remaining, and game one will be going to your San Diego Sea Lions. Will we have a 0-second goal? We will not. And that, to me, was one of the more dominant game ones that I've seen. Pressure-wise, I mean, look at the shots. I didn't even pull up the scoreboard, but looking at the shots here, 13-4. And not only would they have 13 shots, Toronto only had 6 saves, meaning that without the post, that would be 7 goals. So Toronto with some unbelievable saves, but proving not to be enough. This San Diego third man is being extremely, it's a great anchor. Minja holding it down at the back, while you got Mossy and Avex going wild up front, creating a lot of pressure. But 13-4 shots, it doesn't get much more lopsided than that.
Oof. I am so sorry. My wife called, and so I was in the middle of that, but I was watching, and a really good game coming from San Diego.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is a good time to mention this. Here at CSA, we like to acknowledge the fact that Rocket League is a game. It's a hobby, right? And it's cool that we can do this, and it's cool that we take it this seriously and try, but real life comes first, right? So if your wife calls you, whether you're on a stream with me, whether you're playing, whether you're casting, no one's gonna be mad at you. And if they are, talk to me about it, right? So take care of real life first. That always matters. Message from CSA. Woo. Anyway, so game one ends up going to San Diego in a really dominant 13-4 shooting performance. What do you think? I mean, you might have been a little bit preoccupied. Game two, I think Toronto's going to come out and they're going to be playing fast and physical. I'm really curious to see how it goes.
I definitely think they should be coming out fast and physical on this one.
Yeah, and going into game 2, it's really Mossy and Avex on the offensive plays that I am keeping an eye out for. They played off each other so well. Were you while on the call able to watch much of the game, or were you preoccupied for the most part?
I caught a little bit, not a whole lot.
Fair.
Just kind of hits and misses there, and
Gotcha. Well, I would sum it up by saying, oh my goodness, support is the name of the game. I was just about to get to this, and that San Diego is supporting each other at an unbelievable level, right? Look how quickly Mossy is there. Look at Minja staying in the play, understanding he's there to help.
absolutely. And that's what you got to look for in teammates too.
Yes, absolutely. These guys are functioning at a really, really high level. I said it going into it. I mean, you might not, they're an academy because they have worse mechanics, right, than some of the other people. But that doesn't mean that they don't have an understanding of the game. And so when you get players like Mossy and Avex and Minja, and I mean, Stick with a great demo has made, like, a lot of these Toronto players have made some incredible saves too. But the positioning of the San Diego team to keep Toronto scoreless for what's going on 6 minutes while creating 15 shots of their own, they are playing a really high level of Rocket League. Maybe it's not flip resets, maybe it's not double taps, but the space, the way that they cover it and work together to do so is really, really impressive. And you're seeing it reflect on the score sheet as Mossy finds the back of the net again.
Their positioning is absolutely phenomenal. The way that they're rotating is amazing for this level of Rocket League. Like you were saying, you know, their mechanics may not be there, but their positioning is what's keeping this going for them.
Yeah, and I think that's the big difference, right? I watched this Toronto team. They're making some incredible plays, incredible solo plays, incredible speed, beats, saves. As that's not going to be the save he's looking for, that might be a little bit of a caster curse as Minja gets on the board for the second time this game off a Mossy assist. And I mean, that's right. It's the support, it's the working together. That's the difference for me. The individual skill looks like it's right there for both. But you see how fast these San Diego players are there to back up a touch, back up a 50, get a demo, be there for each other. And I wouldn't expect this from a lot of teams in Novice that's here above. This is really, I haven't watched much Academy. We haven't gotten them much stream time, but I am thoroughly impressed thus far.
Oh, absolutely. I know San Diego I believe you said it earlier, just got Avex on a trade from New Orleans. I'm surprised New Orleans wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah,
because he is playing amazingly right now.
Some insider information there is that Avex is great friends with Minja. They game together all the time, and in that friend group is the New Orleans GM, Dondo. So Dondo because Dondo's not on his academy team, he made a little bit of an executive decision and was like, hey man, I'll get you somewhere. Like, the season's not going too hot right now. You want to compete, you want to play with one of your friends, we can make that happen for you. And that's part of being, like, a shout out to Dondo, right? His job in CSA as a GM, yes, it's to win, but more important than winning as a GM, it's facilitating a positive experience for your players. And so I want to give Dondo a huge shout out for, you know what, maybe trading Billy, or sorry, that's a government name drop. Maybe trading, I'm also good friends with Avex. Maybe trading Avex wasn't the best thing for the team at the moment, but if his player's unhappy, I think that's a really admirable and important thing to do as almost a great shot to pick a stick. Oh, shout out to a lot of our GMs too.
As we're talking about Avex as being, you know, that person, he's getting that save, just amazing.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, all three players from this Toronto team have also put really powerful shots on net. And so it's what's really impressive to me is that it's been scoreless for Toronto for what's going on almost 9 minutes now. And they are by no means not having pressure. They're getting demos, as you see right there. They're pushing the ball, they're getting shots, they're hitting it off the backboard. The structure, though, of this San Diego team just continues to shine through and be the difference. They have one going. They have one pressuring. They have one supporting. They're spacing out. They're covering the field. It is some really, really impressive stuff. And I know I keep talking about it. And I would love, I mean, I'm impressed by Toronto, but the team I'm impressed by is currently down. What it was 3-0 or 2-0 in game one?
I believe it was 3-0 in game one.
So it's something similar to a 7-0 scoreline through 2 games. San Diego is operating on all cylinders. I mean, they look like a novice team. They look like a team the tier above. They are really, really thick though. Unbelievable touch. It's gonna find
off the post. And then
this is
amazing save by Mossy. Oh my god.
All it takes is one, and then maybe the floodgates open. Just one for the confidence to know that you can do it. See one get in the back of the net, feel like it's all you need. We got one, we can get 2, we figured out how to beat them. And all of a sudden, I mean, more and more incredible goal line saves coming through. And the counterattack to the top corner. Oh my goodness, Avex making his name known today.
I don't know if that was an intentional fake by Mossy or if he was trying to get there, but that was just impressive.
I can't be speechless because I'm a caster, but I'm about as close as I've gotten. I mean, this Toronto team has been they're 500 on the season, but they made a couple roster moves and now they're running through the major like nobody's business. And in the finals, I guess they've just met an immovable object.
I'm honestly surprised Toronto hasn't gone to like a demo state yet.
I mean, they have. They've gotten a number of demos thus far. I mean,
but they're not playing demo heavy that I would assume that they would go to, being at this kind of.
I wonder, right? Because one of the strengths we've seen from San Diego so far is that counterattack play, right? As Avex tossed that into the top corner, we've seen a couple demos turn into goals for San Diego on the other end, almost as just because they haven't quite resulted in a goal. And so I wonder, right? This game, not a, what was it, 14-6 or so for shots. This one a little bit closer, right? This one is 8-6. So Toronto still applying the pressure. The saves 3-4. But again, the team play, right? San Diego with 3 assists. Mossy with a goal, 3 assists, 3 saves. A little bit of a legacy game. Coming out party for him. Also, a newer staff member, been really involved. So shout out Mossy for what he does off the field too. But now with the series, Excalibur's 2-0 San Diego. And the one thing you cannot do in a best of 7 is go down 3-0 or your sate is essentially sealed. Yes, Reaver, I am in the Platteville jersey. So, I mean, it's got to be now. I think if we see Toronto take this game, they come back and this series gets tight again. I think they might take the next 2. But I think that if they drop this one, it is as good as done. Now it comes down to the iron mental. Who is able to remain focused? We're up 2. It's been, oh my goodness, a great save again. It's been. That
was almost an own goal too.
Yeah, it's felt maybe almost easy for San Diego. I wonder, as the floodgates open, if the mental changes a little bit, if we see one of these teams able to crack the code, and Tweedle gets a little physical, finds himself an open net, stays into play and support. Toronto now gets their first goal of the series and their first lead. Really, it could be exactly what they need as Minja fires one back. Not going to find the equalizer that quickly, though.
It's definitely interesting seeing Tweedle in the... I don't even know what car that car that's called.
It's the Nimbus. I like to call it the egg car or the potato car.
I always call it the jelly bean.
Yeah, that's a good one. So. I mean, there's something to be said as well. Like when you're in a grand final and you're nervous, if you look at your screen and you see that car, it's hard not to giggle a little bit, right? So
true.
I don't know if it's his main car. For those of you unaware, at the highest levels, there are typically 2 cars that get play. Great save from Tweedle in the Nimbus as we're talking about it. It's the Octane, which you see almost all of these players in, and something called the Fennec, which is all very similar to it. As a great shot from Stick. Oh my goodness!
Stick. Oh,
Finds
top
the top
left.
corner. Yeah, I mean, this is the game, right? You see a little bit of physicality. You see a great shot.
Mossy just slightly missing that save too.
Yeah, I mean, that's if you put it top corner, good things happen. And right there, you see Toronto gets the start that they need to maybe turn this series around. Down too early is tough, though. I'd be really not 2 goals in the game that I'm speaking of, but down 2 games. Although it kind of unlocks a it's now or never mentality. Oh my goodness, this is a great save comes out. Might not be enough as great support. I wonder if Toronto almost feels better.
Great.
Yeah. You think Toronto feels more comfortable down 0-2 because there's no pressure? There's nothing to you got nothing to lose anymore. You might as well go all out because the series is done if you drop one. You think that's unlocked something in them?
It might. Because I know at least my team, we played Baltimore and we ended up reverse sweeping, and that having that mentality definitely helps out a lot. Of if we lose, we lose. So we
might as well leave it all out there.
Yeah, might as well just play as hard as possible.
And I wonder now, because this is the first time we've seen Toronto punch back, how we will see San Diego respond. I do have the I made a ball chasing group of the first two games, so we have our stats as Mossy gets physical. Minja almost finds the back of the net off of it. Both teams looking to create off of some more bumps this game. As a pass mid from Tweedle. A big pop here could be a little bit awkward. Minja does get the touch he needs. Looks like an easy save, but it's really uncomfortable, especially low boost. Billy, Avex, sorry. 50. I don't call him Avex usually. So a little bit awkward. Mossy though doesn't quite have the boost for the touch. Avex fires it off the back wall. Minja could have a shooting opportunity. Opts to beat both defenders. Does leave it for his teammate. One more mid coming through. Not able to find the back of the net, but I like that offensive play and pressure from San Diego. Down 2, exactly what they need now. What I was mentioning previously, I do have some stats from the first 2 games, and currently Mossy at over 500 points per game, making his presence known. And Tweedle
doesn't want also making his presence known.
Yes,
I believe that's the
points
second goal for Tweedle in whatever car that is. The jelly bean car.
And I do have word that the Toronto GM, after game 2, has a great demo from Mossy. Off the backboard, could be an opening. Ninja not going to get the power he needs. Minty, a little bit awkward, does make the save. There was a talking to by Haz, the GM of the Toronto 6, about he's a GC3 player, so very, very solid. Sees, oh my goodness, there's a Mossy pass comes in, crazy Minty merc save. Mentioned to me in DMs now, he had a little bit of a talking to them after game 2, and after identifying some things that needed to change, this Toronto team seems to have taken them in stride, and after losing game 1 and 2 by a combined score of 7-0, bounced back with a 4-0 scoreline of their own, showing lots of life.
You know, that's a good GM, sitting there talking to his players, knowing what they need to fix after watching the games. You know, that's coach material. Like, you see it at any level, whether it's, you know, league level, you know, college, because I know you play college, or even RLCS. Like, that's what the timeouts are for.
Yes.
Is to readjust your players, figure out where you're lacking and how to fix it. So that's a great GM in my book, by, you know, talking to his guys, saying, hey, this is where we need to fix things, and being able to capitalize on that as well.
Oh, we might see a highlight reel play. Oh my goodness.
Close.
Even though they are down 4, I feel like if San Diego was able to convert on that play, they would be feeling elated, right? You might even feel like this game doesn't matter, and they might even feel a little bit of that even with not scoring it. Because when you have an opportunity for a clip, kind of everything else goes out of your mind. That was a great downfield pass by Minja and a great almost double tap or shot by Avex. Worth noting, despite Toronto scoring 4 goals, they only had 5 shots. So while the scoreline itself ended up being very lopsided for Toronto, San Diego still had a little bit more of the pressure there, out shooting them 8-5 in that game. Tweedle and Stick both involved on at least 3 goals. Minty Merc with 2 saves of his own. A real team effort. And remember how we mentioned the name of the game was support earlier?
Yes.
Looking at this scoreboard, all of a sudden, instead of San Diego having 4 goals and 4 assists and all of these shared saves, right? You have Toronto with each player having a save. You have Toronto with 4 assists. You have each player getting a goal. And so it seems to me that they're working a little bit better as a group, right? Firing as a unit, as opposed to those kind of singular entities that San Diego is taking advantage of early.
Absolutely.
So, despite that being a 4-0 game, I think that was about as even as it's going to get. And I think with the series being 2-1 San Diego, this is going to be a battle to see who takes this. So moving into game 4 now.
Oh, absolutely. You love to see the tables turn and, you know, teams working together, doing the same thing that their opponents were doing previously to get these, you know, wins that they've had. And now it's all of a sudden turned to them
The
doing
bomb
the same
from
thing.
Mossy is going to maybe leave it open!
Off the post with a squishy.
Oh my goodness! And unfortunately, the bump from Mossy actually threw his car into saving the shot. That's a great pass again. This San Diego team is getting, oh no, it's open on the other end. Is Minja gonna spawn in time? Does he get there? He does not! As a great demo comes through. But a big part of this is confidence. You see San Diego game 1 and 2 flying through the air with no contest. Now you have these Toronto players challenging early. And despite them getting that goal, I still do feel like San Diego is playing the more solid Rocket League, and that's going to be a 1-1 equalizer from Minja.
Looked like Tweeter was just a little awkward coming off of that wall like that.
I mean, that's a really tough save as well, having to cover that much space as last, having to come off the wall. It is really, really awkward if you've ever played, so it's a tough one.
Absolutely.
And that's going to be a great pressure application, or application of pressure from Minja that does find the back of the net.
That was smart of Minty to keep it in the corner, keep it away from their goal so that they didn't have any kind of opportunity.
Oh my goodness, and Mossy does it himself. Plays it across the net into the space, sees the player near side on the backboard, knows throwing it across is going to make that impossible to touch, and able to recover that touch himself. Really impressive stuff. And Mossy saying, I want my MVP back.
That is a great play by Mossy.
Yeah, I don't know
Absolutely.
if we have finals MVP or major MVP or anything like that yet. I know we are planning to, at the very least, in the future seasons, if not by next major, if not by this major. As a pinch, that's going to be a tough read. Minja caught creeping out as third just a little bit. Sneaks to that front post, leaves some space at the back. It's going to be tough, a really unexpected bounce. But when you're net like that, you have to play the unexpected. It's not your job to play offense. It's your job to make sure that doesn't happen.
And that is just an unfortunate miss there. I'm sure they want that shot back.
One thing that I've noticed, I think, is that this San Diego team is really looking to play with each other on offense. A lot of the, as a pass into thickest stick, not going to be able to get around it. It feels like a lot of the plays, as I say that, we see some great passes coming out from Toronto. A lot of Toronto's stuff is solo plays, either to the backboard, looking for follow-ups, whereas it feels like, as Minja finds the back of the net again!
And
it
a
feels like
great
San
bump on
Diego is
Tweedle
doing
over
these
there.
infield plays, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is a great bump. That's a great mention of it too. It was tough to see in the play. And even if that's not a direct infield pass, right, that's the kind of team support where Mossy isn't looking for the ball. He isn't looking to make a play. He's looking to support his teammate. And you can do that off the ball in front of the play. As you see that happen, Minty Merc opts to keep possession over a potentially threatening shot. Someone may have gotten back to that. I don't mind looking to keep possession because you can do plays like this do. Oh, bang, 1, 2, 3. And as you mentioned, right, Minty Merc might have saved that ball, but also it might have been saved naturally and the other team would have gotten possession. So opting to keep it, pass that back, and do a tiki-taka 1, 2, 3 into the corner, that's a great play.
Oh, absolutely. And with the fast pace that this is going, it is hard to read on, from our point of view as spectators. Maybe somebody saw something that we didn't, and that is a crazy play by Toronto with another goal by Stick, bringing it up 4-3.
And I would just like to say, I mentioned that despite all 3 games so far being 5-0, 2-0, and 4-0, that I said this is going to be the most hard-fought game and it's about to go be a battle from here on out. And instead of a shutout for one of these teams, we see a 4-3 scoreline. Both of these offenses firing on all cylinders, both of them peppering the net, both of them supporting, playing quickly, confidently, assertively. I know we're in game 4. I know we got a lot of series left, and I am really excited to see how it goes.
You and me both, Rob. You and me both. This has been an absolute, just awesome series so far. To see, it go up 2-0 in the series, and then Toronto just coming back. And just seemingly kind of dominate in a way of bringing it back, playing the way that they need to play. And again, I've got to compliment the GM on talking to the guys and figuring out how they need to play against this other team.
And it makes you wonder, right? Because on the side of Toronto, you have an 1800 MMR roughly GM. On the side of San Diego, you have a player in Novice who, while they are in a tier above, and I do believe that Iwu is extremely smart at the game for his MMR. There's something to be said for going into a matchup with a GM who just understands the game at a higher level and is able to help you make those adjustments. Now, that's not to say San Diego can't or won't, or that Iwu doesn't see what needs to change, or that there's even a disadvantage there. But oh my goodness, almost an unbelievable angle from Billy. Avex. Oh, there I did it again. And I really got to stop that. It's like on the street. As Mossy might find a free one. From Mark. What a follow from Ninja. And Ninja has been the quietest player on San Diego thus far in the series. Finds himself with a hat trick in game 4 to keep his team alive. Unbelievable stepping up from Ninja. And I mean, this is what you play for. This is what you love to see.
Dondo in the chat blazing up Ninja by the looks of it.
He deserves it. Ninja's he's put in so much work to get to where he's at as the thickest Stick. I looked away at chat for 1 second. Mossy gets 50'd. Stick beats Avex. Nobody gonna be able to get back to the net. Ooh. And Stick puts Toronto up in a pivotal game 4. With 20 seconds remaining, it's gotta be now or never.
The question is, will we see overtime in this game?
4. I hope so.
Thank you.
I
did forget what game this was, and I was just like, I'm just going to leave it at this game.
I got you. It's 2-1 San Diego at the moment. So a win here for Toronto keeps them from going down 3-1. The most dreaded scoreline you can. And Toronto, after being down 0-2 in the series, fights their way back, still gets outshot, mind you, worth noting, again, but finds the back of the net a total of 5 times. That's going to be enough to bring this series equal at 2-2. Let's see what my ball chasing stats say now about our series so far. Any takeaways that you got so far?
This has definitely been a great series. To see Toronto come back from a 2-0 lead or 2-0 loss is amazing. 100%. I got to give it up to the players and the GM because, I mean, you can look at the stats just on the screen. 9 shots, 6 saves, 3 assists compared to the other team that only had 2 saves and 2 assists. I didn't get to add up the shots there. I think it was something like 9-ish.
I now have the replay here and all of the stats. So yeah, shots were, let's see, in favor of San Diego, 12-9. Saves in favor of Toronto, 6-2. Right, so some really, really solid defense turning into what looks like almost free goals on the counterattack on offense. As we get underway in Game 5, now it's just a best of 3, right? You got 2-2 series, first 1-2 wins from here takes it all, puts themselves in a great position to get a ton of points, make playoffs, and really assert themselves as the top team in Academy. Thickest stick almost finds his teammate in the middle for a goal there. Mossy, though, I'd like to see a little bit more from him. Still had a great game, facilitating with his part in 3 different goals and 6 shots. Oh no, as almost a full field own goal comes out. Great touch from Avex is going to keep that in the corner in a not threatening spot.
That was actually almost a really good play by Toronto because I don't know if you caught it, but it was a pass across in their own zone all the way to San Diego's zone, and then a pass across again to try to go for that shot. That was an amazing play by Toronto if it had worked out.
And I think something worth noting there is one of the strengths that we listed, one of the ways that San Diego was outplaying Toronto earlier in the series was it in the ways that they were covering the field as a unit. They would actually space out, use each other, and really be able to just hit the ball away from an opponent and it would go to a teammate by default. And it was a great ripper. Oh my goodness.
God.
Minty Mark to the middle, to the thickest stick, and an 81 mile per hour redirect. You talk about coverage. Stick coming from across, steals the boost, covers all of the space needed, finds the back of the net, and Toronto's up 1-0, just as we're talking about how well they're supporting each other.
Absolutely. What a great play by Toronto.
I mean, almost nullifying what San Diego was doing so well in the first couple games. We have seen San Diego respond with that 4-5 game as that full field 50 is going to find the back of the net. Mossy with a great touch there. I wonder if this is, I wonder how we're going to see San Diego operate. It's kind of been the same thing for the whole series. They've been very solid, let a couple counterattacks in, but it's been kind of the same game plan, whereas we've seen Toronto change up what they're doing a decent amount. As Stick, great 50, great support from Avex on the backboard. I personally am extremely impressed by both of these teams' backboard defense. That's not something that I expected to see so much of. Oh, Thickest Stick with a reset. Gets another touch as Avex off the backboard. Talking about backboard defense, shuts down the mechanical outplay. Oh, Minja caught off by the bounce. Mossy not able to cover it, and
then
Toronto
with the
finds
back
one.
flip too. You know he wanted that.
Oh my goodness.
Thank
And it looks like
goodness
some nerves
Stick was
maybe.
there.
Right, getting to these teams now, feeling the pressure. It felt like there was nothing to lose before, but now if you're Toronto, there is something to lose. And now if you're San Diego, you already were up in the series. What went wrong, right? So both of these teams could be feeling a little bit of the pressure of being on stream, of being in finals, of wanting to win this. We've come this far, we've pushed back. We don't want to let it all end now. Avex, though, he is going to get a 50. Minja could be still threatening. Great touch to the corner to safety by Avex. Gets the boost and a touch. Looks for a follow. One touch mid. Mossy is going to beat one. Could be threatening here. Looks for another touch of his own. Doesn't have it. Merc safely puts it to the corner. Avex, though, not going to let it stay there. Touch out. Minja, great speed. Mossy on some support. Now could be a potential counterattack. Avex left all alone. Touches it to space. Mossy with space of his own. One touch. Thickest. Could be a double tap. Not going to have it.
Close.
I mean, we're seeing a little bit of ping pong. A lot of pressure, a lot of aggression, assertiveness coming out from these squads. Who will be the first to break? Oh my goodness, it's off the crossbar. Avex probably reading the 50. Sometimes in Rocket League, a miss can help you more than a hit, and Toronto may have been the benefactor right there. Mossy, great touch, leaves it for Avex, gets it past one. Just one left to beat. Could be threatening if they cover the wall. Minty Merc, not the redirect he was looking for.
Something I am seeing is that Toronto doesn't have a whole lot of boost spread across their team. It seems like two of their players always have boost, but one is always super low. So I don't know if maybe that might be a factor in a lot of this, is how they're attacking because of, you know, people not just having a whole lot of boost.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, worth noting as well that this San Diego team has been applying pressure for the last, what feels like 3 minutes, unable to find the back of the net. They've got it. There were so many opportunities that were so close, and Toronto just would not break. Minty, a little bit awkward, not going to get the touch he needs. Minja, neither. Avex, great save now. 20 seconds left. Mossy gets one touch. Minja, gonna get one upfield. No one gonna be there in a bang back from Minty Merc. 10 seconds now. Minja looking to create some havoc upfield. Avex beats one, stick. Gets it back into their corner. Gotta get it out now. Keeping it up. Not gonna be able to, it is still up. Ninja, that's gonna be on the wall. Are we gonna be able to get a touch out? We are not, and Toronto goes up 3-2. He takes us into game 6. And now, if you are San Diego, you have just been outshot for the first time, and you are on your back foot, and now the pressure has shifted, right? Well, I was just saying how both are feeling it and have something to play for. If you're San Diego, you now have 2 ways to look at this. Number one, we have nothing to lose. Our backs are against the wall. We drop one more game, it's over. We are going to go all out, and we are going to show this Toronto team who we are. Or they say, oh my gosh, they're about to win 4 straight. What do we do? We're in our heads. How do we come back? And so I really am curious to see how they respond, clearly taking their time to think about it. I'm not readying up right away. I think San Diego is going to come back firing in this one. I think they're going to take game 6. And I think that we're going to get a game 7 in our very first Major 1 Grand Final.
I would love to see it. Absolutely. A game 7 in this would be phenomenal for both teams. They have both shown out so much that they both deserve a game 7.
Absolutely. And as we get our game 6 underway, Tweedle's gonna toss one to the back corner.
Big demo coming out from the stick.
Avex looking to create some off-ball pressure here. Maybe be mid for a Minja pass. Tweedle, a little bit awkward. Mossy almost finds a shot. Minja gonna have his turn. That's all 3 players. Avex
down.
Does just that. Bang. Great support, great speed, great pressure. Again, these guys in Academy, maybe someone in a higher tier puts that in the net in a different way, but the speed, the precision, the support, the knowing where you need to be, really impressive. And Avex, maybe finding his rhythm again, puts San Diego back up 1.
Absolutely. And I've got to say, like, regardless of rank, that bounce shot, it throws people off.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Like, I've watched GCs get thrown off by a bounce shot. So them being an academy and hitting that bounce shot and, you know, nobody being able to really defend it, I can't even say, you know, it's
that's not
of
because
rank.
it's academy.
No,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, absolutely
That's just a
not.
tough read. It's a tough shot to cover high, to cover low. I mean, he's in the air, so you want to be on the backboard to block the shot, but you can't be on the backboard if he bounces it, you know? So great shot from Billy, puts his team up 1. Great save from Ninja. Oh, not from Ninja, sorry. Great shot from Ninja, great 50 and save from Toronto. No
Avex
third man
just-
here, though.
Avex just barely missing that shot on net right there. And then
that's-
Guido
yeah.
putting it in.
And I think that's going to be the issue that's kind of plagued this San Diego team, is there's a double commit coming out from not quite having a third man. And that's something that I think if they have a weakness, it's that they love these team plays almost too much. To where, oh, I want to be there. Oh, I want to be there. To where we say their position and pass like a novice team, or even maybe above, right? But it is tough to position at that level if you don't have the mechanics for that level. So they're going for these really impressive plays, and they're hitting them, and you don't. I think it's the right thing to do as Ninja finds the back of the net. I think it's the right thing to do. It's just they may not have success with it in this exact moment.
The double commit there is what caused that goal. Minja being able to slot that. But I absolutely agreed with you. Not having the mechanics or the rotation to be able to save some certain things is definitely an issue when it comes to rank wise. But these teams are just absolutely showing out that, you know, mechanics don't matter.
Yeah.
You can be great at a ground game, as Mossy just absolutely showcases that.
Man, maybe I should
Absolutely.
just buy a lottery ticket, because everything I've said about this series so far, before the next game, oh my goodness, what a pass and what a shot. Everything I've said so far has been right. From
Right?
the Toronto push back, to San Diego not going down without a fight, to the 50s, to the infield. It's my birthday. I think I do need a lottery ticket. So I'm gonna go get one maybe. And if I win, that'll be really neat.
What a great birthday present to be able to watch these teams just absolutely dominate each other.
Yeah, and it's also cool because it's a new league, right? CSA, for those of you who are unfamiliar, was created as Tweedle, doesn't quite find it, just a few months ago. And already we're up to 700 people, $750 prize pool. We're doing this amazing major. We have Excalibur, we have on the desk with me, we got Nuki producing, we got all of these players. So on my birthday, there is nothing I would rather do than spend time with a community that I am really proud of helping create and would love to see flourish. So it is a good birthday present. I love being able to do this, and I will never take it for granted. So shout out everyone involved.
Absolutely.
That was too cheesy for an intense Rocket League match. As San Diego finds themselves up by 2 in this pivotal game 6, this must-win game 6 for them to force it to 7. Avex touches it to the corner, could be threatening. Ninja's going to dive on that. That's 2 players upfield now for San Diego. Mossy finds himself in the play, shutting it down quickly. Avex on the sidewall, could have a follow, does get bumped. Threatening now, Ninja left alone at the back.
As cheesy as it sounds, Rob, I'm glad to have been able to join this league. So
I'm happy to have you here.
So glad to be here.
Yeah.
I'm kind of upset you didn't pick me for your team on the other league that we started in, but you know,
Which one?
RSC.
RSC?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm not a GM over there anymore.
Well,
So,
do better.
So yeah, well, those who know moment. I'll talk to you about that later. Ninja goes
but
up to
absolutely
here.
love being here. Love seeing this.
Oh
And
my
we'll
goodness, Billy
see.
looking for the highlight.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Close.
I gotta stop dropping people's government
Absolutely
names on
close.
the stream though. That is something I gotta be careful of.
Big pass out there by Ninja. No one there, unfortunately.
Oh, nice. I got a holy yap during my. Oh, I got a holy yap and a yap question mark during that. So thank you guys. I was yapping. But as I was yapping, we got to watch San Diego punch back harder than we've seen all series, forcing a game 7 in our very first 7-game series of CS's existence. So or semis were game 7. Semis were game 7. In our very first finals of our very first major. So ecstatic. And again, you see Minja, maybe the X factor for the San Diego team, stepping up. And again, San Diego outshooting Toronto 9-5. Those assists, right? Again, it seems to be whichever team, I mean, obviously assists usually go with goals, but whichever team ends up getting more assists, whichever team supports a little bit better, ends up taking these. And going into game 7, both teams know what the other have. Both teams have found a rhythm. Both teams have lost their rhythm. Both teams have regained it. And I think I am going to go San Diego in a 1-goal game in game 7, but I do not feel confident about that. Without further ado, let's get into it. Let's take it away. Game 7 of your Academy Finals in Major 1 of CSA. Minja now. Looks for a 50, doesn't have it. Avex caught out. Mossy, though, gonna get it clear. Thick as stick, puts it into space. Avex gonna have boost. Not a lot to work with. Great control touch off the sidewall. Unbelievable control. Are we still in Academy? As Minja now keeps it in himself. Tweedle gonna have some control. Looks for a 50, gets one. Mossy, though, could be there for a follow. Avex, 1 mid, looks for a follow of his own. Could have, it doesn't quite. Shut down, Minty Merc. Minja bangs it up, looking for a second touch. Leaves it for Mossy, who opts for a shot. Probably had a little bit more space to work with. And Avex, who, for the first 45 seconds, had a couple highlight plays already. Definitely a name to watch going into this game 7. Minja now. 1 touch. Mossy gets one of his own. It's going to be around a defender. Still in, though. Off the corner, Minty Merc. 1 pass mid. Could be awkward for Tweedle. Avex off the backboard. It's going to be a double commit from San Diego. Looking for a pass mid. Double commit again. Off the backboard. No one going to be able to get up to shoot that as Stick gets a clear. Now San Diego low on boost. Thick as Stick in the corner. Gets a 50. Could be threatening.
Ooh, that was very dangerous for San Diego.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pressure they had just before was equally as dangerous for Toronto. Minja, great control, gets it past 1, looks for a 50, gets it past 2, off the post. And our X Factor player as close as he could be to making that difference. Avex now looks for a bump, gets one. Minja, again, off wall, touch, off the backboard. No one gonna be there for Toronto. Oh, Mossy does keep it in off the corner. There. Avex, backboard, could be another one. Minja, not gonna get there. Mossy
big bump.
Minty Merc with a solo play opportunity, shut down by Minja. Avex now, takes control, gets 50'd. Mossy left alone at the back end, gets demoed. Great clear though.
Oh, and Minja just
looking for a double. He has a double tap mid. Mossy, great patience to take control. Gonna be an awkward touch here though. Off the backboard, could be off the corner. Tweedle goes missing. Minja has numbers. Off the backboard. It's gonna be a tough shot if we get it. Down, Avex, off the backboard again. Is the support there? It is. Avex turns again, not able to find it. And Minja left running back. Great touch to qualm the counterattack as Minja now. Again, I mean, back and forth gameplay here, constant pressure, nobody wanting to overcommit. I love that both teams are firing so fast and so aggressively.
This has been a crazy series. The fact that it even came to a game 7 after the beginning too is just absolutely wild. And I love to see it. I love the fact that both teams are trying so hard to make sure that this game keeps going. With a pass to Tweedle, unfortunately he couldn't get it.
As Avex gets a free flip, not gonna have it. Minja beats one, might have another touch. Does get the recovery, gets a bump in net. Mossy not able to get the shot, still keeps the ball in though. Avex could have a follow. does just that. Off the backboard, Tweedle's awkward, great touch. Minja goes up for 50, doesn't have it. Mossy though, keeps ball in. Off the backboard yet again. Could be another shooting opportunity. Avex off the backboard for a third time. Mossy now, not gonna be there. Could is this find its way in the net? It is not. 1 minute and 14 seconds remaining in our game 7. Mossy has boost, has a touch, lobs it over the defense. Stick keeps it in the corner. Minja gonna be there. Looking for a follow. Not gonna have a teammate there to support. Avex though gets beat. Now Mossy's gonna be all alone at the back. Goes missing. Could have been a really devastating opportunity.
Tweedle looking for that 50 right there. Oh, and then
Yeah, also low boost was third. I mean, boost advantage this game has. Oh, sideball. Oh my goodness. Boost advantage this game has been in favor of San Diego, it seems, as Minja gets a threatening touch to the backboard. Could be a double, not quite. Avex now. With 30 seconds remaining, you gotta think first team to score is gonna take it. Tweedle gets 50. Stick, gonna have a shot. Saved away by Minja. Great touch to the backboard. 20 seconds now left on the clock. Minty Merc gets 50. Minja, great pop over. Stick pops this one high. Mossy gonna have one touch, not a second. Nobody mid there for the follow. Great 50 from Avex. Nobody's there for San Diego. Could be counterattack opportunity for Toronto. Not going to be there. And Minja goes missing. And we get a game 7 overtime.
This has just been crazy. For it to go all the way to game 7 and then have an overtime on top of it is just absolutely wild for this players.
It is we could not wish for anything better as a caster. As a shot comes in from Stick, Mossy shuts that one down. Looks for a 50,
Tweedle
gets it.
out the middle.
Oh, Merc. Terrifying
Tweedle
pass
with a big
mid.
pop.
Still keeps it though. Still very threatening for this Toronto 6 Academy team. Mossy with a great bang. Merc though not having any of it. Could be threatening, but Avex again shutting it down. Off the backboard. Got to be careful on the follow. Nobody got to pass out to Minja. Oh, to the backboard. No shooter quite there. A lot of really close opportunities coming through. Avex pops it. Tweedle now on the counterattack. Mossy's left alone. Tweedle versus Mossy. Major, and Mossy takes it. Merc keeps it in yet again. Big bump, not quite the follow. And it's Mossy and Avex back on the attack, the original duo who was cooking so much earlier in the series. Minja, after a double demo from Mossy and Merc, comes through. Gets a 50, not quite pushing it mid. Still here though. Merc, one touch. Mossy not having it. Keeps that ball in, not gonna let Toronto breathe. One touch back in. Again, keeping it in the corner. Avex might have it. Not to the counterattack opportunity. Might be finding the net. Thickest Stick not gonna have it. The bump comes through. Nobody's there for Toronto. They had it. They needed it. It was there for them and not able to capitalize. San Diego now. Mossy goes missing, probably from the panic of the previous play. Avex tosses it up and oh my goodness, another incredible save.
Great 50 by the thickest Stick there.
Could be a shot.
Possibly.
No one goes.
Another.
Oh goodness, what a save from Mossy to keep San Diego alive.
Big bumps coming out from both teams at this point too.
Avex, great control, pops to the backboard. Will he have a second man? Demo comes through as well on net. This could be open for Minty. It is! Oh my goodness!
Gosh.
Unbelievable
Toronto coming
play.
back.
Ninja not quite
2-0
able to get
start.
the touch he needs. Yeah, as you said, San Diego goes up too early. Toronto fights back, wins 3. San Diego 4. Had to break, something had to go wrong. Unbelievable stuff from both of these teams. I am ecstatic. That was incredible stuff from Toronto, incredible stuff from San Diego. And I mean, a game 7 OT leaves us with the next series. How could it ever compare? You know?
We'll just have to wait and see, Rob. We'll just have to wait and see.
And with that, we are looking to go really quickly into the next series. However, I do want to bring in a very, very brief interview. Usually I would like to have a little bit more time for this. We're working on time formatting and whatnot for future majors and future seasons. So I am going to finalize this ball chasing group, see who had, in my opinion, the MVP performance, and I'm going to toss them an invite and get them in here for a couple interview questions if you would like to prepare some of those. And leading the way in score today was Mossy, unfortunately, in the losing team in Game 7. Give me one moment. So Has, the GM of Toronto, is mentioning I should give this interview to Tweedle. So for Tweedle, I will be inviting you to the staff server for just a moment. So keep an eye on your Discord DMs. Invite to server. Bang. And first and foremost, congratulations to Toronto. I'm also going to bring in Has for just a moment. That's their GM. And we will be quick about it.
I also
Because
threw
we-
it. He's still in the lobby, so I went ahead and threw it in lobby chat as well, so that he can make sure he sees that.
All right. Thank you much for that. Let's see. All right. And first and foremost, we will be bringing in the GM of the Toronto Six, the one who helped them make a couple of those adjustments. Has, welcome in, man. What do you think of that series?
If you ask AK and Condra, I think I hurt their ears a little bit. I was screaming
Yeah.
the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those guys made this entire major has been played with a sub.
Oh, who was the finals of the
Tweedle-
sub as well, or no?
Tweedle wasn't supposed to be playing for the Toronto Six. Inked was supposed to be playing, but Inked, there was some scheduling errors. And so they picked up Tweedle last minute for a sub. And they just meshed with Tweedle all the way to the finals. And so they decided just to pick him up.
Awesome.
prior to
That's
the
such a
grand
fun
finals.
story. And I mean, I think that sounds to me like a perfect time to segue in to our boy Tweedle here. Tweedle, how you feeling, man? Congratulations on winning our very first major in CSA.
Yo, this is so wild. Like, I never expected this to happen. It was literally, I looked at the free agent thing, hit up Rob, or not Rob, sorry, hit up
Has.
what's his Has, yeah. And then they're like, dude, we need a major. We're starting in a couple hours. Let's do it. And then this is what happened. So
And here you are, man. So I have to ask both of you guys. It has to be a little bit quick because Game 7 OT takes a lot of time. But both of you guys. So Tweedle, you first. How did it feel going down 0-2? And then what adjustments did you make coming back and into that Game 7?
I'm gonna talk for myself. I don't know if it's for the team. I was really nervous.
Of course,
I haven't been in a setting like this in a while. And basically, I was like, you know what? Let me switch a car. Let me go to Nomad, which is like I'm really comfortable with. And from there, it's just pretty fluid from there.
Yeah, we actually mentioned that on the stream. How it's easy. That's so funny you said that because I mentioned on the stream it's easy to get nervous, and if you look at the car, the Nomad, it is hard not to giggle and take yourself a little bit less seriously. So that's actually insane. So if you go back and watch it, which I would recommend, crazy series from our perspective too. And last thing, take us through just briefly, a couple of minutes on those adjustments that you helped your team make and how that works, like what your thought process was as a GM.
After I saw them go down 0-2, I noticed that they were having the right ideas. They just needed to focus on using each other more. Like you mentioned on stream they're doing a lot of solo plays, and I said basically that I thought that they were more consistent than the other team and that they could just hit the ball more honestly, and they just needed to focus on finding each other and putting the ball into spots where your teammates will be able to use it as well, not just you. And they kind of took that to a T, and I think the first goal in the next game was a 2-man passing play or something like that.
Yeah. It was we actually also spoke about that on stream. So that's really really cool that we were able to identify those things, and that's actually what happened. And lastly, I guess any final words that either of you would like to say about your team or the run and winning the first ever major in CSA?
I'll let Tweedle start.
I mean, Minty and Stick, dude, you guys are beautiful duos. appreciate you for bringing on the team. You guys are amazing off and on the field, and let's take this. Let's go all the way.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
I just want to say like shout out Stick for stick no pun intended, but like sticking with the Toronto Six. He had every right to just like abandon ship because he's been through. I think this is his third pair of teammates he's had to play with now, and he's just like persevered through it and then stuck final roster where they win a major. And going into this, they were the 8 seed. They weren't even projected to, let alone make semis. So they went here and did it all the way. And I'm just now hoping that Toronto Six can be the first franchise in history to win 2 majors.
Yeah. I mean, San Diego going into this was hoping for that themselves. So that's kind of funny as well. So congratulations again on your Major 1 victory in Academy. That sets you up for great success for the rest of the season. And I'm excited to see what you guys end up doing. And best of luck as the season goes on.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Yes,
that.
Congratulations, fellas. Have a great one.
You too. Later.
Yes, sir. Okay, and let's see. So with that out of the way, we will be taking just about a 5-minute break, a 5-minute intermission, to just make sure that we get our lobby set up, make sure that it runs all good internet-wise for both of the teams, and with that as well, thank you Excalibur for being here with me for this, man. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any words you want to say at all to the people?
That was just a crazy series. I am so glad Toronto came back and won that one. Like the
Oh, that's who you lost to, right?
It was.
So you get to say you lost to champion. Okay.
Absolutely. But just the fact that they had a sub the entire time is just it's a wild statement.
Yeah.
Like,
And
that's
now he's on the team.
fantastic for them.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, absolutely. But definitely I will be back. I believe I'm doing
Awesome.
pro.
Cool. Well, I'll
in
see you in
like
like
an hour.
Yeah, I'll see you after this series.
Absolutely.
And for those of you in here as well, it's going to be about a 2-minute intermission, not a 5-minute. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself some water, run to the bathroom if you have to, but we'll see you in about 2 minutes. Thank you, Excalibur. Thank you, Nuki. Thank you, Academy, everyone involved. And we will see you in a couple minutes.
See you.
Okay. Welcome back in to the CSA finals of your major stream. Joining me here is AK, GM of the Chicago Titans, who are playing in this professional major and the final. And you cannot see him, but he will be the co-caster with AK during this one. I'll just be here for a little bit of color commentary and being excited about things. It will be Condra. Condra, you want to say what's up?
Hello.
Oh, we have a 40-second ad break. Does that mean we should stop saying things? Does everyone get the ads? Do you guys know?
I believe except subscribers.
Okay, so then low-key, like, we're gonna chill for 34 seconds. And for those of you who can hear it, I guess so you guys also know, we just have a two-factor issue with the Twitch where like multiple people can't have access to it, or we haven't figured that out. So we are not able to switch to running ads when we want to right now, which is a little uncomfortable. But we have for other streams, and that is our plan for all other streams. We have a fix for it. We just can't do it today. So those of you that work, and
those of you that are subscribed, I mean, thank you. We appreciate it very much. No, the other frauds who are not subscribed, they don't get this.
Okay. Now that we're back after the ad break, for all of you who are here and who are wondering, we do know how to fix that. We are working on it. We're just having a technical issue at the back end with some two-factor stuff. So we will, in future streams and future majors and all the things, be running ads not while we're talking about important information. Anyway, this is AK joining me, GM of the Chicago Titans. They're in the finals here. Condra will be joining him for the caster. I'll be here just to be excited about stuff. You guys want to say what's up real quick?
Hello. I'm ready for this match.
Yeah, all right, cool. Now that we've introduced everyone and that 50-second ad happened at the worst possible time, let's get into some Rocket League, man. Chicago Titans versus your Miami Makos in the novice tier, best of 7 series to win the Major 1 Grand Finals.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this, Rob. Condra, I'm, nervously excited, as some would say.
Yeah.
I think my team is one of the better ones, so I have full confidence. But I just watched as almost, crap his pants, like just stressing out his team in Game 7 OT. Hopefully something similar does not happen. I mean, if it does, it's content.
You're just hoping for it to be the Titans winning in Game 7 there.
Nah, just give me a sweep. I would
Give me a sweep. Give me a sweep.
Yeah. I mean, do you have a prediction for this project?
Honestly, I think this Makos roster is kind of stacked with Paco, Quaza, and Yak all on the same team. I feel like they're some of the top performers just all on the same team here. I think the Titans have an uphill battle, but you have Mountain Drew, who's performed incredibly well in the tier seer. Obviously, one of the first overall picks, and Chicken able to score early for the Titans.
Yeah, Chicken Swag is the unsung hero of this squad. Mountain Drew and Seer get all the credit, but when they need it most, the first goal of the grand final, he is stepping up. Hopefully he continues to do so. But Contra, yeah, fair enough. The Miami Makos are a juggernaut. I mean, they've proved themselves across the regular season and also making it this far. Having said that, the one thing the Titans are not lacking is confidence. I mean, Seer, a player who thought so highly of himself that he was like, you know what, I'm too good for now. Just put me in professional.
Oh my!
That's a beautiful infield pass from Paco. Quaza connects.
And you can see that placement. Bottom right, Chicken was trying to guard that side of the net, and still a blistering shot. 1-2-3 in the KPH. 76 freedom units for those at home. Immediate counter as Chicken finds one off the kickoff. A bit of lapse in the concentration here on kickoff.
Really quick, I'd like to chime in. Do you know AK? I believe that these teams played a couple weeks ago in the regular season, and Miami ended up taking it. Was that with both full rosters, if you're aware at all?
It was with both full rosters, yes.
But that means without Chicken, correct?
No, I believe
it was with. He's on your roster. Okay, so we saw this play out recently in the regular season, and Miami did take that one 3-1, if I'm not mistaken.
They did.
So worth noting that as this Chicago team is really confident, they also have a chip on their shoulder because they're not going to want to say that this team beat them twice, especially not Seer, right? As you're talking about that mentality. So I'm really curious to see how that ends up impacting their mentals and the way that they approach this.
Yeah, not to give too much insight into the backstage of Titans, but there might have been a couple people on this roster very upset when they lost that series. The conversations were had about why, how, and yeah, then I believe they will do better. And I'm going to take my cues from RLCS. You know, the second time teams play, they always go the opposite way. The first team that wins always loses. So I have full faith in Seer, Andrew, and Chicky. So I hear who's started this for me. And already the Titans' offense is just suffocating, and that's almost within quadra with people say. I love what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, but you know the Makos do not care that they won the first one. They want to win here as well. They want to win on the biggest stage, Major 1 Grand Finals. They want to prove that wasn't just a fluke in the regular season and continue this dominance. As Mountain Drew has it off the back wall, saved by Paco. Now Yak rather, takes it left wall, looks for one more. 50 boost in the air, what can he do? Flip reset, mid, Paco not able to make contact. Mountain Drew maybe had the save, but still an opportunity gone by on the side of the Makos. Quaza now, he has it across. Paco looking one more, can't get there. Mountain Drew not able to make contact, and you can see these teams are going back and forth. Other than that kickoff, it feels like these teams have been tied as Quaza finds it in midfield.
Yeah, I think at times slightly, I don't want to say nervous, but they're letting the ball get out of hand a little bit, not controlling it as they were in the first minute of this game. As Yak, again with a beautiful first touch, maintains control, looking for the double, see with a good touch. And a 1v1 here from Mountain Dew. Quaza can't get back. But Mountain Dew almost dunks, but Paco stands tall. And I'm not too happy with what I'm seeing from Yak here. Wow.
I mean, we've seen the aerial dominance from Yak, just winning it through multiple air dribbles, flip resets. He has it all off the back wall, and Paco, free as net, he might get this entire series just straight down the middle. Yak really providing a lot there on the assist.
You guys know Yak's EU?
I think I did, yes.
I think it's really interesting to see how he's still able to be so mechanical, inconsistent, and despite like being on 90 to 100 ping, it's really interesting to me. It's really impressive. It's cool.
Quaza gets the challenge. Now Yak looking midfield for Paco. This 1-2 duo has been tearing through the midfield, finding shots on target, but denied now on the goal line. Seer trying to convert on the other end, but Yak raining terror on the field. Bodies dropping left and right. Mountain Drew wins a 50-2. Now Chicken, his opportunity, he doesn't miss. 3-2 to the Titans.
Yeah, Chicken does not miss in this series. A beautiful Mountain Dew showing his own aerial prowess here. I'm gonna need Yak to slow down a little. I don't like how he's moving. He's looking a little too good. Alright, calm down, buddy. But the Titans do take the lead. A minute left. Just need to shut down Yak, it seems like, and I've not seen much else from the Mako's offense. If that's an opening, that is the previous Mountain Dew will collect and say thank you very much.
And another one of these kickoffs not going as planned. You feel for the side of the Makos, but you need to be consistent on these kickoffs. Only set play in Rocket League. Very important that you have a strategy down in pat, and not able to figure it out so far. And just as I say that, off the crossbar, Caster's Curse, they figured out a kickoff immediately.
And you know, Contra, you were telling me about, I missed the first couple of Academy games, and you told me how there's like 7-6 goals, and it seems like the trend is continuing.
So many goals.
Game. Yeah, 1-goal game with 40 seconds left. Hopefully that was the last one.
And Paco into the air off a kickoff. He's looking to prove himself in the air, but Seer has it away. Into this corner, trying to keep it safe. Yak there. Quaza not able to connect. That could have been a tying goal in game one. Now Seer on the other end. Pinch with Mountain Drew. Paco has it away. Off the corner. Chicken. Touch. Doesn't come through, so it's going to allow Yak into the play. Mountain Drew looking to cut. Looking for one more. Quaza. Pinch. Across the field. Chicken has to take time here. Needs a good touch. It gets a little away from him, so it's going to be Paco off the back wall. Yak. No 50, and Seer has it into the corner. 10 seconds left. Quaza needs something into the midfield. Paco double commit, 2 seconds. Seer's gonna have possession of the ball. Will that be game? It will be. It hits the floor, and it seems that the.
Sorry, go ahead.
It seems, I was just saying, it seems like the Titans not able to find an answer.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like this might be a trend where you will have to take over the last 40 seconds of any game because I was stressing my heart out. I could not. I could not. Can we get a timeout? Hello. What is happening? But the Chicago Titans do take game 1 of this series, starting off strong.
And we were singing the praises of Yak early on, but the scoreboard not reflecting exactly what we were saying. 174 points, maybe not able to be on the ball as much as he would like to, getting denied of those opportunities, maybe taking a step back, looking for more demos as we saw later into those games, or of the game rather. I don't know, what do you feel that the Makos might have to do if they want a chance in this series, a chance in next game?
I mean, it seems like just get Yak more involved because the few times we saw him on the ball, his first touch was just immaculate. He was beating 1-2 people at a time and just getting over and creating offense for the team. And maybe the points don't reflect it, but that's kind of like every team has an unsung hero, and Yak might be that. And they just need to get him on the ball a little bit more, create some for him, create some offense for him. Instead of him getting all the demos, get somebody else on that role because he has shown his ball control to be superior to everybody in this lobby so far.
I agree.
And Rob, I don't know if you're in contact with Seer or
They could message me. What's going on?
I'll message you. So. And the Chicago Titans choosing to ice themselves here after winning game 1. You know, tactical icing.
I was joking about the tactical timeout earlier, but you know, way to make it happen here on the Titans side.
So like essentially an emergency delay of an undisclosed amount of time. Can you?
I'm working on it.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose we can give them about 4 or 5 minutes, but we need to keep this thing moving, unfortunately. Especially after a Game 7 overtime in our first window. Well, that was a thing.
The Makos having some time to talk it out. Looking over what went wrong in the first game. We were speaking about Yak maybe needing to have a little more selfishness on his side, take the ball more. And just as I say that, a player joins. Are we getting into it? It looks like we are. Game 2 is underway.
Fair enough. It's just happening just like that. Shout out everyone for figuring it out. Woo!
Woo!
And you know, like he didn't make it, but shout out Greninja, who was on standby and I'm ready to jump in at a moment's notice. Appreciate you.
But game 2, a little icing on both sides. You know, losing the first game, you get some time to think it over. Winning the first game, you get some time to think it over. Try to figure it out on both ends.
Yeah, and hopefully the Titans icing themselves didn't ice themselves a little too hard. The chicken swag already moving beautifully. That should be a finish from Mountains. It took too long. We do have still possession.
And we see Paco get that save there. Paco has been very impactful on both ends of the floor, being solid, getting the touches, you know. And I think on the side of the Makos, I would like to see a little more from Quaza as well. It feels like sometimes he has some opportunities go awry. That one falls off the post, not able to squeeze it in. Now Yak trying to get it back mid, but Seer has it stuck in that corner. Quaza not able to get there, so Paco comes in to help. Yak gets beat by Mountain, looks for one more, not able to do so, so Quaza has it right wall. Yak now into the midfield. Paco's up early, 0 boost. Chicken wins out of 50. Seer, touch, one more, looking for the infield. Mountain Drew, shot denied by Yak. Titans almost getting a lead. Chicken trying to find a shot on target, but Paco bangs it downfield. So now the Makos into offense. What can they do? Quaza has it across, but it's not the most efficient touch, and the Makos have been playing it into this Titans quarter quite often. I'm not sure if that's what they want, but just as I say that, Quaza able to find the net off of a misclear or miscue. The teammates not finding each other, Chicken with a bang out, and everybody stuck in either corner. The Makos taking a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, and Titans defense just all lining up for that ball. Chicken doesn't get the touch he wants, but because they're all just driving forward with no direction really. It just means it's an open end. On the back end, it might happen again. Chicken Strike this time is back. But that might be an opening. And Titans playing a dangerous game here. As the Makos will look to take advantage and take this game to tie up the series. But so far, it's only a 1-goal game. The Titans are not out yet.
And the Titans really looking to try to find maybe an overcommit on the side of the Makos, try to find an open net, gap in the defense, a chink in the armor if you would, as Quaza able to cover that one, trying to get one more on it. Sear up the wall, maybe looking infield, maybe just looking for himself, tries to get it on target, but denied once again. And these 50s on the side of the Makos have been quite dominant, able to clear it out of defense that way, getting the dunks, getting 50s in front of net, making sure the ball isn't ending up behind them. And Yak takes a cross map. Will he find it? No, Mountain True denies the top quarter, almost finding a 2-goal lead, but instead it's going to be Sear looking for a demo. Yak has it high, flip reset Musty. Oh my god, the confidence out of this guy is insane.
Yeah, and he just seems like he's on the edge, just completely taking over the series. And unfortunately, Caster Curse moments, just own goals. Can't get back to that bounce shot from the manager. He's looking scary here. He really is.
And the one time the Makos weren't able to find the 50 in front of net, Paco getting faked out by Mountain Drew. It finds its way into the back of the net, and I think that's what it's really about on the side of the Titans, getting these clean shots, these clean opportunities, not letting a deflection come through, not letting the Makos have a say in the play, as Yak tries to take it around Chicken, but deflected off his car. So Quaza is going to be called up into the corner. Sear looks for one more, wins the 50. Yak by his lonesome has to do a lot here. He has it off the corner. Was that the best touch? Because now Mountain Drew has it on target and Quaza can't save. They double the lead.
And that, I mean, good on Mountain Drew for putting that on net, but that is another mistake from the side of the Makos. And I don't want them to clean up their mistakes, obviously, but if they are going to have a chance of staying in the series and taking a game and carrying on pace with the Titans team, they do need to clean up their defense and get a little bit more, maybe even blue ball. Just clear the ball out of defense instead of just letting it sit. As one of those rollers almost sneaks through the Titans defense here on a one-on-one here. Goes for a flip reset. It's behind him. Leaves it for Chicken Swag. Commander should collect this, but lock. Yak on low beast. Breathing down his neck, and that's a beautiful shot. I thought Sear saved that, but Paco spots it.
And Paco's been a big bright spot on the side of this Makos team, been able to find the shots exactly the way he wants them, finding the post, finding the corners of the net. And a tied game with 1 minute remaining. Will we get an OT, or will a team find a goal in regulation? Only time will tell. Yak plays it middle. Quaza and Yak combining here. A bump comes through on defense, so Mountain Drew has to cover. Low boost for him. He looks for a 50. Quaza has him beat. Quaza looking for a demo. Sear awkward. Double commit. Yak opportunity, but he gets bumped out of the way. A bit of shoulder-to-shoulder contact as Mountain Drew muscles him off. Look for one more. Look for the flick on target. Has he found it? No. Paco off the top of the bar. Sear, he fakes it out for Chicken. Chicken not able to reach. Paco has it downfield. Only one man back on the side of the Titans. Mountain Drew forces it out to Sear. A really smart play. Force it to the guy with boost on defense. Paco now, his touch. Cuts it in midfield. 10 seconds remain. Opportunity. Yak is up. Can Yak have it? Sear has it denied. Quaza can't reach. Mountain Drew puts it out of his reach. Paco can't find Quaza. 0-second drill. Who can get there? Nobody can. Overtime.
Yeah, and I think you said it earlier in that series in game one, and the Titans, every time they get on offense, they play so close to each other, playing on mistakes. But it's such a risky game. As one bump and it's just an open net on the back end. Chicken with a good beat, see a low beast, playing on this. That's back to Chicken Swag, who goes missing on the shot. Mountain is alone here with Yak with full control. Does get a touch. That is going straight down. Thankfully, there's no follow-up from the Miami Makos, and the Titans stay alive. But so far this game, it's been all Makos.
The Makos, it really feels like it's in their hands. Will they make the mistake at midfield on defense that allows the Titans to score an open net? Or will they find brilliance on target as Yak caught them out of midfield? And the Makos taking game 2, tying up the series.
And again, the same mistake we've covered over and over again. The Titans just cheating up a little too close on the second one, not giving themselves enough time to react to the challenge. And the series is tied. From the side of the Makos, that is exactly what we asked for. We asked for Yak on the ball a lot more. We asked for Quaza just playing that midfield, playing a little bit more demo heavy, and Paco just cleaning up, and we got all of that. But yeah, the Titans did not have help us off this game, and I need them to go back to what they were doing in like the latter half of game 1, where they were like extremely aggressive, but the challenges were challenging. The challenges were actually hitting the ball instead of just flying past it. And I think we still have a shot, but
I think a clear indicator of if the Titans are doing well or not is if Chicken has goals. If Chicken, like last game or the previous game, had 2 goals like this, like he should have had this game, then it could have been a much different game. But it really is an indicator if the Titans are finding pressure, finding offense, if Chicken has goals on the board.
We've talked about Chicken, we've talked about... Go ahead, Rob.
Well, I think it's really cool to acknowledge the difference in play between this finals and the last one. Because while, yes, some of the, like those academy teams can compete with novice teams, they're the top of the academy tier. And these guys are at the top of the novice tier. And it's really cool to be able to see just how that skill manifests and the difference in game. And it's interesting to hear how you guys break it down. It's really neat. Yeah. I also tossed a ball chasing group with stats in our VC. So if you want to reference any stats at any point for said series, you can have them there.
Yes, sir.
And without further ado, that takes us into what? Game 3, tied 1-1 between Chicago and Miami in our novice tier.
Another ice situation, it feels.
Yeah, what is going on?
Hopefully it's not the Titans again. I do hope
People hate joining the game, I guess.
And we were joking about it, but it did seem that the Titans may have iced themselves in game 2.
Yeah.
That is clinical.
Hey, maybe we're doing the reverse this time, actually icing the other team instead of ourselves. But,
worth noting, right now, both Paco and Mountain Drew averaging over 480 points per game. Really impressive stuff from Mountain Drew, doing it a lot on the offensive end with 4 shots and 1.5 goals per game. And Paco still providing on the offensive end, but 3 saves per game right now across those first 2. So we'll see if the defense of Miami or the offense of Chicago is able to give their team an advantage.
As we head to game 3, both teams looking to try to gain a lead in the series, as this is essentially cut down to a BO5, almost off the kickoff. But the momentum siding the way of the Makos. Titans looking for an answer, looking for a response as they lost a close OT in game 2. As Quaza has it into midfield, Sear to this left side. Chicken takes it off his hood. Chicken trying to get started. It's going to be Mountain Drew, but it's over his head. 1v1, 1v2 even. Yak, can he provide it to his teammate? He looks to dish it off to Paco, who finishes it.
I cannot tell you what just happened because I just lagged out. But you know, we considered a goal, which is not a good thing. Beautiful pass by Yak. Paco there to clean up. Can I be heard? Hello?
Yes, you can. And Yak really providing a lot on that offense. Once again, it doesn't exactly appear on the scoreboard, but he's been the playmaker on this team. Been finding assists, been finding through balls to give good opportunities, good chances to the side of the Makos. And the Titans need to find an answer. He's been an excellent first man. Maybe it's just more offense if you're the Titans. Maybe is playing a bit farther back like we were talking about. That second man dropping back just a little bit to cover more options and less anticipatory of a first man win. As Paco can't get it around Mountain Drew. Yak, one touch, not around Seer. Seer off the bar. Chicken, can he find a goal? No, it's off the crossbar. Paco can't. And now Chicken midfield. Mountain Drew not able to get a touch on it. Quaza has it high. Chicken to the side. Chicken looking to follow, but Paco denies him of that opportunity. Yak midfield. Who's going to be there? Looks for himself. Tries to get one more touch as it goes to the Chicken. Over 50 in midfield. Yak's been on 0 this entire time, but he's been making it happen. A Herculean effort in midfield. Now Chicken. He has it. Quaza left side. Seer. He's been a little bit quiet. Maybe wanting to see him wake up on the side of the Titans. Chicken now keeps it against that backboard. Mountain Drew not able to get there. Yak top corner denied by Mountain Drew. Seer looks for one more. Tries to get it in field. 0 boost. Could try to pass it. Just lets it over his head. But Chicken wasn't ready for it. So the second man very close. And when you have your second man that close, if the first man gets beat, then it's essentially a double commit since both players are out of the field. But as I say that, Chicken finding it off the crossbar. We were talking about how he needed to find more goals, and he's done so here.
Sorry, Condor. That just got me a little excited as Chicken Strike gets a little bit of life, because so far it's been just offense against defense. The Mako's just pinning us back, us being the struggling Titans. Chicken Strike able to bring us back into the series, and I think you mentioned a name that I have not heard a lot of in the series, and I'm hoping that changes soon, and that is Seer. He is the primary driver of this Titans midfield game, and half of that, like, he should be their best player. By all accounts, he should be our best player, our best asset on defense, and like I said, our midfield driver. And we have not seen him at all. Chicken Strike has been on offense, creating our goals, giving us most of our goals, if not all. Mountain Drew has been on the defensive end. The Chicken Seer has just been low boost, midfield just driving around, not having much impact as Mountain Drew almost sneaks a corner double. Unfortunately, does not go in, does not get the clip of the week.
And you talk about the Titans, you really do talk about the 1-2 punch of Seer and Mountain Drew on offense. Usually able to find each other, and Chicken maybe cleaning up as Mountain Drew finds the bottom corner. Just as I say that, the 1-2 has found each other in midfield. Seer to Mountain Drew, he finds the bottom corner, and Paco and Quaza were committing for the midfield boost, and Quaza not able to get a touch, it slips through the post.
Yeah, and it might just be a little bit Titans glazed, but I gotta say, the Miami Makos should count themselves lucky for being even in this series, because Seer is not online. Chicken Strike and Mountain Drew are, and they're about to take lead. A little too premature maybe, but I got confidence in my guys to clean this up and win. But as we get more confidence, as we keep winning more games, getting more goals, I am really worried for Miami Makos.
And a prevalent problem on the side of the Makos has been these kickoffs, as we see another goal go in off the kickoff, another dead ball, maybe overcommitting too hard with the second man, cheating too much. But it's gonna be up to the Makos to find a solution, and they're trying to right now as Paco dimes one down, but nobody there for it. Quaza, he has it high. What can he do? Flip reset over to Yak. Yak on target, but barely. Chicken and Mountain Drew find each other. Open net. Can Mountain Drew reach it? He has to. It's off the post. It's an own goal from Yak, trying to cover the shot. It finds its way through. A 4-1 lead on the side of the Titans.
Yeah, and Yak, I mean, he has to try. He has to try. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the touch he wants, and just ends up being an own goal. Mountain Drew will take full credit. The Titans looking to take game 2 and take the lead of the series and just be in control, take command. Stop making it so back and forth. Paco looking to change that. Air dribble. I know, a very interesting player from Mountain Drew that does the job. Yak collapsing in the corner. As the Mako's looking to, they got 50 seconds left, they need 3 goals. They know they have to go all offense. They can't afford to wait anymore. That ball is across the net, double bump. This should be in. Paco unable to get the shot on target. Sear covering. And I think this game's gonna just die out, hopefully.
On the side of the Makos, who are about to get another scored on their net, you start looking at game 4. What can you improve? And I think a decent amount of it has to do with Quaza and the quality of touches. They haven't exactly been there at midfield like in the previous game 2. I'm sorry, I may have said game 4 on accident. Or wait, no, this is game 3. I said game 4 on purpose. I'm an intelligent caster. But you really look to Quaza for those quality midfield touches, those control touches that keep the pressure on the side of the Makos. Because when he can keep the pressure at midfield, Paco suddenly has more opportunities. Yak is providing his 2 cents off the backboard. And this team really becomes a 3-headed threat. But when one of them is lacking, you can really see the offense starts to die. Open nets are found on the other side. Lapses in concentration on kickoffs. It's not what you want to see, as they're looking for one for the road, but not able to get it. Into the corner, Titans.
I'm really impressed, Connor.
Aspect of the game. And Quaza, once again, 2 saves stuck on defense. We had 281 both sides for Yak and Quaza, tying up here once again for different reasons. Quaza kind of stuck on the back foot, and Yak not able to find the amount of assists and pressure he was able to before to provide for this team's offense. Paco still leading in points for the Makos, but not as many as he previously had. Not what he wants to see. Not what you want to see if you're a Makos fan. As we approach game 4, and we will have it immediately. No icing this time. Both teams are ready.
Yeah, I think that the Titans learned from game 1. When you win a game, don't ice yourself. Come on, it's fine. Regardless of the shenanigans happening in the background, that just get in the lobby, make it a 2 if you have to, but just keep going, because when you ice yourself, you lose. But this last game is exactly what I have come to love and know about this Titans match. I've watched them time and time again, whether I'm casting them when I'm streaming or whether I'm just watching them in the background when they're scrimming. But their offense is just all 3 of them committing together and trusting.
Just as you were saying that, Quaza has found an open net, a passing play, 1-2, Yak, Chicken actually not able to find it. He was in net, not able to find the challenge though on Quaza. And we were just talking about him, wanted to see more, and we are seeing more. They're finding each other now. Is that a dangerous sign on the side of the Titans that now the Makos are using each other?
I think it is, because the Titans' whole offense is just all 3 drive forward, trust that your teammate will get a good challenge and be there for the follow-up. And we have seen it time and time again, like bite them in the behind. And if the Makos all finding each other, as that should be a goal, beautiful pump from Paco after laying it off with Yak. The Makos will double their lead. But this is what happens with high aggression. This is the Titans defense. Just leaves the door open for 1 pass, 1 bump, and 2 goals for the Miami Makos.
And you could really see, even before that play happened, a passing play of Yak and Quaza in the corner led to that, creating some pressure, creating some confusion on the defensive side of the Titans. As Sear gets it through the corner, Paco looks for it into the air, trying to pass it over to Yak. Sear pre-jump, some confidence coming out from him as we see a car switch actually. He switched to the Dominus. I believe he was previously in the Finnick last game. So I'm not sure on the side of him if he was lacking confidence, but Quaza is not. 2 goals found for Quaza. A passing play once again. Paco wins the 50 off the back wall, and Quaza puts it into the left side of that net. Chicken left on defense, low boost, has too much to cover. As a 3-0 lead for the Makos, looking to take it to Game 5 with a tied series.
Yeah, and I mean the Titans, I mean, 3 goals down more often than not, that's probably a series, but with 3.5 minutes left, you gotta get some level of momentum, gain it a little bit back, and the Dominus is Sears' favorite car. Every time I've seen him play his best, he is on that car. I don't know why, don't ask me why, I'm not a fan, but it works for him. As Chicken said, with a good save, and the Makos just look really, really dangerous here as Chicken almost slaps one, and I love that with him, and popping that immediately, keep checking the goalie. This time the Makos are up to it.
But I think in a previous game that would go in. We saw that previously. Yak not, or was it Quaza rather, not able to save the ball off the corner of the post as it slid through. But now a defender farther back, playing a deeper third man, respecting the counterattacks, respecting the passing plays that could go on target. As Paco now has it right wall. Quaza kind of stuck Paco. He's done well there though. He's been brave on the challenge. Quaza tries to get it past Sear. Yak's gonna be first to this one, but Chicken is beat, and it's on target. A 4-goal lead with 2.5 remaining. The Makos making a statement in Game 4.
Yeah, and Chicken unable to get the 50 mid-air, and it's just an open net, which I think all 4 goals have been open nets. If I'm in the VC with the Titans right now, which I'm not, I'm here, sadly. But I would say just treat this game as a wash. It's 0-0, 2.5 left. Win the second half of the game. That's almost a good start from now. You just gotta step by step, goal by goal, and yeah, just slow down, lock in, and just clean up the rotations because they are all over the place and their boost is gets 100. I think that's the 100 between all 3 players. Because they're riding forward to get that mid boost, leaving Ramsey alone. He does get a good 50. So you're able to follow up, goes for another 50. Now do the follow up. That game control just side flip, and Chicken had cheered up way forward. I mean, that is what happens when my team is 4 goals down. I lose all
sensibility.
All actually, yes. Yeah.
As Mounted Drew finds it, Sear Mounted Drew combining off the corner. A bit of an interesting play, and with a minute 30 left, it's not impossible, but 3 goals, maybe a kickoff goal, which has plagued the Mako so far, needs to be found if you are the Titans to come back into this Game 4.
Yeah, and I'm hearing from my sources that Sear has yet to score this series, which is not surprising. It's been Chicken swag as he almost slots one. Sear should be able to get his first goal of the series. W cast the curse for once.
And I was saying that they needed some kickoff shenanigans, and they found it 8 seconds after the kickoff. They've gotten a goal to cut the lead in half. So the Makos now getting a little nervous, still with only a minute 30 remaining. It's definitely more outlandish, but still a chance. A glimmer of hope for the Titans to win this Game 4, take the 3-1 lead, get both feet in the door. As Chicken looks for the redirect, but denied by Yak.
Yeah, this game is far from over, Conrad. This is the Titans' offense is looking to heat up a Sear with a pirouette midfield. Chicken's back, puts it to the side netting. Sear just hits the ceiling. Yak awkward low boost, does get a good touch. Will push Mountain Dew back. The Titans are showing themselves with 50 seconds left, only 2 goals. They're still in this as Chicken needed to slot that. It's still not over.
That's a huge 50 win on the goal line for Paco as he tries to get it done on the other end. Not able to find it off the post. Looking for the most definite nail in the coffin. Still 2 goals down, 30 seconds left. You need a goal quite soon if you're the Titans. Need to first focus on getting the ball out of defense though. Sear to Mountain Drew. Passing play. This is the quickest option to the net. Chicken not able to make contact though. And that might be it for Game 4. A tied series. These teams just can't be separated.
Yeah,
both
Chicken
teams.
needed to hit that. Sorry.
Both teams. 2 games in the series. As Game 5 approaches, will there be another icing incident, or will it be on immediately?
I mean, it should be on immediately because I mean, the Makos won that game and the Titans were heating up towards the end, so both teams should be looking to just go next. But again, like same demons coming out on display from the Titans, just overcommitting as second and third, just a little too close to that first match. So when the challenge does go bad, and it has been going bad all day, it's just an open net.
Mm-hmm. And the Makos finding that last step to their offense to really unlock it, the key for their offense even. Passing plays, I mean, finding each other in the midfield, finding each other in the opponent's corner, ways out of defense, outlet passes, involving everyone. All goals assisted on the side of the Makos. Quaza also stepping up. I've been... what's the word I'm looking for? Hampering on him. Talking about how maybe he needs to step up a little more. But he's done it here. 592. Essentially 600 points in the Game 4.
And I mean, chiming in, I'd like to point out, speaking of points, right now, everyone in the lobby is averaging between 330 and 430, and then Mountain Drew is alone up top at 480, contributing almost 5 shots, over a goal, over a save, and an assist every single game. So his impact cannot be overstated thus far, and I think AKU got into it a little bit. As we expect a little bit more from Seer, we've seen Mountain Drew kind of step up and take a little bit of that burden.
As Game 5, the Makos had a little bit of pressure, but now on the back foot, Chicken looking to keep them that way. Paco finding his way through midfield. Quaza's going to be there, but not expecting that touch to each other. And I think that really is the name of the game for the Makos. Anticipating each other's touches, believing, trusting that your teammate will have it the way you expect it. As Yak looks for a cross map, flip reset, not able to get it. Seer with a nice challenge to stick it to him. Mountain Drew, Seer, back and forth. Chicken, he's going to be up, shot on target, and they found a goal in Game 5.
And Chicken Strike still can't miss on that. Beautiful pass from Seer. Mountain Drew on offense, creating bumps and chaos, and Chicken Strike with a beautiful slot. That is the offense that the Chicago Titans is known for. It may be their crutch, but it's also their pride and joy. And we need to take the lead in this crucial game. We do not want to be in serious points for 2 games in a row. We need to win this. As Mountain Drew does get one away into the corner. That follow-up is just dropping mid. Mountain Drew low boost. Does get a decent touch. Chicken Strike and Mountain Drew both dead zero. So the only one with boost. Needs to get his teammates free. Beautiful bump by Chicken Strike and a clear by Seer. And the Titans are already on offense. I love that from them. It might just be a free shot. Beautiful collapse by Paco. And now we're going back and forth again. Now he does try taking control. Seer looking up to drive forward. As leave Chicken alone. Should have a good touch here. It does. And again, we're going the other way.
And just as you say that, an open net found by Quaza in the midfield. Caster's Curse thought he was going the other way. Little did we know, Quaza caught out Chicken and Seer. Not able to trust the 50 as much as they would like to. And Quaza punishes immediately. He stepped it up. He's really been the X factor on this Mako squad. We can see the performances come through, seeing them affect the game, change the tide of the series. And just as I say that, Seer back wall, Yak and Paco not trusting each other, but Paco still has it downfield, so it's in a dangerous spot. Chicken beat by Paco. Seer was covering that though. Mountain Drew 50 with Yak at midfield. Chicken, he's looking to try to find a teammate on this one, try to find a 50, not able to. Mountain Drew left by his lonesome, has to do well here. Has he? It goes off the back wall, it's in a dangerous spot. Yak not able to find the bottom corner, he looked for it, sought out the goal. Denied by the 4th defender, the post. Paco now his shot, not able to get through. Yak looked for a dunk, but still denied. Now Chicken on the other end. Mountain Drew, they're double committing at midfield like there is no tomorrow. Still Seer found the way on target. Chicken fights his way through. Chicken open net momentarily, glides across, nobody ready for it. Now Seer has to keep possession on the other end. It pinches out. And Chicken.
And Contra, it hurts me to compliment another team, but I'm loving how the boost staffing of the Makos when they're on offense. They're completely starving the Titans. They're taking both corner views twice over. And the Titans just are helpless to do anything about it. And that is just ending this thing. So, like you mentioned it, Seer is getting us out time and time again. But that is not going to last. We need to find a way out. Whether it's by getting a single demo or getting a big clear or something, we need to find a way out. Because expecting Seer to just keep getting you out of jail is not... He's definitely capable of getting the rest of people faster, especially in the grand final. This Chicken said beautifully takes it over one. I thought that could be a dangerous opportunity. Seer looking for bumps in the goal. Mountain Dew is last with low boost. Does commit. Beautifully beats him out. Parker with a good touch. And Chicken back foot. Seer's low boost last. And again with a good touch. Pushes the Makos back far enough so the Titans can recover. Seer is still alone on the back end with low boost. Two people commit. And he still gets a decent enough touch. He just needs to stay on this wall. Does. Okay, first touch. Let's get another one. Yak. He does boost at that. He definitely has shown himself capable, so I don't know why I'm surprised. That shit like just jump for that. Goes missing, and I think Mountain Dew also committed, but Seer beats two again as the last man. And this is dangerous, but the second man for the Titans is not ready. We keep seeing this time and time again, only 30 seconds left. There's opportunities like that, but we have to put it away.
And we harped on the second man being so close, but just as I say that, Paco beats the third man. He jumped for it, thought he had a clean beat, but it turned out Paco dusted him in the air. Mountain Drew, he's been so good all series, but a lapse in concentration, a lapse in thought process, didn't realize he was the third. And looking to take game 5, the Makos trying to get the lead in the series. It would be their first. Yak now, he has 100. Can he get a third goal? No, Mountain Drew has it denied. Who's going to be there? Mountain Drew midfield. Quaza has it to the right side. 10 seconds remain. Seer, he needs to find something now. Gets the 100 on spawn. Double tap. Denied by Yak. Paco tries to find a 50. Mountain Drew to Chicken. Chicken to Seer. 0 seconds. Denied by Yak once again. And the Makos heroics on the goal line. Yak providing the defense. He's been so good on offense. He finds it on the other end. The Makos taken in style in game 5.
Yeah, Condra, and I'm speechless. It's just been the same thing over and over again. I don't want to say we're beating ourselves because that's taking credit away from the Makos, and they do deserve that credit. But we can't be leaving our net open as often as we are, as we see these highlights in the background. It's just 2 freebies. The ball just one hit, and it's just over 2 Titan players who cheat up a little too close. But they're not done yet. I mean, they've already taken 2 games off this Makos. They have shown that they can beat them. One of the games was like a 5-1. So hopefully they don't think that out of it.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't know.
impressive stuff, and I've just been like kind of watching in the background. Really impressive for Miami to be consistently applying that pressure and capitalizing on those openings that you're talking about, right? Maybe they aren't creating them as much as you would like them to, right? As you mentioned, they're almost open, but something has to be said for their defense being so good that Chicago is forced to push so hard on offense that those gaps are left. And so it does go both ways, where maybe if they're able to keep that third man a little bit safer, that offense would flow better too.
Stretched thin on offense and on defense, the Titans need to find an answer now. It is do or die, match point. The Makos looking to close out the series in 6. Will he find another game 7? It's up to Seer in the air, looking for a pass midfield, double commit from Quaza and Yak on defense. And that has been the one spot that the Titans have pressed over and over again. These double commits on defense and on offense have played the Makos, but not as of late. In the most recent games, they've been communicating well who's gonna go, who's gonna find it. Do they get nervous now on match point? Or will they close it out now?
I hope they get it. Let's see, looking for a double. Almost gets it. I really, really do hope they can't get this. That's Mountain Dew beautiful. That's my favorite shot of the season.
That's
Wow.
filthy.
I mean, what a shot from Drew.
We've
just
talked about
found
him
it
as an
through everyone.
MVP, like, so far. Just like we've talked about how he leads the lobby in points all day, and he kind of was waiting on that signature moment in the finals, and that was beautiful, and that might have been it.
Providing it now. They needed it now. Big time players make big time plays. Mountain Drew showing that he's meant for the big moments. As Chicken can't get it past Paco. And on the side of the Makos, 1 goal down. You start to get nervous. You start thinking about game 7 as Seer finds another one through the net, doubles the lead. A double commit from Paco and Yak, and like I was talking about earlier, they were able to calm down their nerves, able to stop finding each other in the same places. But now an uncharacteristic double commit in game 6.
Yeah, and Mountain Dew does get a good 50 in midfield. Beats out 2 people, and as a Titans fan, that felt like the first good 50 we've gotten all series. So you're able to convert, to double our lead here. But we do need to win this to stay alive, take us to 7, because why not? Hopefully that OT, I don't know if I could have that. But Seer does save that shot from Quaza. Paco does goes missing. Maybe the Makos are nervous now. As that might be an opening for Mountain Dew. Does not get a good enough shot. Chicken Strike does hit it back for Seer. Chicken Strike answered both of these. Mountain Dew is last low, getting chased, and Mountain Dew just commits to that. And that is the best way to beat a last man demo when you have the whole team coming at you. Just go for the ball. Don't wait. Don't give them time to bump you. And I'm loving the spacing from the Titans so far in this match.
Giving each other a little bit more room to work with, allowing themselves to try to find value in their own solo plays as Seer not able to get around Paco. And I think something to be talked about is, you know, Chicken, he's been finding goals, but he's also been finding bumps on the offense, able to make the defense question if they're going to get touches, causing double commits on the other side as Seer gets Demo first trouble, so it's going to be Paco who looks for one more. Can he get it on target? He's found the bottom of the net. He's been on all series. He finds it. 170 kph, 72 miles per hour, straight down the middle, and nobody able to get a hand on it. Cuts the lead in half.
Yeah, and we were a little too slow on that challenge. Nobody able to get back to it. But we're still in the lead. Still keep our heads. Now do it on offense. Let's see the back there. Good player by Quaza. And Titans offense looking to start again. See it passes the mid to nobody. That clear. Chicken Strike is committing to it. Goes missing. Mountain Dew is alone. Awkward on defense. Thankfully, Yak goes missing. See it takes control of this. Beats out 1. Gets a good 50. Mountain Dew are gaining control now. And the ball is going to Chicken Strike, who pushed that center. Thankfully, whoever that was gets a good touch clearing for us when we were very, very awkward. As Chicken Strike gets that clear. Yak puts it higher on the backboard. The Titans defense looking awkward, and a good save by Yak. I love that.
It's heartbreaking if you're on the side of the Makos. Yak finding that demo, the pass is coming through, but at the last second, the last thing you think about is if you're gonna save the ball. And Yak maybe wanting another opportunity at that, but you can't be thinking about that because Chicken's gonna find the bottom of the net. 2-goal lead.
I don't know what Mountain Dew is doing. I mean, nice shot attempt, I guess, but just shoot it straight, man. Come on, my heart cannot do this today. As Chicken Strike is ready to clean up, and the Titans restore their 2-goal lead in Game 6.
And Chicken, he's been so good on the offensive end, really providing a lot as Seer finds it off the kickoff. Old nightmares haunting the Makos. Kickoffs once again, just when you need it to go your way to get back into the game, it goes the other, and Seer buries it as we approach Game 7.
Yeah, and I just opened an energy drink because, you know, I need all energy I can get because these guys they want to put me on edge. I don't know why. Do they not care? Absolutely not. It's here, looking to just waste as much time as possible. 3-goal lead. The Makos have it all to do. And a touch like that, giving Mountain Dew the ball, is not going to do it. They still do maintain it on the blue half for half a second. Sear back on offense. Chickens back is last back, almost gets bumped. Bump doesn't connect, but they're unable to put the shot on target. The Makos will huff from top and they will not go down without a fight here. Chickens back puts it high on the backboard and a good bump by Sear. No follow-up for the Makos because of that. And already, 40 seconds gone off the clock. 20 seconds left now. That is a good touch from Paco. But the Makos looking to, again, like I said, have it all to do as if that's a beautiful pass. Quaza almost slots it. Yak puts it to his own corner, and this game will die out, and the Chicago Titans will take us to 7.
And the Titans spaced out much better this game, but you can really see the Makos not trusting each other as much, kind of staying close to one another, especially on defense, both committing on saves, both committing on clears, trying to get 50s at the same time. And you can't afford to do that, especially not in what will be the biggest game of the major, Game 7 of Titans versus Makos. Both teams looking for first place.
You know, Condra, if this is an indication of how the rest of the night is gonna go, I bless your heart, Rob. I wish you the very best, my friend.
Well, do you say that like the last one didn't also just go to Game 7 overtime? I'm trying to
like, if this
schedule.
continues for the rest of the
I
night.
know,
yeah.
I know. I'm trying to schedule all of these at a reasonable time, and if every single series goes Game 7 overtime, man, I love the content. I love that we get to have it. I love that the players are that competitive and it's that tight. But man, world class might be a little bit late. So
I mean,
either
it
way,
shows-
what do you guys make of this so far? What are your predictions going into our final game of the series?
You can go ahead, Contra. I think mine is like doesn't need to be said.
I know yours already. Mountain Drew's been a great leader on the side of the Titans, really led them through that previous game, but I truly do believe that if the Makos trust each other in this Game 7, if they play confidently, they will take the series. But it could go either way.
Yeah, I'm so torn. I have no idea what's about to happen, but I'm really excited to see. Oh my goodness,
Big
it's Chicken.
save! He's been heroic. Paco has found that in the bottom of the net more times than not, but Chicken steps up when he needs to. At the start of this game, a haymaker being thrown, but dodges straight under. Now it's going to be Quaza. He's in the air, trying to do what Mountain Drew did to them, but it's off of the post. Yak, he can't get it through the quarter, as AK's heart exploding right now at the start of Game 7.
You know what gives me confidence is they don't know about Game 7 Chicken Swag, as he is looking beautifully composed right now. Now you should have a free shot on net. Dallas beats up Paco, and the Titans take the lead. But that is all from Chicken Swag. Staying on the ball, using all his boost to make sure he gets a good enough touch, and Mountain Dew with the speed to beat out the last man back. And that's a beautiful start for the Chicago Titans.
And Mountain Drew getting the first goal in Game 7. Will it be the only goal? The Makos need to find a response. They have 4 minutes to do so. Can take their time. And they're finding each other. Quaza finds the bottom right corner. They've trusted each other on the midfield, on the clear on defense. Paco found Quaza, who is just sitting, waiting for that to find himself 1-1 with 4 minutes remaining.
You know, it's one thing, like, if you have teams like being missed by, you know, oh my god, he just aired the whole flip reset, quad reset past 3 people. Like, they're just flying too far forward. Yes! Yes! I was just about to complain about how many open nets we're giving away, but you know, I love open nets. Ignore what I'm saying. I love open nets. Beautiful demo. I think that's like Chickens, like, again, absolutely showing up this game and this series.
And Makos, just when you tie the series, just when you're back in it mentally after that Game 6, a kickoff, once again the bane of their existence. And now they're down a goal again, trying to not let it be another. Mountain Drew off the post. Sear can't get there. An opportunity goes wayside. The Makos get a break. But Seer, he's not trying to let them off easy. It goes off the post, but he finds it. A 3-1 lead on the side of the Titans. Seer composed as ever.
Yeah. I have no words. This is what I love to see as the Chicago Titans, the three-headed Hydra, absolutely showing up in Game 7 when it matters most. You know, we gave away a couple free goals. Actually, no, maybe I shouldn't jinx this just yet. I'll wait until the middle. As the Makos have it all to do. Beautiful dunk by Seer. Chicken might have a shot here. Puts it to the sidewall. No follow-up. Seer opts to take the back boost, which I love from him. Mako should be a little soft now as Mountain Dew goes missing, but Seer is ready to challenge. Chicken Swag beats out one. Gets the boost, but can't gain control of the ball. But the Makos don't have boost either. It's a beautiful save by Mountain Dew.
And another diving save comes out on the side of the Titans, finding brilliance on the goal line just when they need it, not panicking, knowing they're still in the play. Seer with 100 boost, a pinch all the way down. The Makos have to reset this pressure, this offense, and Seer's not going to let them. He finds another.
AK, you asked to see more from Seer earlier on in the series, and I guess he was saving it all for Game 7. Oh my good! I've been asking where he's been myself the whole series for the most part. He's been very good as he is, but this is the Seer that you thought you were getting for this finals. It's the Seer I thought you were getting for the finals, and 5-1 at the halfway mark.
And you know, Miami, I just wanted to say, Condra, Miami, I mean, I'm sorry we gave you hope, but you never had a chance, my friends. I'm sorry. Well played, commiserations. But this is the Chicago Titans victory lap. Unfortunately, the rest of the franchise didn't show up, but the Chicago Novice team showed up. And there is something I didn't mention that I forgot about because of how this series went. But Seer actually was drafted to the Miami Makers, and he believed himself to be so good and so above Novice that he wanted to go pro. So he wanted to go pro. It took a lot of convincing to put him in Novice. As the Miami Makers will get a goal back, I got speeches over it as Chicken Swag does go missing here, unfortunately. So does Seer, back to back. But it took a lot of convincing to keep him Novice, and I am thankful I tried as hard as I did, and I convinced him to stay, because Game 7 is not as dominating and commanding a fashion as I thought it would be, and that is, in all fairness, because of the Miami Makers and how much of a fight they put up. But this is what I expected when I signed Seer, and I'm loving this. And I'm Drew, Chicken Swag, everybody, they all showed up.
Yeah, but it's never over in a Game 7. As soon as you start to get a little overconfident, it could go the other way. The last goal we saw was off of a double mistake on the side of the Titans. Both players not able to find the ball. And you start to think it's all over. You start celebrating earlier. But a satisfied Beast forgets how to hunt as Mountain Drew looks for one on target. And a minute 30 remaining. You need to find a goal here if you're on the side of the Makos. You need it quick. Quaza has it past one. Chicken keeps it at midfield. Yak there. Yak looks for one more. He gets it around Seer. One more middle. Chicken has the save though, and that might do it. That was a good opportunity that's gone awry. And Mountain Drew just banging the ball downfield. Seer off the quarter. Mountain Drew, why not? Seer and Mountain Drew finding each other one more time.
You know, like, I mean, does this look like a satisfied beast to you, Condra? This major is a stepping stone to the end goal, which is winning the entire tier. And the Chicago Titans are not. It's just a single step along the way. We are by no means satisfied. At times, we'll look to get more. As Chicken Swag for that goal. Did he backflip into that, or did I just hit him?
I believe he backflipped right before the touch. He does. Barely gets credited for that goal, trying to make his shooting percentage all that better. As everybody's showing up on the side of the Titans at the end. The Makos with a disappointing end, but you have to be happy making the grand finals.
Yeah, and I've been talking a lot from the POV of the Titans, but I think it's time I focus a little bit on the Miami Makos. They have played their heart out. a few mistakes they will clean up, I'm sure, as the season goes on, and they will be a title contender. Paco, as you said, on top of this stuff all series long. The moments we've seen from Yak, where he's looked like the best player in the lobby. Sometimes I'm like, how is he getting that such discussion from the world class?
And
He's
I
an EU pick.
piggybacking off this, no matter what happens here, I believe that these two teams will be number 1 and number 2. Oh, as they get one for the road, are number 1 and number 2, or number 1 and number 3 in Novice after this, and they have now split their series 1-1. So these are teams that have been juggernauts all season. They are 2 of the 3 teams that sit 17 points clear of everyone else in the Novice table. And I think that this is turning into one of our first rivalries that we have in CSA. We have Seer, who was drafted by Miami, requests a move, and now has played Miami in the finals of the major, taken them down, and now both sit atop the standings. What do we make of that?
I'm gonna go first,
Yeah.
Condra.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of the Makos, because we played them preseason with Seer, it didn't look the best. And, you know, you make a move, you get Yak, who I believe was in professional and then eventually dropped, and then all the tiers combined and whatnot. But he was signed previously to a professional team. He drops, he gets signed to this Makos team, and they look great throughout the playoffs. And then on the side of the Titans, you sign Seer, you convince him to stay in Novice, and you guys win Major 1. Quite the rivalry, quite the competition between each other. I mean, you could really see the ferocity in how they played that grand finals.
And without further ado, I'm actually going to bring in Mountain Drew for a brief interview on it. Oh, Seer joined as well. Perhaps he would like to join. So Mountain Drew and Seer of the winning team, the Chicago Titans of the novice tier. Yeah, only got a couple minutes. Got to keep it moving because that's 2 back-to-back Game 7s now. But how are we feeling after that? How are we feeling about what seems to be one of our early rivalries in CSA? Game 7 win, man. What are we thinking?
Not really impressed, but you know, rivalry is good. Brings the best out of everybody, and we let everybody know who's the best team in Novice.
Okay.
We still had a bunch of mistakes we were making in Game 6 and 7, but we found a playstyle that worked against them, and it worked. Still a lot to improve, though. But
so in the first series, in regular season, they ended up taking you guys 3-1. In this series, you take them 4-3 in Game 7. Now you sit 17 points clear above 4th place. Both of you are now above 50 points already on the season. Do you think that this is an ode of things to come? Are we going to see this in the playoffs? How do you feel about that?
I think it'll continue. We're going to try our best in every match going forward. Like Drew said, we have a lot to improve on. We're not perfect, but I'm strongly confident that we will excel.
My words exactly.
Man,
got to, but
PR train. Wonderful. Well, congratulations on your major victory. Thank you for joining us. AK and Condra, thank you so much for casting and being here, and congratulations, AK, as well. Do you have any final words to say before we take about a 2-minute break and head into our professional matchup?
Not really. I want to get us moving, but I mean, I'm kind of annoyed they didn't shout out the GM because it was all me. But
and you're in the call. Yeah, doing the casting.
Well done to I just want to say, well done to the Miami Makos, Paco, Quaza, and Yak. Those guys played that hard. I was really impressed by them. Each of them should be really impressed by what they did, and good luck to them for the rest of the season.
Awesome. Well, appreciate that. And we will be just running over. So got a 2-minute break before we get right back on track with professional. Thank you for joining. We'll see you shortly. Hello, 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 and welcome back again. We are back now with our professional tier matchup. This is going to be between your Akron Kings and your New Orleans Nightmares. And we have with us a couple other casters who are going to be taking it away. Boss, and welcome back Excalibur. So we got them here. Say hello.
What up?
Hello,
what
hello.
up?
Awesome. And we are running a little bit behind schedule due to 2 best of 7, so we're going to keep it short. And if these guys are all good, we're just going to go straight into our gameplay, and I will let Boss and Excalibur take it away. Seems they're all good. And your professional final of our CSA Major 1 is now underway.
Let's get it.
My man, we're getting our kickoff underway here. Decaf and Pineapple getting a little bit of a revenge grudge match back onto the stream here.
Oh, and
Scion
then
strikes
Scion
first
off
blood.
the wall.
Incredible opening shot here for that should have been Akron there. So Carl and I actually casted the this matchup earlier in the season. Carl had to bow out to play on stream, but my man, this is kind of an interesting David versus Goliath moment, isn't it? You got Akron, who came in as the #1 seed, versus New Orleans as the #8 seed.
Oh, it's a crazy matchup. Let's see. Oh, what a save there, as I'm sitting here trying to think. It's a crazy matchup, especially since they've already played before. This is definitely going to be a sight to see, as you said, a definite grudge match between the two teams.
Difficult spot here. Ale getting a deep clear. Scions on their own. They're on near post. Ooh, the pass center to Savage is cut out by Carl. They don't want to let that infield passing play come along early. Scion elevates and gets the first pop over Ale. Pineapple's there with the read. Looking for the follow. Ale back pass off the sidewall. Savage has control. Looking to get it past 2. Can't quite get it through the no boost build Decaf. Decaf's not sitting with caffeine or beans.
Ale trying to get it past those 2, but just can't. Pass out the Pineapple, who can't make a connection on it.
No way.
And a wild post just leads it to a 2-0. Unfortunately, Ale looked like he thought it was completely going to go off, and it just spun right back out to center. That is an unfortunate read.
Savage. Carl split the 50 yet again. Decaf off the sidewall. Looking for the redirect. That's another goal. Your Akron Kings are coming out strong here. Looking like prime 23 on that side of the pitch for sure.
Oh, definitely. That corner read was amazing coming from him.
Scion. Pineapple getting yet another kickoff here. Decaf looking for the outlet pass, but Carl was already rotating back. Ale hopefully looking to stop the drought here, put a little bit of hope on the board. A goal here would really be a good momentum shift. Scion elevates quickly, looking for the double, can't quite get it. Ale elevates it over Carl, and that eliminates a little bit of offensive pressure for just the moment. Ale takes control, gets underneath the ball, takes the flick. Scion with a 100 boost, opts to dive back into the play here. Ooh, dangerous spot. No, Carl has control. One thing, X, I'm looking at here, so even though New Orleans has had a lot of pressure established pretty early on, they're keeping it in that front third. It doesn't seem too viable of an offensive motion. All of these Akron players are just swatting away some incredible shots.
It definitely is. Definitely some great shots by the Akron team here. It's just unfortunate that New Orleans just cannot seem to keep it out of their own side. Because when they do have it out, for the short amount of time that they have had some great opportunities that just hasn't mounted to anything. Like, as I'm speaking, there was a great shot right there, a pass center, just no one there to be able to clean up on it.
Scion, great light touch, leaves it for Decaf. Carl keeps the pressure alive, bounces to the corner. Decaf almost able to bust out the protractor here and get goal number 4 in the opening match. Decaf can't quite elevate there for yet another shot. Savage collects the 100. Outlets to Ale. Ale redirects, but that's going to be a block by your Akron Kings here. Scion, this is what I'm talking about here. Even though we've moved up only one tier, you've seen the stout level of competition change. This Akron team is playing for control. They're not putting their first touch too far. They're really maintaining that second follow-up touch and maintaining possession very well.
Absolutely.
I think something worth noting here as well is that this Akron team has been together all season, and they've been basically top of the barrel, top 2, top 3 team all season. And this New Orleans team, I believe last week made a move to pick up Ale, and they have found a lot of success with it. So chemistry and the speed of how quickly you understand what your teammate is attempting to do, so you can support it or play off of it or whatever it may be, might be a factor as you move into this, as one of these teams has been together for a month and one is maybe for a week.
Absolutely,
100%.
Rob. Definitely the chemistry is there, and you can definitely see it as they move along compared to right there. You know, you have people committing to things that may or may not be, you know, what their team would expect.
Carl has possession here, gets it to Decaf, who's able to put it all the way into no man's land. Savage collects 100. Looking potentially, no, they're going to be swatted away if they tried to maintain possession, but Scion does not want to even let that begin to foster. Decaf dives back into it, and with 7 seconds left here, X, I'm fairly certain this game is definitely out of reach. Scion almost put clip of the week on the board.
You know, a lot of these teams, so I've, you know, with the 2 series that I've casted so far, it seems like a lot of these teams are taking, you know, a page out of the book of NRG. Very close games where they're just playing super defensive and just able to hold that lead. And that's all they need, is just to hold the lead.
Yeah, I mean, very fair. I definitely want to say it's incredible the difference in playstyle we're seeing. I'm going to go ahead and ready up here. Between these two teams, New Orleans really unable to get its footing. A lot of what Rob said has to be coming into effect here. The chemistry, they got to learn quick, and they got to learn now to get their chemistry up above this incredible team of LeBron. But we'll see. We'll see if maybe they can get game 2 going in the opposite direction.
Absolutely. I really look forward to a good series out of these two. Because it's not often, especially out of these upper tiers. I know Academy is only 12 teams. I think all the rest of the teams are, Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, about 16
Yeah,
teams?
16. World class is moving down to 12 next season as Pineapple almost finds a double tap. Oh, they're going to want to have that one back as I mean, down 1 in the series. That you want to start up in game 2, but not able to. despite the opening there for him.
But 16 teams, it's crazy. Just the fact that you have a number 1 seed versus a number 8 seed, like it's a wild turn of events. Absolutely, in my opinion. And I expect great things out of both these teams to see, how this plays out for them.
Yeah, just to double back here for a second, Rob, you're not wrong, especially when you take a loss early on in the series. You want to come out swinging, and while I understand that mentality, they really, whoa, blocked by James! Decaf able to clear that away to the corner. Sorry, Rob, got a little carried away there. I was going to say, you don't want to let those open nets go by, but Scion able to take the counterattack immediately all the way across, coast to coast, and get goal number 1 here for LeBron.
Yeah, as you say something about an open net, and Scion just able to capitalize on that open net, ironically enough.
I think what I found most interesting is the speed of play, it seems, that Akron is playing with. Cyan and Decaf in particular are just moving around the field at a blistering pace, supporting each other mechanically, aerially, so on and so forth, right? One pass downfield to the other, unable to find a follow-up. But like Cyan pre-jumping off of that follow-up, right? They're playing free, they're playing loose, they're playing mechanical, and Carl is this anchor for them. And I think that this New Orleans team right now is in a little bit of an identity crisis where they clearly are good enough to be here, right? They've made the run, but they don't have the reps to fall back on, okay, oh, as a great flick comes out from Ale. They don't have the reps to fall back on saying, okay, now we're pushed into a corner, how do we respond? They haven't seen the changes they need to make, and they haven't talked about them yet. And it's tough to come back in a series when you don't have the experience of what your teammates even play like.
Absolutely. I know that's definitely a detriment to a lot of teams when they change, especially in like these lower leagues, not RLCS. I know with now I'm blanking on it as I'm sitting here thinking of it. The ball chaser. Now that I'm sitting here thinking, the ball chaser, it should give you. I know you're keeping up with it as far as the
like ball chasing stats and whatnot.
Yeah, the stats and everything. You would be able to give us the speed that everybody's going at roughly, at least an average, which showing that certain teams are moving faster or possibly are moving faster. Double commit coming out of there from the New Orleans side would definitely be a thing to look at here in these upper tiers.
Well, and while speed kills, right? Like we talk about speed being an incredible factor, it's not necessarily the end-all be-all, but it's definitely compounding as a double-edged sword for New Orleans. They're having to make these reads on their teammates to figure out where they need to be at a blistering pace because they're being pressured so quickly by this Akron team. I've seen players before who play much lower, not from like the 1600 range in units, but more like the 13 to 1400, that are methodical. They move with urgency. They're doing everything they can to set up 2- and 3-step plays. New Orleans is going to have to be that level of methodical. They're going to have to go into this, especially the back of game 2 here, and then go into game 3, just really starting to set up a chess match as compared to trying to just play reactionary.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, it's what's really cool is that New Orleans kind of got, we can agree, a little bit smacked around that first game, but game 2, they're actually out shooting Akron right now 10-4, and so they have completely flipped the script and gone from non-threatening opportunities to getting a lot of shots on net and applying a lot of pressure, letting in only one on the other end. It's that they just have to convert, as a great shot from Decaf, proving quality over quantity. That's only 5 shots for Akron, but it is 2 goals, whereas New Orleans is left wanting at 0 for 10 right now.
Well, and one of the things watching New Orleans all season, they start off slow. I mean, a lot of his teams, I don't know why it is for Dondo's franchise, but a lot of them start off rough. And in games 2, 3, and 4, or games 3, 4, and 5, I should say, they really start picking up the pace. Here, a bit of a different story. Hopefully going into game 3, I'll get to see my New Orleans team really go ham, but it's starting out tough.
You know, I will say, I said this again in the Academy series, that second goal was a bounce shot. Those are so hard to read. And again, it goes with any tier that you're in, because you don't know if you need to play high or if you need to play low.
Mhm.
And they ended up Akron. Yeah, as their name's LeBron. Akron scored off of a bounce shot. And it goes to show that no matter what tier you're in, some of those bounce shots are just completely hard to read. And it makes it to where, like, you could be the best of your class and somebody does something that you're just unable to do anything about.
So, looking into the statistics of this series so far, right now only 2 players have scored a goal, and that's Decaf and Cyan. Decaf right now is shooting 4 for 8 across these 2 games, and Cyan is 2 for 6. So, as we were talking about how that team operates, right? On offense, I mean, also 2 of those goals came in the last 30 seconds after the game was essentially over. On offense right now, New Orleans is creating more pressure, but unfortunately they're being caught out on these counterattacks as they look to push through for this goal. They haven't scored yet in the series, and they've had 16 shots as a team. And I think going 0 for 16, you're not going to win, but having 16 shots in 2 games, you can feel good about your chances moving forward. So as you mentioned, if they start off slow, if they get any faster, if they get any hotter, all of a sudden this team is really, really deadly. So I, for one, think that New Orleans can turn this around, and I'm really curious to see, as game 3 will be a pivotal chance to do so.
You're definitely not wrong.
100% looking forward to seeing if they can turn this around.
I was going to say, you're definitely not wrong, especially when you have a team that is able to generate so much pressure. This bend-don't-break defense from Akron has to eventually give. If they're not going to be able to control the midfield, I guess they're just going to have to take the shots. Decaf slotting yet another goal on this New Orleans defense, which, that is tough. Something I'm noticing, Rob, I'm seeing a lot of rotational plays from New Orleans where they are either exceptionally low or completely out of boost, and they're unable to really provide a challenge or even just get a hand up on defense.
Yeah, as you're referencing that, both players on New Orleans left on 0 there, either able to make a challenge that even one pad probably would have kept that out of the net. And when this, great touch from Ale, back to Pineapple, into the net, and that's the spark that they needed. It's their first goal of the series. It's a great play, it's great pressure, and even so, right, Pineapple still on 0. Like, a great play, but it doesn't check the box of what we're worried about right now. And I think that is a great observation, because if you don't have boost, you can't keep up with these aerial demons right now in Decaf and Cyan.
Absolutely not. I will say that was a great rotation by Pineapple, even with 0 boost. Just to be able to make that play to get them to 1-1 tied is amazing by him.
Carl, great pop. Savage, though, getting that block, swatting it away. Pineapple, not a lot of boost here. Once again, all 3 players from New Orleans sitting with sub-20 boost. Dangerous spot here, and Carl is able to exploit that gap in rotation, that lack of movable speed, and just slot that top left.
I'm kind of wondering if the Akron team is noticing that they have no boost, and that's been a huge factor for them on this winning side.
Well, it's part of it. Like when you're... Oops, sorry.
No, you're good.
As Pineapple finds the back of the net. The kickoff goal does what it needs to. Great 50, and all of a sudden, it's back tied.
Back to 2-2.
Yeah, looking at the information from the first 2 games, currently the 3 players that have the most time on 0 boost in the lobby are all 3 New Orleans players. So it's not just something that we're making up. It's not just something that's coming up in those moments. They are trying to keep up with mechanical, impressive, fast players. Wow, look right here, right? Both on 0. We do end up picking up a big, but it's tough to make the reads in the plays at the speed that you have to when you don't have the resources required to do so.
Well, and you can feel it. If you're initiating offensive plays on your opponents, you can tell when they don't have boost. If they're not diving back into the play or really trying to take like a stiff rotation on shadow defense, they're playing further back. You know you've got some viability. You know that you've got them right where you want them, so you can start really pushing the tempo. And that's a dangerous spot to be in if you're defense here. Carl can't quite get back to it. Not a lot of boost himself. Sion looking for the read, but Rob, it is a dangerous spot for New Orleans if they can't figure out a way to stay full.
I think it comes from the same way that we're talking about this Akron team as being so good on the counterattacks. I think it is partially because New Orleans' third man might be pushing up a little bit quick and or early, and then having to expend boost to drop back, as opposed to buying time for his team. And that leaves these players without the support that they need and without the resources to survive without support. So it's kind of if we see a shift positionally, then we can utilize our resources in a different way.
Could not quite get the flick over Savage Gnome. Savage, 30 boost, tries to stay in the play. Pineapple had to elevate here. Carl tries to get the push down the pitch, but Ale is sitting there in the waiting. And you're not wrong. We had 2 players in the front quadrant right there, that front third from New Orleans, both without boost and both having to slightly step back and rotate off, and now they give up possession to a fully boosted Sion.
And Pineapple was caught on the back foot right there, had to use extra boost to do so, and now has to go pick up a corner as opposed to being super involved in the play. And there again, right, we have to turn around to get the touch that we need. And it's you're not always going to be able to, but there's a lot of backtracking from this New Orleans team. And I think if they can find a way to just get a little bit smoother positionally where that backtracking doesn't need to happen, they'll be in a much better spot with boost and able to convert these offensive opportunities into goals instead of just peppering the net with shots.
Absolutely.
Well, options abound here. Savage tries to slot it from the corner. Ale off the sidewall, not able to make a touch. Pineapple, though, who's been the hero all day, we get a bump on the goal keep, but Pineapple can't quite get it past Carl, and instead Sion is able to clear this away. With 40 seconds left to be played, Rob, if New Orleans really wants to get back in the series, they need this game here.
It is as close to a must-win as it can be without losing the series if you lose. You cannot go down 3-0. You cannot let a team have that much room for error, especially one this good. You got to win at least one of these close games, and this is, as I would call it, essentially do or die for New Orleans. It's a great pass mid. Ale finds the back of the net. Do or die, and do they shall. Unbelievable shot, unbelievable pass, and that might be the momentum shifter that they needed. New Orleans finds themselves up 1, 9 seconds left. They have to hold.
I'm telling you, man, New Orleans has repeatedly started off a little slow out the gate, but they've really started to turn things around here, and it feels like, yes, while the boost has been difficult.
My goodness!
What? My goodness. A 0-second goal to bring it to overtime
In a
for the Akron.
Absolutely heartbreaking. Even if you don't lose off of that, the high that you feel from scoring to maybe take this series back into feasibility, then to giving up that overtime, it is so difficult. And New Orleans now has their work cut out for them as they're gonna have to fight off that mental hit and work through it. Got to take this one now in overtime. Next person to score wins, as Ale and Ale and Decaf find themselves in a Rule 1.
I was going to talk about that being the wrong play for New Orleans, Ale having just had that clutch shot, but like you talked about, Decaf, one of the leading scorers here for Akron, this might actually pay off if Savage Gnome can really step up here, offer some offensive opportunities. That would be a really great play but it looks like Scion's gonna be able to put this one away. Goodness gracious.
And this is where that twos mindset even comes into on threes is you might have a player that ends up in a rule 1 and now it becomes a 2-on-2. You've got to have the mentality of switching immediately from threes to twos because you don't have that third man on either team to be able to back you up on that.
Well, I think what's really important about what you're saying is that we don't have that third man, but that was their problem even in threes, right? Is that they didn't have that third man because they had to
Absolutely.
continue backtracking. So if it's immediately switched to twos, they immediately get punished for it. I think it's a small shift. New Orleans showed they can win this game. They were up with 9 seconds left, but now have the world in front of them. They got to win 4 straight against a team that nobody's been able to really take down. They showed that they can. They have the ability. They have the power. It's right there for them. But, boss, I know you are New Orleans franchise caster. This is a tough ask, man. How are we feeling?
Brother, I am feeling like I've got the weight of the world on my shoulders, like these players have to be feeling for sure. I mean, the amount of pressure you have going against your Goliath, your number 1 seed, who, like you said, has been together all season. They've been a top 1, 2, or 3 team, and now you have to be effectively flawless through 3 straight matches, and you have to lock out one of the best scorers in the game in decaf. Yeah. This is going to be a difficult spot for any team, let alone a team that has effectively a newer roster.
Yeah, best of luck to him. Good luck comes out from Cyan and Carl and Decaf in chat. Doesn't seem toxic, so I'm actually down with that. Good luck because that's what I was saying too. It's what you were saying. They're gonna need it. That said, if anyone can do it, it's these guys. They've defied expectations all tournament. They're here. They could have won that game. They're right there and all. I mean, it's theirs for the taking. That's not what you want to start out with if you're trying to reverse sweep. One in the net, 18 seconds in. Work's going to be a little bit harder now.
Wow. Incredible read, though, by Carl to see both his players up in the goalie box and then decide, you know what? I think it's still feasible for me to launch into action, really just torpedo myself at the ball and take another shot, and it paid off tremendously. That level of reactionary reading has been Carl's bread and butter all season. Scion.
He kind of had a legacy game last game. Like 800 points, I think.
Oh, yeah.
3 goals, 2 saves, 8 shots. And we've been talking a lot about Scion and Decaf, but Carl wants to make it known that he is in this lobby as Decaf finds the back of the net, and it's tough. Both players committing to New Orleans. No third man found. Again, like that could just be the chemistry thing, right? One of those players was brand new to the team. I wonder if the comms are where they need to. It's a really tough ask to play the best team in the league a week after you met each other.
Savage tries to get it through Carl. Carl able to drop. Scion slots it in the left-hand side. And boy, oh boy, as a New Orleans fan, it is becoming more and more difficult to have a little bit of hope in the back of the mind, especially with such a well-placed shot. 3 goals down with less than a minute having been played. Rob, you've played some pretty high-level competitions. Obviously, you've played with some CRL play. When you are down this far, especially against such incredible competition, it's got to weigh on the mind.
It depends. Like, it can, or it can be when, I mean, these are the moments that you have a 1 in 100 chance of coming out with, right? You're down 3-0 in a series, down 4-0 in the game. But there's not a 0% chance you win, right? You want to call it 1 in 500 if you want. Just throwing a number out. And then, so the thought process can be either, oh, it's 1 in 500, we're done. There's no way we win. I'm more likely to get struck by lightning, blah, blah, blah. Or you can say, it happens 1 in 500 times. Let's make this that time. And sure, you'll fail more often than not, but it's also something to be said for, there's nothing left to lose. You're down by 4, down by 3 in the series. You might as well try that strategy you haven't yet. You might as well unlock something. You might as well calm harder than you have as Pineapple almost finds the back of the net. and it looks like they're really getting some pressure. There's no better time to leave it all out on the field than when you have nothing left to lose. And so, yeah, maybe it does weigh on the mental. But the next step after you see what the daunting task ahead is to figure out how you're going to approach it, what needs to change, and then execute. And if everything is done correct, all of a sudden, those 1 in 500 opportunities turn into 1 in 20, and 1 in 10, and 1 in 5. And before you know it, 3 games have passed, you're tied 3-3 in the series, and all of a sudden, you can win. So, starting it off, they get the first goal that they need. It always starts with one goal at a time. 2.5 minutes, down by 3, fighting for their life. It's now or never, and they are not going down without a fight.
You know, as I said to Rob during the academy match, my team played Baltimore. We were down. It was best of 5. We were down 2. We ended up reverse sweeping.
And it was just reverse sweep.
It just became, you know, why not try this? Why not, you know, just play whatever? Because if we lose, we lose. If we win, it's another game going.
I mean, and, just like that, you know, it's a 4-2 ball game. 0-4 turns into 4-2, turns into 4-4, turns into all of a sudden. I mean, because you talk about how the losing team has to change, but when you're up by this much, it's hard. You're up by 4 goals, up by 3 in the series. It's hard to keep your pedal to the metal. It's hard to stay really as disciplined, and you start to have fun. You start to go for clips, and that's not always a bad thing. As Pineapple makes an unbelievable save, but you know, you leave a few openings, and all of a sudden, New Orleans has new life.
Hale putting it on target here. Decaf making the diving save. Scion with a deep clear here. As we say that, Decaf able to put away yet another goal. One step closer to their hat trick, now 5-2. You're not wrong in that it's definitely feasible, and it requires the right mindset. I don't know if the right mindset is going to overcome this kind of a team, this team with so much incredible chemistry that is out to win. I mean, even though Carl was casting with me, he casted a match, had to leave to literally jump right into his play and then come back for the booth. He was locked in the entire first cast. Like, he was ready to rock and roll. He's got the mental, and I think this whole team is just built of nothing but really strong mental.
And they need it now. As Pineapple looks to give his team some life, Savage Gnome's going to dive. Ale does keep his team alive for just a moment, but another shot thrown on net and another low boost defensive situation for New Orleans. Carl with one touch back. Decaf, another one, not what he was looking for. Ale goes missing. Savage Gnome going to have a shot. Not able to find the top corner, and as the time dwindles down, we have under a minute remaining. 3 goals is a tough ask. You got to think that they need something by, what, the 30-second mark, if they even want a chance?
For sure.
A real one?
It's got to be by 30.
At this point, if I was Akron, I would just be playing super defensive, just to make sure that they just could not score.
Yeah, it looks like they're
that's
playing
just me. Yeah. That's just me. Like, there's no need to, you know, be super aggressive at any point.
Oh no, don't change up your play style. If something's working, keep it rolling. Even if that means you're sitting 2 or 3, just keep going at the ball.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was referencing as well, how it's easy to, when you're winning, play different. But you got to winning not by sitting back. And so some slight changes, like maybe banging it to, oh my god, Cyan wants a clip to end it off. Holy shit. Shoot, that was almost unbelievable.
Brother reached really deep in that bag.
Yeah. As a dominant performance comes out from your Akron Kings team, let me finalize this ball chasing group and see who our MVP is. Do you have any early votes before seeing stats, either of you?
I don't even need to see stats. I know it's decaf.
I was about to say, I know it's decaf. It has to be decaf.
I know it's decaf.
I also think it's decaf, but as we go, let me pull up these stats from here. Yeah,
It
decaf
has
with
to
a
be either
whopping
decaf
470 points per
cyan.
game. I'm also going to get whoever of them want to hop in here. Give me just one moment to get these invites sent out to our staff server. Carl's already in here actually, so we're just gonna make this easy. We're gonna bring in Carl, who is, I believe, the captain of this team for now, and I am going to send Decaf an invite as well, so maybe we can get a finals MVP nod. Carl, you sent me a message after I said we were off track. I haven't mentioned this on stream yet. Do you care to share what your response was when I mentioned the match was 15 to 20 minutes later than
Yeah.
it's supposed to be?
I would love to, Rob. Yeah, I felt a little bit bad that the stream is so behind, and so I politely told you that we would sweep and get the stream back on track and keep it short and
goodness.
sweet. And that may or may not have happened. So I guess I'm a man of my word.
He said, just no response. Don't worry, we'll get you back on track with the sweep. And here we are. So, I mean, walk us through how that series felt, how your season's gone so far. I believe you now sit kind of head and shoulders above players on this, or not players, teams in the professional standings. You dropped one series. I'd walk us through that and maybe who you view your biggest competitors to be.
Yeah, I would love to. So the one loss that we had, unfortunately, Decaf was not playing. We had to sub up a novice player, and we went to Game 5 against the then second-ranked team. So I will count that loss as pretty excusable. Other than that,
Who did you play?
That was at that point. It was San Antonio. So at that point, I think they were the second seed. They have now since I think dropped to 6.
They're
but
still
good team.
They're still
They're still a great team.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, San Antonio's a
had
great
poor
team.
performance in the
Absolutely.
major.
But yeah, no, the rest of the season has gone pretty smoothly. I mean, I'm super grateful to have two teammates as good as Stein and Decaf. I mean, both of those guys are absolutely insane players. So I kind of let them do their jobs and be that safe third guy, and it seems to work out because those Cyan too is just a ridiculously mechanical player. So you can just give him the ball, give him some boost, and kind of watch things happen, which is always pretty nice. As far as the things, go for it.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to talk about the series. The first two games, obviously, those were pretty easy. Not easy, but we handled those games well. Game 3 got a little tight. We allowed some goals. I had that pretty solid 0-second goal to take us to overtime. We were getting a little
that was
about
crazy. That was a crazy shot top corner, dude.
That might be my peak. But we don't talk about it. But yeah, no, it got a little tight there, but was able to take that in OT, and then took game 4 as well. So mostly smooth from our end. Shout out to New Orleans for making the finals. Huge for them. That's going to help them in the standings a ton. Yeah, 8 seed run is crazy. So
awesome.
Huge props to them. But yeah, this.
And I mean,
it's just
with that, let's bring in your teamment.
Ooh.
Our finals MVP, consensus, and kind of a monster overall. Decaf, how are you feeling after this major victory?
Oh, pretty good. Boys worked real hard for this one. We definitely had a lot of things we needed to tweak, and I think we did it perfectly. Even with Cyan doing the no comm, we still made it through with a W. So I'm very pleased with that.
I wasn't gonna leak that to the league, but
Cyan dropped that right into Twitch. He immediately put that.
He hasn't commed since week 2.
That is wild.
Wow.
Like radio silence.
But I could not care less. He's such a talented player, and as long as we're talking, he can hear us and knows where we are. It really just I'm not gonna get upset about it.
It's also interesting because we mentioned a chemistry difference and a time playing together difference. And so despite the fact that he was literally on no comms, we also mentioned your play style was very much Carl is this anchor of a third man where Decaf and Cyan just go berserk in front, right? And so it's a play style that is almost repeatable without comms. And if you communicate around it and establish that, there's even less need to speak. So I think that says a lot about the way that you guys have developed and worked together as a team. That's really impressive.
And especially now 4 or 5 weeks in, I think all three of us know what to expect. Like the stats that came out a week or two ago, I'm pretty high up in the time back category, and Cyan
Yeah.
is pretty high up
Yeah.
in the time forward
Yeah,
category. So
yeah.
we kind of have now gotten to this consistency of knowing that Cyan's probably going to be the first guy, I'm probably going to be the third guy, and Decaf fills in somewhere else, and that seemed to work out for us. So
Awesome, man. Well, any final words before we head into our superstar, or a brief intermission before our superstar matchup?
Sure. I mean, I just want to say thank you to all the teams that played in this major. I think everyone did great, no matter bracket placement or anything like that. So just keep your guys' heads up, and I'm sure we will see you all in the playoffs, hopefully.
absolutely, big GGs to New Orleans and GGs to everyone else, and best luck to
GGs.
Superstar and World Class.
Awesome,
Mhm.
fellows. Well, thanks for joining. Congratulations on your major victory.
Thank
You guys looked like monsters
you.
out there. So keep your head high. I mean, you guys did something crazy. So great job, and have a tremendous rest of your evening.
You
Appreciate
too.
you too, Rob.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And with that, I will say thank you to Boss and thank you to Excalibur for joining me on the desk for this series. And we will now take. Oh, we got an ad. Maybe I tell people I wait till the ad is done before saying we go to intermission. I'll wait that out.
Definitely wait that out.
All right.
I was about to say I have ad
And-
blocker, so I have no idea that we're going to an ad.
All right, and so now we are back from the ad, and with that, and concluding our interview, I would like to really thank Boss for joining us. That's New Orleans franchise caster, huge part of our media committee, and Excalibur, who's one of our newer casters. Super happy to have him on. Thank you for joining, and we will be taking a brief 2 to 5 minute break to make sure we get our superstar matchup set up. Don't go anywhere, and we will see you in several minutes. Thanks for joining. Awesome. And welcome back in. I am Rob, now joined by McMaster. Say what's up, man.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to tonight's stream. I got to catch the back end of, what was a pretty bad beating served out by Akron. But other than that, I hope the rest of the series have been competitive. We still got more to go.
Yeah, the other two were actually best of 7. So Sweep got us right back on track time-wise. And I am also joined by Kandra, who we were joined by earlier. Say what's up, my goat.
Hello.
Us, and we are just a couple minutes away from our Superstar final. I will get that info to our captains right now. You got any predictions? Anything you're excited to see how it plays out today? Either of you guys?
I'm just glad that we're here, you know. More than anything else, the major has been a good success. I actually think it's pretty important to see the fact that there's only been a single 1 seed make it all the way to the finals thus far, that being Akron from last series. So to know that teams have had upsets going throughout and that it's been competitive, I mean, that over anything else has been what has stuck out for me, at least.
And it seems that 1 seed really earned their way there too, right? Yep. So they are the 1 seed for a reason. And really impressive stuff coming out from them on the performance there. Let me make sure that this is all set up. Kandra, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Toronto, you have your GM playing on the side of Toronto. You also have Peach, who was originally placed, at least MMR-wise, for World Class, trying to prove that he should have been in World Class here, making it all the way to the finals. I think that's a really interesting dynamic, you know, when you have a GM play on your team, it's kind of almost, do they deserve their spot, right? Because they're almost guaranteed that spot since they have to be on the franchise. They could go IR, theoretically, but it's really awesome to see that has proven that he should have his spot on his roster, and it's really cool to see.
It is. I think, yeah, I am in a different lobby than every other player. So give me just one moment to get in the right lobby, because
it's a first major, you know. It wouldn't be a first major without a couple of hiccups. I mean, you saw it, for anyone who watched it, there were at least 9 different pauses during the KC Gentlemates match today in RLCS. So, I mean, this is just a little bump in the road.
They got 9 pauses.
In only like 1 game. It was all in game 6.
Interesting. That is a... I'll have to ask you the story about that after. And it seems, without any further ado, we are all ready to get straight into game 1 of our Superstar Major 1 Grand Finals between your 2-seeded Denver Shred and your 5-seeded Toronto 6.
Should be a fantastic matchup between the two, being able to earn their way all the way to the championship. Here they are, and the players are hitting the field. Jay, Rage, and LMNS on one side. Peach, Sean K, and Haz on the other. Straight off kickoff, Haz gonna have control over towards the sidewall, taking his time with Boost to work with off the backboard, looking for Peach infield, and it's a quick goal coming through on the side of the 6.
And you can see a lot of this come through from the 6 today. Peach finding the back of the net immediately, having a bit more anticipation, understanding where Haz is trying to get the ball. A great passing play off of the kickoff. Toronto up 1.
That's exactly how you want to start. Mere 7 seconds in and setting the tone right away. And this pass over towards Peach could lead to a second. Goes over the top of Jay. 1 to beat. Tries to play the 50 against LMNS, but is unsuccessful as LMNS now gets a clear up towards the ceiling. Rage the follow. Kick out downfield. Peach sending off the backboard high. Possession now mounting a little bit for Denver. Rage is going to take his time, but he runs out of boost. Sean K is going to be able to take possession until Jay intercepts, taking straight towards net. Haas being patient, and Peach can clear out towards midfield.
And Rage trying to find some pressure here, trying to get it past Haz, but Sean finds a challenge in midfield. Jay and Peach fight for it, but it's going to be Rage who comes out with the ball. Now Haz 100 boost. He needs to take time here. Finds Sean, a bit of a risky passing play in front of net, but they found each other well. So now Lemons has to make this challenge in the corner. Can he get it around? He can. 100 boost to his name. Can't find the 50. Peach leaves it for Haz. Haz getting a little awkward, a little caught up there on the side of the 6s. Peach with a rare whiff off the back wall, but still a 1-goal lead, gets it over Lemon's head. Jay just trying to keep possession in midfield.
Now here comes Sean K on the reset. over the top of Rage, but Lemons is taking his time. Jay will be able to clear back downfield with full boost and follow the ball as well. Peach on the first challenge, around to the side. In the corner goes Jay. One more touch possible. Two players commit defensively, but they still get the clear. Has another miss. Peach now, light touch. Lemons challenging early. 50 cap neutral. Jay to take control. Sidewall double, not afforded to him, but Rage has a shot towards net. Well read by Sean K. Been a strong showing this far from Toronto. They're able to strike early, and the defense since then has been strong. Now transition opportunity breaks through. Lemons to return fire. Miss once again on the back line, but Peach is able to hold the nerve as Jay comes in with another touch towards the back corner and nuke back downfield.
And you can see both teams, after that kickoff, have been really trying to feel each other out, testing the defense, testing their offense, seeing what passes can make it through, seeing what 50s can be won at midfield. Really just testing each other on both sides of the floor.
It's been a good matchup to start, and Denver has been slowly mounting more and more offense, but that clear might be tough for Jay to deal with. He's low on boost, does pop high towards the corner. Peach doesn't have a read, plays patient, and good communication leads to Sean K taking possession. Rage with no boost, able to get the clear. Lemons now possibly in search of a teammate, but has no more boost in the tank either. Denver being completely starved out. Sean K can't get it past Rage. Rage is going to fall as well in the waterfall. No touch coming through from either side. Has out towards the midfield line. Jay with control. Touch gets away from him. Peach, the pop-up. Two players commit. Lemons calls off Jay on the early touch. The demo onto Rage could open things up for the offense, but Sean's touch is too light. The ball's going to stick around in midfield. This one-goal lead, it honestly feels as though Toronto could just hold here.
It feels like Toronto's just playing their lead, parking the bus, but just as I say that, Sean finds something on target. Is it going to go in? Yes, a 50 in front of net. A dangerous one at that. Finds its way into the back of the net. Toronto doubles their lead.
Yeah, that's got to feel good. The one goal, while it felt like it would be enough a second, that little bit of insurance has to feel good. Now with 2 minutes to go, you just focus on making sure that your rotations are sharp and continue to singe on down on this Denver defense, but not if Rage has anything to say about it. Gets a reset touch over the top of Haz. On the double! Rage takes it the whole way!
Wow, the flip reset off of the kickoff, taking back a goal, cutting the lead in half. Rage does it all himself, finding the offense, trying to spark the Game 1 comeback. The Shred looking to make it happen here.
That is a confidence booster if I've ever seen one. To answer back right away and in such stylistic fashion has to feel good for the Shred, and especially because they leave so much time to work with still. Now, it did take a world-class goal for them to still fight back, but more of that can still come through. Now that we've seen it once from Rage, we know that Jay and Lemons are also capable of pulling off such a shot. The only problem is they have to deal with the offense firing back from the 6. Rage will get one touch downfield. Peach is going to take his time in the corner. Lemons playing patient. Around one. Sean K. Awkward infield pass. Jay off the bar. And Rage can't get back to the rebound in time. Touch gets away from Peach. Up top. Jay keeping it close to the backboard. The double saved out wide by Sean K. So close for the Shred, but they cannot break through.
And you really feel for the Shred. You need that one to go in. You need to tie the game there. But both opportunities, the double tap being denied, the infield pass being denied, and now you're stuck on defense. Peach looking to add a goal to the tally. No, denied. Double commit on defense, though. Jay bangs it downfield. Doesn't want to keep the ball close to him. Sean bangs it straight into Lemon. Peach has to get a good touch here. He has midfield. Rage plays it to Haz, and with 40 seconds remain, the Shred need to find something now. Into the air. Denied. Peach downfield. Sean has double commit. Flip reset to the back wall. Who's going to be there? Lemons has it to the side. And now Peach left by himself because of the double commit previously, but he's done so well in the midfield. He's found Haz, but just as I say that, Rage cuts it out.
There's such minimal time remaining. The Shred have to get something going, but they're locked in their own half. The double commit's not going to help, but Haz, even on low boost, is able to get in the right position. Rage trying to spark the offense for one more final attack. It's Lemons just off the post. Follow-up from Rage is through. Tie ball game with 4 to go.
And what a pass here from Rage, having the composure to leave it for Lemons, who passes it off the post. Haz plays it early, plays the 50 early. Rage forces his way through to tie the game with 4 seconds left in Game 1.
It felt so good for Toronto. They were in such a good position. Scored first, held for a long time, scored a second time. You felt like that insurance might have been enough, and instead, we're finding ourselves in Game 1 overtime. We'll see if either team tries pulling off a different kickoff strat. No, it's just standard issue stuff. Left in the corner, Lemons playing patient. Around Haz, through Peach. One touch not going to come through from Jay. He was trying to bump around Sean K, but Sean's able to bully himself on through. Now Rage on the follow. From the sidewall, kick downfield, Peach into the corner. Lemons is there. Shot. Sean K to deny once again. Back and forth, both teams with an opportunity, but the Shred, they feel so confident in this moment. The offense continues to build up high-quality opportunities.
Yeah, making that 2-goal comeback really sparks confidence, really puts Toronto on the back foot, starts to make them question if what they got early was just a fluke off of the kickoff, and then a nice 50 by Sean. But even then, you still need to find more offense. Both teams need to find a goal. Will it be a mistake, or will it be a Herculean effort from one of these players? Jay to Rage, tries to put it on target, couldn't get the redirect, so has it away. Now Peach. He looks for a 50, but Lemons denies him of such. Sean, off the back wall, to has it off the back wall. Who's going to be there? Jay takes it to the right side. Now Rage and Jay combining here, trying to figure out who's going to go. Sean takes advantage of the miscommunication. Now Jay, he takes his time on this one, has building the pressure, and you can start to see Toronto find their way back into this game. Peach, a little bit of a weak shot, maybe wanting that one back.
The defense, as you can see, starting to become a little more patient, a little more conservative. Neither team wanting to give up. The one mistake, and it's Lemons to break through. Gets the second touch off the backboard as the defense can't connect with the ball. Has caught out of position. Lemons will punish, and Denver steals game number 1.
Wow, I mean, what a first game here. A 2-goal comeback into the overtime game winner from Lemons. He's really made it happen. He really stepped up there at the end of the game. Rage as well, finding 2 goals. I mean, on the side of Toronto, you start to feel that pressure, the nerves start to kick in as you realize it's a playoff game. You can really see them try to hunker down, try to play the lead with an incredible 12 saves. I mean, you cannot afford to have that many shots on target.
I mean, yeah, but the defense played as well as they could, just about. In Denver, they had to fight back. They were down 2. That was not an easy comeback, but when you put on so much pressure, you can only hold on for so long, and Denver proving that Toronto simply could not quite finish the job. As you had said, 12 saves. That is a ridiculous number, and that is just game 1 as well. A great showing from Denver, able to fight back and take game number 1 in overtime. Quite a statement to be made, especially after going down. This team proving that they're able to handle adversity. We'll see what Toronto is able to throw back at.
And I think it starts on those kickoffs. You won the kickoffs early for Toronto. You want to get some pressure early as well. Jay trying to make it not so. He passes it to Rage in the corner. Rage can't get it passed on the sidewall, so it's just going to have to be Sean in midfield. Limits, awkward touch. Has looking to turn, and he's been the third man a lot on this Toronto team. He's been called upon a lot, especially in that overtime goal. He could have had a touch maybe if he saw it early, and Lemons cuts in at midfield, gets the 1-goal lead.
That is now 4 unanswered goals coming through from the Shred. Lemons this time, once again, being the benefactor off the pass from Jay, sealing the deal with the first goal a mere 25 seconds into the game. The Shred started off slow, but have very quickly picked up the pace and have ramped up the offensive pressure. Jay looks to possibly add another, goes from the corner, up top, over Sean, Rage to follow. Both Peach and Haz are there. However, the offense is still going to continue mounting as Jay keeps possession. Lemons down to the backboard once more, searching for a bump. Sean K avoids, and Jay's not going to be able to beat Peach to the punch. Rage will get the clear once again, and Denver just seems to be there at every turn. Rage to the net. Jay's going to steal it just for fun. That is 2 now and 5 straight for Denver.
And the Shred running away with it here. Jay able to get the last touch on it, maybe a secure, maybe a steal, who knows? I'm trying to add to the stats maybe. 2-goal lead though for the Shred. It really starts to spiral out of control here for Toronto. They need to get possession of the ball. They need to start trusting each other a little bit more on offense. Otherwise, this is going to continue.
Yeah, it's been a great showing this far, and we're only a minute in. Bringing it back downfield as Has. Shot on target. Rage with a great reaction time and great ability to save that shot. Keeping the lead at 2, and Lemons looks to extend. Finds Jay up top to the backboard. Rage the rebound, denied up top by Has. Every player from Denver is committed. The boost totals are extremely low for Denver at the moment. Off the backboard, Lemons gets 1 touch. Rage is able to clear out wide, and Jay once again a booming clear downfield. Has the read into the corner. one extra touch, gets around one defender. Jay now over towards the sidewall. On the follow comes Sean K. Jay and Rage both commit. Peachy's going to be able to send it towards the midfield line as Lemons pops up high as well. Caught up by Sean K. Rage looking to take control at the midfield line and does. One touch, instead elects to try to take the dribble low. Now fighting for bumps. Gets one onto Sean. Lemon's not going to be able to center it out just yet. Has going to get a demo in return, and Jay's going to have to cut off at midfield again. It just seems as though we're seeing the orange half a lot more than the blue half at the moment.
I think that all comes down to possession here. Has needs to take control of that ball, but decides to bang it instead. It allows Jay to get a counter bang. This counter attack starts to come in, and these demos come in for the side of Shred, and it allows them to keep possession. Jay taking time, and that's the clear difference as he almost finds it through three. Sean with a diving save. Now Rage to Lemons. Lemons gets a 50 at midfield. Sean was called up, and he's done well, but still the pressure surmounting. Jay shot is gonna go in. 3-goal lead. The Shred just can't be stopped.
Toronto's got to be careful because this is very quickly running away from them, and the Shred are sprinting to the finish line. 3 goals in this game. Stepping up from the 3 from last game as well. That is 6 unanswered from the Denver Shred as we approach the halfway point in this game. Defense caught out right now. Has going to send it out wide. Rashawn K will be the recipient of the pass. Lemons playing patient. Rage to try to bring it back to him. Rage 50ing the ball twice. A little bit of extra boost to work with as well. Can't get it around Has. Peach on the follow against Lemons. The battle of the fruits, if you will. And Lemons is the winner this time around. Up top goes Has. Got no more boost to his name. And Rage gets it clear now off the demo. Peach, the only one left with limited boost. Infield pass. Jay can't quite finish it. The rebound opportunity is denied. Now in full transition come the 6. Quick turnaround. And they finally get their first.
And I think this all comes off the trust. You understand that Has is going to have this touch, and you play up field for the counter attack. Peach is ready for Has to clear that. He's ready to have the open net, and they take advantage, trying to claw their way back into this game.
That pace was immaculate and a great showing from them. Denver put them on the back foot big time there. Team passing plays, but everyone committed, and Toronto picked the hole and pick the pocket of Denver without any hesitation. We need more of that from Toronto. The ability to break down field and play pace is something that can really benefit them, especially knowing the aggression levels of the Shred. When they're able to slow it down, however, then the players are able to reposition. Jay's even positioned right now to center it off the ceiling. Lemons the shot. Great save out in front for Peach. Has does commit but wins the challenge. Had he lost that, it might have been another transition opportunity. Instead, Peach has no choice but to just get one touch and try to bring it back downfield. Sean K tries to reset from the corner, but Jay again intercepting. One more touch, not allotted to him. Peach's touch is awkward, but Has will deal with it accordingly.
And Toronto, they have a chance, the organization has a chance to win 2 majors. This would be their second one. Academy, of course, being one, and they're trying to get their way back into this game, trying to win game 2. Sean K finds the bottom of the net as a rare double commit comes out on the side of the Shred.
It happened twice. Lemons being a part of one over towards the backboard, then a second time around on the challenge on the ball as well, simply because he was bumped. He didn't really have much of a choice. That is a rough positioning, that is rough execution on the side of the Shred via their positioning. 2 double commits, and they end up paying for it. Now suddenly the 6 are mounting a bunch of momentum, and with a minute left to go, that is still plenty of time to work with. Another double commit comes through. Lemons and Jay both low. It's awkward out in front, but Sean K is just pushed up a little too far. Jay on the 50 up top. Has the infield pass, finds Peach, denied by Rage, but Sean will keep possession. Has boost, goes against one, ground pitch under Lemons. Jay, the pop-up, is there anyone to shoot? No, Rage is going to turn it away. 30 seconds left, the 6 needs something.
And Lemons is going to have this one away. Has to keep this in. 0 boost, but he's done well to get a touch. Still, Jay tries to deny them. Peach now to Sean K. But they're not on the same page. They're both jumping for the same touch. Now Rage tries to find it. Has with the pre-jump. Keeps the offense alive. Sean not able to make contact and tries to follow, but not there. Peach pops it down. Rage, 10 seconds left. And Toronto needs to get out of their own half. They need to get this offense started, because right now, Has is on 0, passing to Peach. Peach looks for one more. Rage is up. 50. 0-second drill, and it goes down. The Shred up 2-0.
That is a great read to put the ball down. Things got a little close there for Denver, but they are able to seal that game, and now they go up 2 in the series as well. That is great for them in order to be able to move on in 2 games against Toronto. Toronto looked dangerous last game. They looked dangerous towards the end of this game. If Toronto is able to string together a full game, it might be a different conversation we're having, but in game 1, it was a dominant first half. Game 2, great second half, but you can't play half a game and expect to win, especially not at this level.
And they got those saves early, but they're starting to find the pressure. You can see the shots are starting to shine through. If they can keep up this aggression, this pressure, the finding each other in the midfield, trusting each other's touches, they definitely can take game 3. But Denver still up 2 games, still up that 2-0 lead. We saw it in Academy where Toronto made the comeback. Can they make it happen here?
They're going to have to. And I think there's no way you can go on to sweeping point against the Shred and expect something good to happen. This game has to go for the 6 by all means necessary. And honestly, I think one of the things that they should try to go towards, call me cringe if you want, get the demo plays active. Start bumping players. Start moving them from the field of play, because every single time it feels like you have an opportunity, the third man for the Shred is there and challenging. Take that third man off the field. You might have an open lane. That could be something that Toronto start to do. We'll see if they end up doing it. I think that'd be something that'd be very beneficial to them, just because it seems as though they're getting a little bit outpaced. The less players there are, less likely it is you're going to be outpaced at the ball. So we'll see if Toronto is able to make a change. But, I mean, at the moment, it is still the Denver Shred who are in control. They have given up a couple in a row, but they are still the team that is up 2 games to 0. And 30 seconds in, they are again the ones mounting offense.
And in game 3, the Shred can't afford to go down 3-0. Limits trying to make it happen. Jay is going to be there. The flip reset from Limits off the post. Selfless once again finding each other out for the solo plays. Trying to find the infield. Unpredictable touches. Double committed in front of net. Neither can make contact. Jay just finding the back of the net. The Shred have done it all series. They're going to continue doing so if Toronto cannot stop the Avalanche.
That is just exquisite control shown off by Lemons, able to get that reset. And Sean K just stuck in a bad position. He had to play the shot, but it was just off target, which ended up being better for Denver ultimately. But right now, their backs are a little bit against the wall. Has going to have to retreat. It was just moved a little too far upfield, and now Limited and Boost does get one strong touch. Peach up against Rage, wins the race to the ball, and wins the challenge back downfield. Jay beat the ball by Haz to the backboard. Missed out in front, but no one there for the 6 to capitalize. Spread a little too thin for the offense to succeed as Sean K pops it up, leaves it for Peach. Peach, though, however, has no boost to work with. Rage with the cutoff does get demoed. Now an opportunity. One member left on defense. It is Jay. Light touch. No rebound opportunity. Rage is going to get the clear. So close for the 6. They still can't break through. Now Rage to Jay on the pre-jump passing play. Peach turns it away.
And if that one went in, you can kiss this series goodbye. Brave save from Peach on the other end to deny the double up. Still, you need to find a goal. You want to find it early. Start that momentum early. You can't start late like the other game. But right now, they have to focus on getting through the midfield, getting out of defense. Jay, his shot won't be denied. Doubles the lead. The Denver Shred find another.
I mean, once again, it's Lemons to Jay. We just saw it a little bit ago. We're seeing it here again. Great read from Jay, putting it through to the upper half of the net. The offense is flowing for Denver, and Toronto just seem panicked at the moment. On offense, they're spread out too thin. Defensively, they just can't seem to get there first. They're being outpaced. They don't have the same confidence that Denver has. Denver is doing all the right things, and they're doing it over and over and over again. It's not like they're having one single good play, and then they're just locking it back in. Look at this!
Oh my goodness!
Play. Everyone getting involved. Denver looks unstoppable.
It's a team game, a team effort. 3-man passing play for the 3rd goal. The Toronto 6 trying to take the 3rd game, trying to deny the 3-0 lead. Just can't do so. The Denver Shred can't be stopped. And just as I say that, a kickoff goal to swing it the other way has able to find it.
That has to feel good. Like, just get something on the board. Start getting some momentum back, and it's with more than half the game remaining. So there is time for the 6. And I don't mean to be that guy and be demeaning towards the 6, but I'm still kind of hung up on the goal that the Denver Shred just had. The 3-person passing play was gross, and what a display of team chemistry it is as well. It's not like we've had a long season to where these players can gain chemistry quickly. Instead, this team has come together and they've been able to learn about each other's styles so well, and they have locked it down. They're still up 2 goals, but Toronto finally has got something going their way. Jay looking to shut it down off the post, saved off the bar by Sean. Rage playing slowly on the rebound.
Oh, no.
Just the passing plays. My goodness, Denver cannot stop finding these lanes.
I mean, pure anticipation on the side of the Shred. They just understand what each other want to do with the ball, whether it's a pass, whether it's off the back wall, whether if it's a solo play and they need to play behind, whatever it is, the Shred have found it. They found offense, they found it on defense. They're up 4-1 against the Six. And right now, the Six trying to play for their tournament life.
I mean, I feel like I'm watching 3 prime Chris Pauls right now. They're finding every single conceivable passing lane and finding every teammate. We've now seen 3 two-person passing plays, and then the 4th being the entire team passing play. What else can even be said about the offense from the Shred? They've just been so elite. They found every lane thus far. They've connected on seemingly every single pass. And they're looking to possibly do it again as Jay's going to take his time on the reset. Can't find another. I know for a fact that Lemons was on the back for it. I think the big thing right now, other than just the passing, other than Shred doing, what they should be doing, they're having fun. You can see how loosely they're playing. They're not playing tense. It doesn't feel like, oh my gosh, we must do this. And they, clearly their minds aren't blocked up. They're just having a good time. They're feeling their flow. And when a team is playing at this level and they feel the flow when they're hitting their stride, good luck stopping them. Clearly the Six have struggled and the Six earned their way here. Denver could be up in this position in the finals in multiple future majors.
And I think there's something to be said about, you focus on not being too nervous during the playoffs, but you also need to focus about not being too overconfident, overcommitting, and the Shred have found the perfect balance where they're just playing a very free style where they're trusting each other, they're going for touches they would normally go for, laughing it off, having good plays found on offense as Jay's trying to make another go in. It's on the line, Sean squishy saved to deny it, but still, the Six gonna be down 3 games unless they can find something right now. Denver looking to close it out in 4.
And yeah, with 20 seconds left, certainly this one is all but dusted. This is sealed. 3-0 is going to be the series lead for the Denver Shred. And honestly, not really much more can be said about it other than the fact that Toronto started off the series extremely hot. Let's not forget that Denver, in order to start off this, 3 straight games, they had to come back earlier on. They were down 2 goals in game 1, came back and won 3-2 in overtime. But ever since then, they have just been in charge. Now, that'll be a good goal for Toronto. Get a little bit of momentum back on your side, swinging into game 4, which will obviously from here be a must win. But with 5 seconds left, it's not going to change the outcome. Denver goes on to sweeping point.
And if you're on the side of Toronto, I mean, what are you thinking about here? You're trying to get more pressure. I mean, you can see the passing plays. They just look like they're moving better as a unit. Looks like they're sometimes getting outmanned as well on the mechanics. What do you first focus on here if you're Toronto?
Jeez, man, it's such a precarious position that you're in. Well, I think number one, you have to be aware of the passing lanes. You have to. Now that you just got fried by passing 4 times in this game, you have to focus on the passing lanes. Lock that down defensively. I'd honestly worry about that over the shot. They're not taking shots first. They are passing first. I would bite early on the passing lanes defensively. Offensively, I feel like you have to take the risk of sending everyone upfield, honestly enough, because there have been moments where 2 people have gone and there's been a rebound opportunity for the third to come in and it hasn't been executed upon. At this point, the risk and the reward is outweighing the risk here. If you send everyone, you have to try to score. The offense has been struggling to get goals on the board. You have to be able to turn it around. So be willing to take risks offensively and defensively, bite early on those passing lanes.
And Peach is going to have this one in the air, trying to start it off early for Toronto. I think that's one of the most important things. If you can start off this game early, that's the first step to the reverse sweep. You have to gain momentum somehow. You have to get a foothold into these games because Denver is going to score goals this series. They're going to make it hard on your offense to overcome such a deficit as Peach pre-jumps, but Lemons plays it low. Lemons plays it through everyone. Flip reset. Bumps come through on the goal line. It doesn't matter. Lemons has done it all for the Denver Shred.
Oh, and it's all smoke and mirrors as well. Lemons got the reset. All the defenders bit on the fact that he was going to utilize it as a flick and said, nope, let's just play patient, wait for everyone else to mess up, and then we'll send it on through. easy work for Lemons. And as you had said, Toronto needed to start off hot. They cannot continue to fight. They can't keep fighting from behind like this. Not only is it exhausting to try to come back against a team as good as the Shred, but now you have to do it again. And then you have to go on to win 3 more games in a row after the fact. So this is just honestly a worst case scenario on the side of the Toronto 6. But for the Denver Shred, just keep on doing what you've been doing. Another bump comes through. Lemons is there, but can't quite seal the shot. Sean's going to take his time and grab the corner boost. Lemons on the early challenge. Sean's going to pop it up, and now gets one reset. Ends up leaving it for Peach, but it wasn't quite communicated in time. Rage with the pop-up. Sean K the follow towards midfield. Lemons instead wins the challenge towards the backboard. Peach has the read and clears at the corner. Still up 1 are the Shred, and they're mounting even more offensive pressure in the corner.
And I think you have to take it 1 goal, 1 game at a time if you're Toronto to find your way back into this series. Because right now, you don't seem to have a fighting chance. Peach tries to push it through, tries to do it all himself. He's got it through 3. Is that the spark they needed?
It might just be. That was a beautiful shot. Over the top of one, under another, 50. Other than probably a fake, that was just about how you can win every single 1v1 challenge. You went over one, under another, 1 to 50 against the third. That is an incredible play from Peach and a huge confidence booster, especially just now. The goals are starting to come a little bit sooner rather than later. In Game 2, the goals did not come through until the final 2 minutes. Game 3, the goal came around the 250 mark. This game, with more than 3 minutes to go, that is much better for the 6 that the offense is finally starting to find its rhythm before it's too late. We're tied at 1, possibly 2. Off the bar, Peach does not commit. Had to wait on the clear from Jay, but now the Denver Shred in transition. Jay trying to play the 50, Peach to deny once more.
And that's heartbreaking if you're on the side of Toronto. You get a nice passing play to cut through the midfield, find the shot, but it's just off the bar. The bumps were good, the ideas were good, but they just can't find the back of the net. Now a passing play denied by Peach. He's covering the passing lane. Now Lemons on the other side. He has to have a good touch. He does. Looks for a 50. No. Peach gets the shot. It's going to be on target momentarily, but Jay has it away. Now he's in the air. What can he do with this ball? Flip reset. Back wall. Peach, his shot. And a lead for Toronto. It's been so long, but finally, when it counts the most, they found a chance.
They have not had a lead since the 2-minute mark of Game 1. That is, well, first of all, that speaks to how good Denver's been, but that speaks to the struggles of Toronto as well. They're finally finding their offense and have time to build upon it as well. The fake around Lemons from Has the pop-up. On the follow comes Sean K. Reset from the ceiling. Extra touch to the backboard. Follow from Peach. Staying down front from Rage. The follow from Peach once more. Actually gets pull shot from Has. Peach gets credit, but what a team effort from Toronto, doubling their lead.
Yeah, and Peach not giving up on the play, waiting for that opportunity to cut back in, finding the shot on target, making the lead by 2 goals. Peach really made it happen there, but Sean, he was so confident in the air, went for the flip reset off the ceiling. They're finally playing with a lot more freedom, a lot more vigor, for lack of a better word. Now Sean, down to has it on target. Jay not able to get it through. Peach, he has it right wall, looks for one more. Not able to get through, but Sean, he's been dangerous from this position. We just saw it. Looks for the touchdown. It's going to be Has, but Jay denies it. Shred looking for a way back into this game. Want the sweep, but still 2 goals down. They need to find offense.
I think one of the big things right now is just the multiple defensive misplays on the side of Denver. And look at this, a fake. Leaves it for Has out in front. Pop up high. Peach is going to be there on the follow. No, instead, elects to play patient. And honestly, I can't blame Toronto right now. You have a lead. You need to win. Best to hold the lead than to risk sending everyone upfield. However, it might go against them regardless. Towards the sidewall, good reach from Peach. It'll be Sean K up next, up against Rage. Rage is sent back down to the orange half, taking his time. No more boost to work with. Has, sends out wide. Beats Jay with the second touch downfield against Lemons. Lemons off the corner. Peach, follow shot, near post. Jay clearing up high, but with only a minute to go, the Shred have to get out of their half and need to put something on the scoreboard.
The Shred looking for a way out of defense. This backboard play has been devastating as Peach finds another. They're going to have to figure it out on the kickoff. 4-1 for Toronto.
What a hero game we are seeing from Peach. He has taken this game and completely controlled it. That is his 4th goal of the game, not to mention 7 shots, which is more than the entirety of the Denver Shred, and 3 saves to his name. He is doing it on both sides of the field. Elite stuff coming through from Peach. With 40 seconds left, that might be the nail in the coffin here from game number 5. We might see the reverse sweep begin right here. What a great showing for the 6 to answer back and to finally get a game under their name. But you know what? Maybe I shouldn't speak too soon, because Denver have got one on the board, and with 27 seconds, that's plenty of time to work with.
And it's that Lemons and Jay duo on offense. They're still not out of it yet. You still have to win this game 4 if you're on the Toronto side. It's not done. 30 seconds. The kickoffs have been friendly for them, but still could go devastatingly. Has 0 boost, tries to pass it back, allows Rage into the play. I don't think he wanted to let that happen, because now Lemons has a chance on it. Peach banks it downfield, and with 15 seconds left, it's looking like Toronto is taking game 4, trying to make the reverse sweep happen.
And that will certainly do it. Sean K getting himself on the board by himself, nonetheless, just simply beating Jay, and Jay was so awkward in the position that he was left in. Unfortunate for Jay. Great for the Toronto 6 to get themselves on the board in this series, and honestly, in convincing fashion. To do it with 5 goals to the tally is a monstrous effort, and easily the biggest offensive explosion we've seen from this team so far this series. What a job well done by Toronto, fighting back and getting themselves a game. But man, they have so much more work still left to do.
And that Peach solo play really got them started. When you have a player trying that hard, when it's hard not to give that same amount of effort, that same amount of focus, when you have someone willing you to a win. Sean K, you could see him step up as soon as Peach did, finding the flip reset off the ceiling to the pass to Peach, who followed up on it. Some great team play, some great play in general from Toronto to take game 4.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things is that there wasn't really that many assists. There wasn't many team plays that came through. 2 assists out of the 5 goals in total. Completely different style than what we saw from Denver, because Denver was all about the passing lanes. That game, it felt like everything was a little bit more individualistic, except for that last goal, which came off of the passing play, of course. But Toronto just played a totally different style, showed up, showed out, and now they at least have some momentum and a little bit of wind going in their sails.
And once again, I talked about in the game 3, you can get a little bit overconfident, overplay yourself, overestimate how easy it is to win, and feel satisfied before the series is even over. If you let yourself be satisfied before the series is over, you have a good chance to throw it away, because the other team is hungering, fiending for a win. Toronto looking to try to take game 5, looking to keep their hopes alive. On the side of the Shred, looking to end it here.
This is every game from here is a massive game. Who am I kidding? This is either the end of the series or we continue going and Toronto keeps putting momentum behind them. Regardless, it's Peach on the solo effort. Lemon's able to take it out wide towards the sidewall. Gets that one for his troubles. Has taken his time. A little bit of this to work with. Likes to try to play the 50 instead. No, it's a ground pinch just off the bar. Rebound opportunity. Sean K sent out wide by Rage. Good effort on the side of Toronto, but they aren't able to convert, and now Jay looks to put something on the board himself. Instead, it's Rage who has to retreat, collects the ball, tries getting around Sean K, does get the challenge, bumps him off the ball as well. Lemon's up against Haz. Haz wins it. Peach waiting in the wings, passing play, infield, the demo opens it up. Peach opens the scoring.
Everybody on Toronto is awakened. Has had that ground pitch just go off the bar earlier, finds the pass to the target man, Peach. He's been there all series. He finds it. 1 goal lead to Toronto, trying to take game 5 against the Shred.
I mean, this has been an uncontended, or excuse me, this is not really a contentious thing to say, which is that the hardest game to win is always the last one when it comes to a series like this. The hardest game to win is the closeout one. You're too worried about trying to do things the right way. You have the lead. You already know where you're at. Sealing the series is the hardest part of any best of 7, and it's clearly being shown here, but Jay might have an opportunity off the pass. It's Lemons on the follow. Peach low boost, avoids the bump from Jay, and Rage can't get it through either. Miraculous defensive effort on the side of the Toronto 6. Jay trying to maintain possession, but gets ripped out of play, and now Sean K looks to bring it back downfield, but Rage wins the 50. Peach clearing out wide. Sean K with no boost, can't get there first. The pass cannot find Rage, and Haz will stop the ball dead in the corner.
But you can see the Shred starting to pick up where they left off in Game 3 and Game 2, trying to find passing options, trying to find each other on offense. Now it's going to be Rage. Double tap attempt. Does he have it? It's off the bar. Jay, his shot denied by Haz. Zero boost effort. Toronto can't find their way out of defense, but the Shred can't find a goal. Now Lemons, what can he do? Denied by Sean into the play. Sean to Peach. Downfield. Counterattack. Rage has to do well. He's done so, but it's also gone to Peach. 50 in the corner. Has off the back wall. Who's going to be there? Sean. Back post. It's in. Three-man play for the side of Toronto. The counterattack. The defense could not get set on the side of the Shred. Sean K stepping up to the plate.
And that is so frustrating for the Denver Shred to have such a long offensive possession and not be able to break through, and instead it goes against you. 2 goals to the tally for Toronto. They continue to improve as this series is extended further, and Haz might have an opportunity now towards net. Sean K, make it 3 to go. Toronto is white hot right now.
This series has been flipped on its head. Sean K able to find the back of the net again off another great Haz assist. I believe that is a playmaker from him. He has been so good. 3 assists on the side of Haz. He has found the offense for this team. Peach now having to take a step back, not having to do much anymore because the entire team's firing on all cylinders.
This is just unreal. What a turnaround it has been. Everything flowing right now. Even Peach with low boost is still making plays as Lemons takes his time up top. A little bit of boost to still work with, gets an extra touch, and is around Haz. Only Peach left, no more boost, bumped into the ball, but no shot comes through as a result. All 3 players from the Shred find themselves in one corner. Sean's going to take possession and has space to work with now. 1 on the backward. It'll be Lemons challenging early, gets the challenge underneath 1 and has control. Looking for Jay, but Jay gets demoed. Physical plays from the 6, proving to be beneficial as Haz once again is a full field clear. The offensive possessions from the Shred getting shorter and shorter as time goes on. This is great for the 6. They're exuding control at the midfield line. They're showing that they're not panicking in defense. This is a totally different team from what we saw in the first 3 games.
You can really see the trust, especially on defense. That's how they're able to get these quick counters, catch out the defense when they're not there, is because they were on defense previously. They overcommit the offense, force them to go up for a goal. They don't get the goal, and then on the other side just convert as Sean K looks for an infield. Jay tries to deny Peach, but it goes off the back wall anyway. Now Rage, his touch, caught by Haz, who tries to find one more, but Jay is going to have the challenge. Kind of stuck into this corner. Rage bit awkward for it. Sean off the back wall. Who's going to be there? Double commit. Opportunity. Open net for Lemons. Can he find it mid? It's a bit tough. He can't. Now it goes off the back wall. Rage, his touch denied by Haz. Lemons, one more play into the infield. Looks for himself. Tries to get the 50 in front of net. Was that wise? Because the counterattack now ensuing. Sean, his touch denied by Rage. Rage one more, a great 50 to relieve some pressure. Another touch, what a heroic effort that was. Now on the other side, Lemons, flip reset, back wall. Who's gonna be there? Jay. Lemons looked for the bump on Peach, but Peach wasn't to be denied. And the Toronto 6, 3-goal lead, 45 seconds remain.
I think the craziest thing is the fact that the Denver Shred have nothing on the scoreboard. Forget the fact that the Toronto 6 have been able to put up 3 goals. The fact that Denver hasn't put up any is not only mind-boggling, but is a complete inverse of what we saw at the beginning of this series. The offense has faltered for the Shred. Even now in transition, Sean K is able to get back, and the double commit means no one's there for the rebound. Denver looks shell-shocked at the moment. There's less than 20 seconds left. They can't even find one at the moment. Okay, cast a curse in the moment of time. Fine, whatever. Lemons gets his first. But with only 15 seconds left, certainly it's too little too late.
You would think so, especially because these kickoffs haven't been friendly to them. They've been losing them most of the time, losing the possession. We saw a Haz kickoff goal in the previous game. Will we see it again, or will we see some kickoff shenanigans, some strats? No, it's just the straight up front face kickoff. Now Jay, he can't get it around Peach, and that's going to do it. Peach trying to add to the tally. He can't, misses the net, maybe on purpose, who knows. But the Toronto 6 get into dangerous territory, trying to force a reverse sweep, and what a shot to end the game. A stamp on this one.
Things have very quickly become very interesting, and for the Shred, not in a way that they could have possibly expected. 2 games now in a row for Toronto, both by margins of 3. Last game 5-2, this one 4-1, off the 0-second goal from Sean K. And that also got him the hat trick, by the way, making getting his 4th assist. This is some interesting territory we're starting to reach into.
And it's stuff that nightmares were made out of for Denver Shred. I mean, you start to think about it in your head at this point about the possibility of getting reverse swept. And I think what I need to see from the Shred, I need to see Jay on offense more, take some more possession, be found by his teammates more in space and in transition, because right now Jay has been silenced.
Yeah, he's been shut down entirely. It was Lemons and Jay that were connecting a lot during games 1 through 3, and then since then, I think we've seen 1 assist from one to the other over the last 2 games. The offense for Denver has completely faltered, and they're stumbling over themselves right now. There's a complete lack of passing going on. It seems though everything is now a solo play. There have been double commits coming through. The defense is being just pressured time and time again. And look at this, Sean K with opportunity, but Rage is able to save it high. I think his shot was a little off target regardless. It might have hit the bar. But again, there's just so much pressure mounting for Toronto. They are now locking it down in every facet of the game. Even Jay now trying to mount something, does get a touch over the top, but Sean K is going to be first to it. Gets a 50 against Lemons. Rage is going to play patient, take his time, but Sean's just going to challenge from the side right away. Toronto playing with more pace and more confidence. However, big opportunity. Lemons can't quite get the turn on Peach. He was caught out off the miss from Haz. Instead, Peach is able to get the full field clear and try to build some offense for the 6.
And even there, I still like Rage taking possession because it allows his teammates to get into the play, right? It allows them to have some time, able to convert into offense, able to convert into passes because of that possession, you know, not taking the immediate shot when there's 3 in net. He could have been a selfish player, think he could score the goal himself, instead takes his time. I think that's a good sign for the Shred to get back into this game. But on the other end, you have to deny that man Peach, and you have done so well. Sean now, off his own back wall, looks to trap it in the corner. Killed for his efforts though. Jay, one more, can he get it mid? No, Peach has it on the ground. Sean finds the ball in his lap. Now Peach, he's up, beats 1. Jay has to deny Sean of his dunk. He's done so. Has low boost, has to keep it in. Just gonna bang it. Now Jay, awkward touch down to Rage. Rage, a bad 50. Lemons has to do well here. He's avoided the bump and grabbed the boost. This could be a great transition for the Shred. Looks for the shot off the back wall. Peach, awkward touch. Has to reach it. No, Jay, back wall. Is it gonna go in? Peach has it denied. Now Rage, he forces a 50 with Peach. Haz gets it around. Haz looking one more. They double commit though. This is bad for Sean. You have to get a touch here. You have to stall the offense. Jay, 0 boost to Rage. Midfield, and all of a sudden it goes the other way, but Lemons has it to the corner.
These two teams are trading punches at the moment, but neither has landed a big shot. Just a little bit of jabs coming through, kind of hitting the guard as the defense has been able to have some successful saves. But eventually, something is going to break it. It might be here. Peach infield, can't get there in time. Jay the clear out past the midfield line. Cut off once again. This time it's Sean K on the pop-up. Peach the follow. It just sails on through. Peach gets the touch. Sean K runs interference. Toronto 6 ahead again.
I mean, what a fake by Peach here, playing it low. Sean getting the bump on Rage, and then Jay wasn't expecting it, so he left the ball for Rage on the goal line. Heartbreaking for Denver, but Toronto able to get that 1-goal lead. Still, not as bad as the other game where it kind of spiraled out of control. The Shred still have a chance in this one, but they have to find something soon.
This is so awful for the Shred. You were there. You had sweeping point. And now suddenly you're losing in game 6. This might send us to 7 if the Shred cannot convert on offense, which so far they haven't really been able to do. Rage is trying to start something. He's trying to be the spark to ignite it, but the demo takes Jay off the field, and Rage isn't in position to take the shot. Physical play paying massive dividends for Toronto there as Peach floats it towards the backboard. Jay's going to take his time. Lemons now with control. Going to take his time as well. 50 against Haz. Rage up next to it. One hard touch. Jay challenge back downfield. Try finding Rage on the passing play. But instead, Rage intercepts and gets the 50 against Haz. Now Peach up top. Beat to the ball by Lemons. Huge opportunity coming through for the Shred, but Haz again denies. Rage with the rebound opportunity. Just too high and off target. The follow comes through. Jay, the defense was so unsuspecting, and he punishes it.
It felt like a matter of time for the Shred. They have been dominating this game on offense. They have been getting opportunity shots on target. It's just been denied over and over again. But finally, it's that man, Jay. He finds it on target, able to tie the game, looking to take it in 6. The Shred not wanting 7.
Now double traded Devils, making it 2v2 temporarily. Lemons, life 50, Jay over the top, it might be open. Lemons, Sean K, and Jay all up for the ball. Peach now beats the ball by Rage. This is where the Shred were thriving before, but it just beats Lemons downfield with a pinch. I was trying to say that when the Shred send everyone and make things hectic on offense is when they thrive, but no. It said Sean K gets the 50, and it just finds its way through all the way from 3/4 field.
And that's what happens when you have a 3-man offense. You can be caught out sometimes by bad 50s, unlucky pinches, whatever you want to call them. Still, the Shred down 1 goal. It doesn't change a thing. Tries to get it around. Sean has it back wall. Is going to be there looking for the redirect. It's just off. That would have been the nail in the coffin for game 6. Still, Lemons has it. In the corner, Rage tries to play it over. Keeping the midfield, and he's really stepped up his game throughout these past 3. Now Peach, he plays it high. Rage denies. Rage looking for one more. 50 in the corner. Jay, he's bumped off of it. Open net momentarily. Lemons has to provide well, and provide well he has. Still in the air. 50 to round. Peach, one more touch. Can he get it? No. Rage has it out of the corner. 30 seconds remain. Passing play midfield denied by Sean. An opportunity gone awry. Now on the other end, Peach leaves it. Lemons has it. Jay has to wait on Lemons' touch. Now Rage is going to be there. Rage looking for one more. Can't get there. Looks for the infield. Just looking to kill the game. Ground pinch on the other side. Rage 100 boost. He has to convert this into offense. 0-second drill for the Shred. Jay has it around. He looks for it high, but can't get it. Toronto takes it to 7.
Can you believe it? Denver dominated games 1 through 3. Since then, Toronto has scratched and clawed their way back. We are on the fringe of a reverse sweep. This is Toronto's most incredible dream and Denver's worst nightmare coming to fruition. 1 game, 5 minutes to decide who is the Superstar Major 1 champion.
Wow, I mean, game 7, reverse sweep opportunity. Toronto could win 2 majors this event. If they win here, it's now or never for both teams. Denver Shred trying to deny the reverse sweep, trying to show that they are the best team in Superstar. Game 7, here we go.
This is absolutely mental. The fact that we're even here is stunning. Trying to create the first opportunity, but Rage more than wise to it. Jay with a redirect. It's a light touch, and Sean K is able to deal with it accordingly. On the pop-up now, Sean K ends up taking it away from but has a boost to work with and may make the defensive positioning awkward. Lemons towards net. Peach saves up high. Crucial save early. Peach infield towards intercepted by Lemons. Hard off the sidewall. Sean K downfield. No teammates to find. Instead, it's just Rage who has a second touch off the ceiling and with the follow. Double opportunity. Leaves it. Peach and Sean K, however, cannot commit. Jay's going to bring it back downfield. Tries leaving for Lemons, but Sean K will turn it away.
And the offense for the Shred has looked good, but what a save from Peach. He's the one who brought them here in the first place, able to turn around that game 4 with that 1v3, and now trying to bring them all the way home in game 7. Lemons, though, on the other side, denied by Sean K. Sean K with another 50. Rage has to play it slow, gets the touch over. Peach, his touch is going to be stopped by Jay in the midfield. Now corner. Rage shot on target. What a save! Leading back, 0 boost, still Lemons. His shot won't be denied. The Shred with their first lead in such a long time.
It has been forever, but the defense just had no resources to work with. Lemons knew it. He puts it away. And now Denver, for the first time in what feels like ages, are in a controlling position with a lead. 1-0 early on in game number 7. Sean K to send downfield. Rage, light touch, attempted demo does not come through from Sean, and now Rage refills the boost. Now he'll turn back around and get the demo. Has can't recover in time for Jay's clearance. Sean taking his time in the corner, but the touch goes a bit long. Jay shot, awkward for the defense, but saved off the bar from Peach. Still awkward in front. Lemon's trying to get the pass, but instead Peach takes it away and has boost to work with. On the pop-up, has the follow-up shot. Rage back in time. Peach not giving up on offense just yet. Rage will get the clear effectively, bringing downfield on the solo effort. Peach again turning it away.
And I mean, on the side of Toronto, the defense has held on by a thread, but now Rage opens it right up, doubles the lead. The Denver Shred denying the hopes and dreams of Toronto.
And there is so much more time to work with as well for the Shred to continue building on this lead. 2 goals is massive here in Game 7. Toronto cannot quit just yet. They cannot feel defeated. They did not come all this way just to give up. They need something, and they need it sooner rather than later. Not just for the sake of getting something on the board, but for their confidence as well, for their mental state. Get things back to even once again. But with them continuously being pushed back into their back half, having to avoid demos while at the same time acknowledging the passing lanes, there is so much to worry about. How are you supposed to break back out, and how are you supposed to reclaim a lead from being down 2? We'll see if they're able to do it as Jay takes possession. 1 touch, 2nd touch off the sidewall. Lemons doesn't quite have the read on it. It's taken away by Peach, but Rage again. Rage just feels like he's been there to shut down every opportunity, and now Lemons can't get the shot on target. We have crossed over the halfway point. Denver's in control.
And you can see the Shred, they're keeping that third man a little bit deeper, able to control the midfield much better. I think on the side of oh my god, I'm blanking so hard, of Toronto, you need to take more time on defense. You need to take more possession, because right now they're not able to transition out of defense well. They're not able to get the touches they want. Jay finds it in the corner, tries to get one more, but has it to the side, looks for off the back wall. Rage, touch, no more. Sean, right side, who's gonna be there? Is anybody up? Peach is there, looks for the double. Can he be the hero? No. Lemons shuts him down early. Now he looks for an infield, another assist, another pass. They're double committing, but will they find the back of the net? No. Sean passes it back mid, and almost an own goal. It's off the bar. Lemons has it away. Now Peach to Sean. Sean on target. Will he be denied by the 4th defender? He is. The post comes out, and heartbreak for Toronto. That was almost their chance back into the game.
That needed to go for them. That had to be converted upon. Time is ticking. The clock is not slowing down. Instead, what's happening is the Shred is trying to build offense back the other way. This is brutal. Toronto, you had your moment. That was the time to get your first goal of the game, but instead, somehow, some way, they walk away with nothing, and Sean K has no choice but to reset from his own backboard. Underneath one, on the air dribble. Against Lemons, it's 50 hard into the corner, and now takes possession. Pass, light touch, Lemons there with the read. Sean K trying to challenge, gets into the backboard. Peach trying to challenge, but he's out of position. Lemons gets the clear. 45 seconds, Toronto, you gotta go!
As Sean making the save, keeping them alive in this game. Rage finds the pass, and the passes are finally coming through. Jay, can he seal it? Double, not there. Now Sean on the other end, bump from Has. This is the opportunity. The redirect doesn't come through. Peach can't find the touch, is stuck in the midfield. Who will get there first? Sean has it to the left wall. Lemons tries to get the 50 on it, can't do so. Jay, one more goal to seal it now. Game 7, frights no more. The Denver Shred have taken it.
They can finally breathe now. Instead of being, celebratory and cheering, this is a sigh of relief from Denver. They did not want to be on the receiving end of what would have been many memes to come after giving up a reverse sweep in the first major. They instead will deny it. Time will tick down. It is all but over. Final few seconds. Denver are going to claim the first major championship from the Superstar Division.
And I mean, what a fight from Toronto, trying to come back in Game 7, but at the end of the day, the Shred looked like the better team at the start, and they look like it at the end. They take it in 7. The Denver Shred are your Superstar Major 1 champions.
That was an absolutely absurd series, and it obviously one that the viewers will not soon forget. Unbelievable showing on the side of both teams, honestly enough. Denver being able to seal it in the end, but enough credit could not be given to Toronto for how strong they played. Outrageous series, and one that the fans certainly deserved. That was I'm running out of adjectives to describe how crazy that was.
Who do you think your
Superfluous,
MVPs
marvelous.
are? If we had to get somebody in here from Denver for an interview, score-wise, it seems that it would be Jay. Did you casting that? Do we feel like Jay is Finals MVP, the one that we gave this interview to?
I feel like he is personally.
I was gonna say, is there a way for chat to decide?
That's a great question. Yeah,
Poll?
type well, production may be on their first day of production. So
All right, we'll do it this way. We'll do it this way, guys. 1 for Jay, 2 for Lemons, 3 for Rage. Throw them in the chat.
Perfect. Thank you, McMaster. You are such.
1 for Jay, 2 for Lemons, 3 for Rage. I got you, brother. Rage is spamming his own number.
He's a fan.
Here's the first one in there. Rage, OMG, only Rage, 3.
It's important to be your best fan.
The votes are 4-0 right now.
Everyone's, yeah.
It looks like
People are throwing
Rage
in
is going
threes.
to be coming in
Oh,
for
Rage
this interview.
Masterclass.
It was. Let me
Rage went
make
over
sure
the
to get him in
Rage
here.
went.
It's
We
marketing
got
at
a
its
couple more
finest.
people. 1, 2, 3. We do have to factor in like slight stream delay, possibly. Argnor saying 2, pity vote. Crazy.
Wow. I mean, that's a Rage Masterclass right there. That's campaigning at its finest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, persuading the viewers. You know, we can't really say anything against it. We don't have a law on that.
It seems to be earned, and it seems that 3 is going to be almost all of the votes. Rage 32. Rage, man. Welcome in. How are we feeling? What a series that was, and how do you feel after staving off the reverse sweep effort in Game 7?
Honestly, it was, I won't lie, we were having fun in the first 3 games, then we just lost that one, kind of lost the mental a little bit, but we brought it back. Game 7, told Jay I'd give him a cheesesteak if we won, and Bro's getting the cheesesteak. But, yeah, I mean, we were just looking forward to this series. We know how much work that the other team put in into playing us, and we were ready to, we thought it was going to be a really good series, and we were right. Able to come out with the win. I mean, the team couldn't be happier right now.
Yeah, absolute masterclass from really all of you guys. But I think the thing that stood out to the most to us on stream was the passing, especially in those early games. Walk us through. Is that something that you guys really focus on? Would you say that chemistry is a strength of yours? Take us through that.
Honestly, at the beginning of the season, it was me, Jay, and Faith. And Faith, as we know, is an EU player. After he ended up retiring just because of some scheduling issues, stuff like that. Lemons was up there. Jay said, "I love this Lemons guy. Let's get this man." I'm like, "All right, bet." Played 1 game together, and our team was just so unselfish. I mean, Lemons is probably the most selfish player on our team, but that's just because he's a chasey first man, and I love it. But our team is never looking to score. We'd rather pass. That's why you saw us hit so many crossbars. We were looking for the pass, not for the goal.
Of course.
I mean, we definitely saw it, especially I believe it was in Game 2 where you had 3 different 2-man passing plays. Then you had the outrageous 3-person passing play. Enough credit could not be given to the selfless style that you guys had. Now, when Toronto started mounting it back, it felt as though that disappeared. Was there like almost a loss of communication? Or did something go on with the team when Toronto started mounting their momentum again to where things started to falter?
I'm going to be honest, Toronto just made some very, very good adjustments against our play style. They started getting a little bit bump heavy, demo heavy. You know, it's really tough to make passes when the guy's not there. We lost a lot of our boost control in the midfield and our backside. And I told that to the guys. I'm like, hey, Game 7, let's try to get control of our side first, and then we can work out. And we ended up doing that. We started getting control on our end, and we started controlling more in their end, and we were able to come away with the win in the end.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations on your victory in the first Superstar Major in CSA's history. Pat yourself on the back. Clearly, well, hard fought. Thank you to McMaster for some incredible casting, for Conjure for some incredible casting. McMaster, you'll be back with us after this break, actually.
I go nowhere. Y'all can't get rid of me.
Yeah, for
hey,
our
WCaster.
So thank you so much to everyone in the chat. We are going to take roughly a 2-3 minute break and be right back with our world class Major 1 final for you. See you in just a moment. And welcome back again for the series that I am probably most excited going into. The other one, it's not going to be possible to beat the content that we've gotten today. Some 3 game 7s, that almost reverse sweep, a game 7 overtime, a couple regular sweeps. But this last match will do its best to do so. And we have some incredible casters here to take us away into a world-class match. McMaster and Boss Radala, welcome to the desk for our finals.
We're both hesitant to see who's going to speak first. That's exactly what just happened there. Thank you very much for having us, of course, Rob.
Yeah, do you have any questions for Boss, perhaps? About something he's wearing?
Well, I mean, I know New Orleans is one of the teams. You're repping the Michael Thomas jersey. Certainly this isn't just convenience.
No. I mean, I'm a big New Orleans fan, but you know what? I could have been wearing a Michael Thomas, Pierre Thomas, Luka Doncic's jersey. New Orleans in 5. I am that confident coming into this series in how well Aqua and that world-class team from New Orleans has been popping off all season. They've just been fantastic. And I'm really intrigued to see how well they dominate tonight.
I mean, how well they dominate is bold. These are some really good teams, and to assume that one's going to do that, I mean, you have the confidence. You seem confident, and I am now curious to see. I wasn't sure which way this is going to go, but your confidence almost has me rooting one way over the other. So, what are you thinking, McMaster?
I'll try to keep things balanced and neutral because clearly one side of the scales is tipping towards New Orleans. That's fine. I get it. You're not worried about the Sea Lions, Detroit Lions, whatever other lines you can come up with. But I don't know. I mean, it's kind of crazy to see that these two teams made it here in the first place as the 5 and the 9 seed. Not typically expected from the finals. I mean, for the most part, actually, my bad. For novice, pro, superstar, there was at least one top 3 seed. Academy and world class, the two ends of the spectrum, are the only teams that don't have a top 3 seeded team in this. So, I mean, it's pretty unpredictable, as the rest of the bracket has been. If you're right about the prediction, specifically in 5, that'd be way funnier. But if you're right about New Orleans taking it, good on ya. I just want to see a series that can even slightly compare to what we just saw.
Well, and what's wild as well from these two franchises, San Diego Sea Lions and New Orleans Nightmares are 2 of the 3 franchises that were able to field 2 teams that made it to the finals, which is an incredible feat in and of itself. Sea Lions, unfortunately, unable to take the Academy Series, and then New Orleans falling in 4 in that Pro Series. So both franchises are still looking for their first win. It's kind of wild.
And who's going to want it more?
Toronto, actually, the series prior to this, they were looking for their second, and they also failed. So that coveted title of the first franchise to win 2 tiers in the major remains. And also worth noting before we really get into this, that San Diego getting here actually had a sub in place of their first round pick, Volt Destroyer.
Through the bracket, they had a sub and made final?
Correct.
Are they still playing their sub?
They are not playing their sub. They are now playing their original pick. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how this team operates with a different player than who they got here with. They've been a top team all season, but now they got to the finals with a sub, and now they're going back to their lineup. So it'll be really curious to see how the interaction happens.
I actually see in the chat right now that the Nightmares also had a sub getting to the final, which is quite interesting. I mean, we've seen in, like, if we want to really refer back to old school RLCS days when Turbo was a sub and came in for Maestro and ended up winning the whole thing, you could argue the sub should have stayed in. Only one way of finding it out, and that's by playing it out. The only problem is we're just waiting on one of the teams to join us. So,
yeah.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a weird. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's kind of a weird concept when you have both teams, they've picked up a sub, they made it through the bracket, they made it to the finals, and neither is likely to be playing that sub. So we're going to see what their regular team chemistry is going to line up, who's actually the better team, and if maybe they're posturing a little bit better than they really were. Because, I mean, you get a sub, you get somebody fresh, they pop off, they get you there. They might be swinging above their weight limit, and we'll see who really belongs here in the finals.
Certainly going to be odd, but we do have all the players joining both teams now. When we give them the green light, we're good to go. Game 1 finally about to take place. The final series of the CSA Major 1. Can't thank everyone who is spectating enough for being here. Thank you all for watching. Boss, let's get to the action, my man.
For sure, it looks like we're going to get a kickoff here from Volt Destroyer. What I only can presume is going to be Massimo here. Going left goes. Oh, Massimo beats them to the ball with ease. Aqua, ever the threat, has 100 off the sidewall, looking for the pass to Ice. Isn't able to put that shot on target. Aqua regains the ball. Tries to get popped over, but Fluffy's already up. Fluffy's looking for a double tap off the backboard. That's going to be, it's a little bit high. The 4th defender able to clear that away, and Cruncho tries to dive in, but Volt Destroyer is going to open up goal number 1 here for your world-class series.
And it can only stay out for so long. The post and crossbar doing its darndest to keep the ball out for New Orleans, but unfortunately San Diego is able to convert regardless. The offense pushing through, able to shut it on down, and now Massimo looking to get one back in response, saved off the post by Volt. Aqua's going to take his time, ends up leaving it for Ice. Good communications coming through as Aqua looks to take a shot, turned away by Fluffy, and now Crunch will be able to send it back downfield. And ultimately, it's going to have to be started over on the side of New Orleans.
Aqua looking like the boost. Unable to grab. They're going to sling it into the corner. Favorable bounce. What a roll as Ice is going to clean that up with ease. 1-1 here. Insane roll off the bottom threshold here. Both Fluffy and Cruncho diving as the back defenders. Neither able to read that roll. And as you see there, that Star Destroyer just eliminated here.
And not to mention the fact that Volt also got juked out by the bounce off the ceiling and wall in the corner. That was just the arena playing mind games with the entirety of the Sea Lions, and New Orleans is able to be the benefactor, having a free shot on target, and they're able to tie up the game here early in game number 1. Volt is going to have an opportunity up now. Plenty of boost to work with. Does win the 15. Keeps the ball in the corner. Hard off the corner it goes. Fluffy was ready to commit, however. And now look at this passing play coming through. Ice with the shot towards net. It's awkward for the defense, and it's going to fall on through.
As we start kind of winding down the season, we've got Major 1 underway here, almost finalized. The path to 750. Both teams really eyeing that pretty solid price plus $750. Know how much every single game, every single play is going to matter, especially with Major 1 providing so many points for them. It's interesting to see these players playing for a little bit more than pride here.
Right, what an adventure these two teams have had. To have their subs and to not be playing them just seems almost odd, but we're seeing the standard teams playing against each other, and right now the offense is starting to flow on the side of New Orleans. Good double attempt from Ice, will be turned away by Fluffy. Aqua now taking his time at the midfield line. Cruncho back down to the orange half once more. Ice taking his time, sent out wide. Fluffy, the follow towards the backboard. Aqua able to clear out wide. And now sent even further, but now Fluffy off the pass. Shot on target, saved off the bar and post by Ice, and Aqua's able to get it wide. The woodwork being, honestly, the defensive player of the night thus far on the side of the Sea Lions.
Bolt off the ceiling, looking for the two-man to be established, but both his teammates are sitting a little bit further back. New Orleans is horribly boost-starved. All three players outside of Ice, who just collected 100, were really starting to get starved there in the corner. A little bit of breathing room, though, here as Ice splits the 50 and pinches it back into the corner. Massimo tries to get it up and over Fluffy, but Fluffy has the read. Cruncho is up, looking for a double touch here. Can't quite get back to it as the bounce is just not favorable. Fluffy almost able to slot that in, bust the protractor out, but is swatted away. Ice, not a lot of boost here off the backboard. Able to elevate quickly, and Massimo here going to collect it. You know, McMaster, it's insane the amount of offense we've seen. Both teams already pulling 6 and 7 shots respectively, but the pressure is very real. Oh my goodness.
That was just a great read from Volt. Fluffy with the pop-up high and Aqua on the backflip. Massimo doesn't quite have the read. Volt is able to send it on through. Tied ball game once again. Offense is flowing, defense is struggling. As you had said, 7, now 8 shots on the side of San Diego. For New Orleans, 6, 14 shots between the two teams, and still with 2 minutes left to go. It has seemingly been all gas, no brakes for these two teams thus far. I mean, a goal lead right now wouldn't even feel safe for either team. It might come about for the Sea Lions. It's out in front for Cruncho, and the defense is caught completely out of position.
Goodness, I'm absolutely flabbergasted. I figured game 1 would have been a little bit of a feeler. You know, both teams trying to figure out, okay, how do we square up against this opposition, especially teams we might not have necessarily expected, having been the 5th and 9th seed respectively for San Diego and New Orleans. But neither side really wants to put their foot on the brakes. Both sides pedal to the metal, not wanting to relent or give the opposition a chance to establish some pressure.
And both offenses have been able to do that beautifully, but right now it has fallen in favor of San Diego, and they look to possibly get another as well. It's in the corner for Aqua, has a little bit of control, kicked out wide. Ice playing patient, touch read easily by Fluffy. Massimo has a little bit of boost to work with, taken off the ball by Cruncho. Aqua now up top. Cruncho and Volt both committing, but the touch is awkward. Volt leaves it for Fluffy, dribble out in front, does pay for his actions, the pass out wide. Means Aqua's gonna be able to challenge, but he's got no boost to work with. The boost reserve's extremely low right now on the side of New Orleans. Volt's gonna take his time, but Aqua does get the clear. I mean, right now, New Orleans, they gotta get out of their half. They need something to get sparked on offense. They cannot be pinned back if they want to try to take back game number 1. Especially if that's open.
I was gonna say, with that back level demo, eliminating out the goalkeeper and offering up yet another available shot opportunity. That might be the dagger, actually, in favor of San Diego here for game 1. We'll see, though. 46 seconds left to be played. If New Orleans can really start flipping the script a little bit, Massimo opting not to touch ball, actually take out the second level. That's going to be popped over Aqua here. Oh, Volt almost got a very cheeky chip shot over the goalkeeper. Instead, Massimo getting the center for Ice. Ice is going to clear that away. And with 32 seconds left to be played, yes, it's a lot of Rocket League. There is only one goal standing in the way from overtime.
maybe it's not quite the dagger just yet. 32 seconds, seeing as though these offenses have played at such a high pace into high success, certainly that is enough time to be able to come back, and Aqua might have an opportunity for a freebie, but Fluffy shuts the window down. Aqua maintaining possession, Massimo getting removed from the field of play. He'll have no opportunity to shoot. However, pressure is still mounting right now on the side of New Orleans, trying to break through. Fluffy shutting down the passing window. Massimo taking his time to the backboard. Cruncho, the only one with boost, is he able to take control? Massimo leaves it for Aqua. He's got no touch, but now Ice back down further into the half. It'll be Volt to clear out wide, and it'll have to be done in the air. Attempted Psycho goes awry. Volt the infield pass. Massimo does have an opportunity with Ice as a lead blocker, but he doesn't get the bump on Cruncho. It'll be dropped down, and San Diego take game number 1.
Man, that really bold prediction might be coming back to bite me unless New Orleans gets a gentleman's sweep here. You know what? Insane play, though, from both sides. 11 shots from San Diego, 9 from New Orleans. Both teams coming out like Tyson and Ali, really just slinging absolutely heavy hitter shots back and forth. I gotta say, though, one of the things that really impressed me very well was San Diego's ability to play concentrated pressure up front in that front third. They really didn't allow New Orleans any time to breathe, and outside of the occasional time where they were able to extend and push the ball all the way down the pitch, New Orleans found themselves routinely without boost on that back line, and that's a very difficult spot to play from at any tier.
Yeah, and honestly, the lead for San Diego could arguably have been bigger, knowing that the post and crossbar made multiple saves in assistance to New Orleans. So, while it was a close game on the scoreboard, it did feel as though San Diego had a bit more control, but New Orleans has plenty of time and plenty of potential in order to fight back in this series. Your prediction is still alive, so we do have to keep that in mind, and it all starts here. Gentleman's sweep would have to begin right here, right now. It's up to New Orleans to try to make the difference.
Ooh, am I loading in here?
No, I think we all got black screened.
Yes, we did.
I thought it was just me for a second, but no. Are we gonna have to take a second to? Oh!
You can just get loud.
Hey, there it goes.
Finally timed out. But no, game 2 here, Major 1, really coming to a close as we are pressing through this first major. With world class, like we were talking about earlier, there's a little bit more at stake this season, right? Like every other team, you're playing for pride, you're playing for the chance to be promoted and work your way up the tiers. World class, though, a lot of incredible talent are playing for $750 for their team. That'd be $250 a player. It's an insane way to open up the first season of CSA.
Yeah, that's got to feel so good. And to have this opportunity is huge, especially for two teams that, again, we're a bit lower seeded than what was possibly expected to be in the grand final. But more power to them and more credit to the two teams for being able to fight and make that happen. New Orleans, however, has to fight back from now a one game deficit. The defense is a little bit awkward early, and with the bump, it might open things up. Fluffy up top. Volt has connection. His ice ends up missing, but Aqua will get the clear even further. Now New Orleans looking to break out in transition. Cruncho's going to shut that down right away. Massimo on the turn once again in the corner. Fluffy touch over the top of Volt, but has no players from New Orleans to worry about until Ice comes in and intercepts once more. Cruncho back downfield. Fluffy off the ceiling, looking for a double instead, leaves it for a teammate. Volt slow to the ball, but still has the shot on target, and San Diego get there first.
Incredible slot. I mean, that is top bins, avoiding the fourth defender, avoiding that crossbar just barely. San Diego, though, keeping their continued dominance on the press at point. 3 shots already in the first 36 seconds alone. About to be shot number 4 and goal number 2 here as Volt takes goal number 2, on pace to a hat trick, and Volt Destroyer might be starting to make a very solid case early in game 2 for a potential Major 1 MVP.
Yeah, and it was just an easy cheat up for him. Cheated hard and accurately. Gets the shot straight through the heart of the defense. Massimo, though, with an opportunity to answer back from the sidewall. Reset. Extra touch towards now. Runs out of boost, and Volt is able to get the clear out wide. Ice taking his time, but doesn't have the touch either. Ice just looking a bit shaky at the moment. Not finding the touches. He's in search of Fluffy. Instead, leaves it for a teammate. It's Cruncho to send it home. The Sea Lions in full control here in game number 2.
So about that prediction here, 4 minutes and 5 seconds left to be played. New Orleans finding themselves in a bit of a deficit here. Game 2, 3 goals is not impossible to come back from. About 4 goals is not impossible to come back from. Oh my goodness, Cruncho, relax, my brother. But if New Orleans is going to start looking to potentially take the series, they need to start 1 goal at a time and try to get back a little bit of that mental. Hopefully on this kickoff here, they can try to get their feet underneath them and have a little bit of regain.
Yeah, this is very quickly snowballing and out of control for New Orleans, becoming a nightmare against them. Instead, that shot going low, Ice is able to control. Aqua with the double commit does still win the 50 and then gets that further into the Sea Lions half. Up goes Massimo from the ceiling on the basketball dribble attempt. Doesn't have it. Was searching for bumps. Fluffy's playing patient, as is the offense for New Orleans, trying to be methodical, trying to pick their spots, not send everyone and take that big risk, especially with time still on the clock. And, I mean, earlier today, at any level of Rocket League, comebacks are possible. It happened earlier during the series of GK and Dignitas during the EU Open. Dignitas went up 4, and GK were able to fight back and score 4 straight as well to answer back and send it to OT. So anything can happen, but it is up to New Orleans to start making the difference. But right now, the Sea Lions, they're just in control. They're controlling possession. They're controlling the pace of play. They seem to have everything figured out. And, well, that is my second caster curse of the night. Let's keep the counter rolling.
What incredible read from the post. Redirected center right into Fluffy. You know, with that 4th teammate really helping out New Orleans here, that might be able to galvanize their offense a little bit more. Great pass by Ice. Ice and Fluffy taking the kickoff here. Aqua with the read, but deleted immediately after the touch here. Massimo collects the ball, has the touch, gets it off the ceiling. That's going to be shot on by Ice, and Ice gets goal number 2 here for New Orleans. You might have actually spoken it into existence already, with New Orleans finally finding some momentum on offense.
And that was a quick answer, or a quick follow-up, I should say, following that first goal of theirs. A mere seconds later, and the lead is cut only to 2 now. But right off kickoff, Volt trying to answer back, but his shot's just off target. A rare miss coming through from Volt, and Aqua's going to be able to take possession. Full field cross out towards Massimo. Has control to the side while the 50's awkward for Volt. Can't quite recover in time, and Cruncho sends back down into the New Orleans half. Taking his time is Aqua up against Fluffy. 50 into the right corner, where Volt Destroyer once again takes possession. Searching for bumps. Can't get it against Aqua. Now Cruncho, the only one back, does challenge early and gets a great 50 to maintain possession. We've just eclipsed the halfway point. Seems as though San Diego have once again regathered their confidence.
Volt has the boost to follow for the second. Cruncho, a little bit of pool shot action. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. Maybe that was the team player they were looking for, but either way, it didn't really pan out. Cruncho tries to get it up and over Ice, but Ice is able to redeflect it back into the other corner to Aqua to maintain possession. Fluffy elevates quickly, has the follow, has the momentum, gets a touch off the backboard. Oh, a bit of one save! Aqua, what could have easily been goal number 5 for San Diego. Aqua is able to clear that away and keep their plays alive. Fluffy elevates it with a minute 40 left to be played here. McMaster, that might be one of the best goal line stands we've seen.
Yes, it was, but it's still going against them. Volt with another post. The sound of that post has to be getting under the skin of San Diego. They've hit it so many times and have not been able to convert. And that includes this game, that includes last game. It is going against them more than not. However, that is a wide open opportunity. Cruncho does not have the post sound ringing in his ears, and he'll extend the lead to 3 once again. The goal line stand looking like it is all for nothing.
Man, that's going to be rough. I mean, losing 5-2 here is going to potentially affect the mental. You're going to see, hopefully, New Orleans go into game 3 a little bit more clear of mind than what they might be experiencing right now. Maybe just a little bit of communication, figure out what the gap is and what they need to adjust. But with a minute 6 left to be played, I don't know if 3-goal deficit in world class is a completable gap. I truly believe that is going to be almost unsurmountable.
Right, and especially with only 53 seconds left. There's not much time, and when you're pinning your own half, just simply trying to get out, your first concern is getting it clear, and then you have to mount the offense. This is tough right now for New Orleans. Cruncho's going to send downfield. That shot coming off the bar. No sound coming through, at least on my side of things. But Massimo is able to win a 50 against one. Fluffy once again with the pop-up around another defender. Ice down into the San Diego half. Extra touch into the corner. Time limited. Massimo has to get a goal with at least with some seconds left if they were going to try to fight back in game 2. But instead, San Diego is going to go up 2-0. This time putting 5 goals on the tally, assuming that nothing else comes through within the last 10.
Ice try and keep this ball in the net. Don't want to get them any more stats than they already have here. With 4 seconds left to be played. Fluffy, no, that's going to roll into the corner where nobody else can follow it up. And instead, game 2 will come to an end here. San Diego immediately jumping out to a 2-game lead. Massimo is going to go ahead and restart his game from what the players are saying. So I wonder if that is going to potentially benefit New Orleans here. Could have been having a hardware issue.
Yeah, unsure. I mean, who knows? We'll find out whether or not something else is more seriously wrong. You know, maybe this will end up turning the tide for New Orleans. It's, I guess, in a sense, a whole mental reset when you restart your game. You know, blank slate, at least for you. But the only problem is you're now facing a similar situation that Toronto just faced. You're down 2 games. No way you can afford to go down a third. Not at the world-class level. Not with the way San Diego's offense just seems to be flowing. That is 5 assists to 5 goals. 1 assist for Cruncho, 2 for Volt, 2 for Fluffy. That is a complete team effort, and that is hard to stop. New Orleans got to change something. I just don't even know what they're supposed to do.
So I have a ball chasing group of the stats here. Taking a look at it, right now it seems like it's kind of ice against the world for New Orleans. Every single player on San Diego is averaging at least 440 points per game. So it is a 3-headed monster. Everyone is working together. Everyone has at least 3 shots. Everyone has at least a demo. Everyone is contributing in every way. But if you look over at New Orleans, Ice is averaging 600 points per game with 2.5 goals and 3 saves per game. And Aqua and Massimo haven't actually scored yet and sit at 300 and 266. So through 2 games, worth noting right now, Ice looks like he's either creating a space for him to do it all himself, or his teammates just aren't doing what they need to as Cruncho gives San Diego the lead in game 3.
Yeah, go on.
Good. No, I was going to say, so Aqua has been the offensive juggernaut for New Orleans for a bit of the season. He was the player who was not available for New Orleans for the first day of the major bracket. So he is the one who is stepping back into things here. And you got to wonder when he's really going to get the gears rolling, because he can't leave a teammate like Ice to do 90% of the heavy lifting against a team that is so equally distributed.
Yeah, the fact that they're playing such complete ball, you know, something you had talked about briefly when the series was beginning was that, you know, these 2 teams made the final with their sub. Now we're playing without it, and we were curious as to which team was going to be showing off the complete chemistry and the complete teamwork. At the moment, it is San Diego, but New Orleans does have one on the board thanks to Ice winning that 50 against Cruncho, and unfortunately for Volt, just didn't have that boost in time to get back.
Well, once again, it's almost like a broken record here. Ice taking yet another goal for New Orleans, keeping him in this game and alive. Cruncho, ever the threat, gets it over Massimo and is able to slot that for goal number 2. Cruncho, last game having that hat trick, now at 5 through 2 games, is almost unstoppable in the front third.
Yeah, the kickoff goals are just, it seems repetitive at this point, but ultimately, you can't really blame them for executing. They've been able to find the holes in the kickoff game, and they've been able to punish those holes every single time they've had the opportunity to do so. Ice is going to try to answer back, but is cut off by Volt and sent up high. He's got a bit of boost in the tank, but does not have position. Massimo, actually with the 50 from Ice, sails it towards net. However, Fluffy, even with no boost, is able to send it out wide, and Aqua, having no boost, can't get any touches on the ball. Currently, the ball just being ran all around New Orleans. They're trying to get out of their own half, but they are once again wedged in deep. Volt from the ceiling will not be able to make contact.
Aqua Able to put off the ceiling here. Ice with not a lot of beams, tries to follow, looks to collect the 12 piece, but is absolutely eliminated and deleted from the pitch. Cruncho with the 50 split, gets the Volt. Volt, a little bit of a back pop. No, Massimo can't get it over Fluffy. Fluffy able to make the read, but Aqua finally, the second New Orleans player to score tonight, is able to slide it top right. And we finally see a little bit of life out of the totality of New Orleans and not necessarily just Drew Brees out here willing this franchise.
That's a little bit better. Finally getting some more energy coming through the offense of New Orleans. That shot finding its way to the top right corner. However, Volt with boost is a dangerous player to leave on the ball. Bumps being attempted, but Massimo able to avoid it and get a read on the ball, but Cruncho's first to it once again. Ice slowing down the pace of play. Aqua with control, pop over the top of one. Fluffy's going to wait patiently. Ice is going to continue to take the ball in the corner. Around one against Volt Destroyer. Out in front, Massimo. The floater finds its way off the post. No rebound shot comes through. Massimo the turn. That floater will find its way through. 3-2, New Orleans with their first lead.
Close shots are always the best passes. It throws defenses out of whack. They're not exactly sure where the ball's going to bounce. And with a very favorable bounce off that post to redirect center, Massimo is able to collect in front of a couple just iced out defenders. And my gosh, we finally see New Orleans back in the lead again after the dominating performance we saw out of San Diego last game. Aqua, not a lot of boost, gets back into the action here, tries to keep this back into the San Diego back third. Cruncho, dangerous spot here for New Orleans, looking for that double touch, but is unable to put it away. Aqua pushes it out to Ice. Ice putting it on target, and Fluffy shoving it back into the corner. A lot of very high-paced, incredibly well-played action. But Mr. McMaster, with 2:10 left to be played, this is not the same New Orleans team we've seen out of the first two games. As I cast the curse.
Hey. Counter's now to 3. Keep track of it, Wi-Fi. He had it in the chat earlier when I did it. So we're up to 3 just right now. Okay, perfect. Well then, Wi-Fi, you didn't see any. Oh, never mind. He saw it. I thought for a second you might have made it out Scoff 3, but instead it is unfortunately going against us. Now we're gonna have to watch the VOD and see how many there actually were from the other series. Regardless, you're right. This has been a better showing on the side of New Orleans. However, Volt Destroyer continues being an offensive juggernaut, but he's caught in a weird spot right now. No boost in the tank, still with a successful save. Aqua infield pass. There was a demo onto Cruncho. Ice gets the 50, and Volt Destroyer is able to recover. And now Aqua, space to work with the reset on the ceiling pitch. Bumps Volt Destroyer, Massimo to the backboard. Ice to send it through, bar down, no double afforded to him. That should have gone for New Orleans, and instead we are still knotted at 3 with 90 to go.
Aqua, able to get it past one. Volt dives back into the ball, but not a lot of boost. Opts to take the pinch off the back wall here. Aqua deletes Fluffy, leaving it now a 3-on-2 possibility. Volt, though, splitting the 50 with Massimo, is able to keep this away from his own net. Fluffy elevates, pops it through one. Aqua's there for the read. Volt Destroyer, though, doesn't want to let the passing play develop, so Massimo and Fluffy are going to be a little bit more into the action here. Aqua misses the first touch. Cruncho has the ball. A dangerous spot here for New Orleans with 58 seconds left to be played. You cannot lose game 3 here and go down 3 in a best of 7. I mean, that is, in effect, the dagger mentally. We have seen teams claw it back from being down that far, but I don't think we've seen a team today make it all the way back from that far.
No, you're absolutely correct. That it is simply not a loss you can afford to have on the record. However, Volt Destroyer is doing everything in his power to make sure they can go on to sweeping point. Great clear on the 50 from Massimo. Ice up top, has Aqua waiting in the wings. Only Cruncho left, but Cruncho plays patient, holds his nerve defensively, and continues holding this tied ball game. It's out in front, but Aqua's got no boost. One-on-one against Volt Destroyer. Ice racing back to help. 50 hard off the backboard. No contact made from any player. Aqua will try to start offense, and what could be the final big possession of regulation. Volt Destroyer will go up top. Aqua to meet him. Off the ceiling. Massimo shot denied by Fluffy. Ice not going to be able to keep it up. Overtime in game number 3.
With overtime here, Fluffy and Ice are going to split the 50. Aqua able to push it through. Dangerous spot if you're Volt. You got to take that 50, and they do. Ice looking for the shot. No. Drops it to Massimo. Massimo puts it center. Aqua slots it to the right. New Orleans gets game number 3 here, and is now 1 slot closer to potentially evening this up 2-2.
that is a perfect possession, and it perfectly goes back to what you had said just a little bit ago. Close shots being the best passes. It lines up, Aqua sends it on home, and New Orleans have themselves a game under their belt. Is restarting the game now the meta after Massimo just did it?
Yeah, look, it's effectively utilizing every ounce of the gap between games to potentially take almost a timeout, if you will. I wouldn't say it was necessarily like a planned one. I mean, if it was, incredible thought process and strategy, but all in all, I mean, pros need it for a reason. You know, if you're down, if you're struggling and you need to maybe have a mental swap or a little bit of a change of play, talk it out. Use that full minute.
Right, and I'm sorry those of you in chat who I was interacting with. I was not able to corral my cat. People wanted to see a cat on the camera, so sorry about that. My apologies. I've let you all down. But hopefully the games continue to not let us down, because this has been a very competitive series, as was the last one. 2-1 now being the score line between these two teams, with San Diego still being in front and looking to build upon that lead early. Of course, it's Volt Destroyer trying to take a shot towards net, but he will be turned away as Aqua is able to clear back down into the opposite half. Massimo with the opportunity. Might look for Ice. No, instead just takes a shot low, but can't sneak it under the defense.
Ice and Aqua on all ball side rotation here. Aqua collects the 100, rotates back, gets the flip reset off the ceiling. Incredible half volley pinch. Oh, can't quite slot it. Ice shoves it yet again, but Fluffy is going to keep this out of the net. New Orleans absolutely slinging heaters at the opposition. And what a touch by Fluffy. He might be able to stuff it through. No, Volt Destroyer. Oh, goodness, McMaster. I don't even know if there's going to be time to give a little bit of non-play-by-play action. Both these teams are really just going at it.
Oh yeah, I don't mind it at all. Forget the analyzing. Let's just run the play-by-play. Both teams are attempting psychotic plays like that. Let's keep it rolling. Massimo with the double off the sidewall. Ice is going to get an extra touch, and now Massimo, he's got a limited boost in the tank. Tries popping over the top of Fluffy. Kept to the backward. Aqua losing the 50 to Fluffy, and the bounce is awkward for Ice. Cruncho an opportunity to break out. In search of the reset. Has it, but Ice has it red. Saves Massimo from giving up that goal. Now back in transition come New Orleans. Ice, a reset of his own. Fluffy with a great read. Both teams, creative opportunities, neither breaking through.
I just want to point out, for Fluffy to be the last man back, you know Aqua's coming in like a missile. Ice slots that away. I thought I had time here, as there were all three members of San Diego on the back line. Really thought I had an opportunity, but Ice finds the gap in the defense and is able to slot this. No, I want to go back for a second and really shout out Fluffy to have, someone's coming in for your demo, someone's trying to try and clear you away, and you have a very incredible shooter with Ice going for a flip reset, and you're able to still keep composition and clear it away. Incredible play.
And now Fluffy is setting up the offense as well with a demo out in front, but Volt Destroyer can't push it through. Crossbar again, denying this team of another opportunity. Laid off for Massimo, bumped off the ball by Fluffy. Aqua, no touch. Volt Destroyer heading towards net. 50 down front. Cruncho, no shot. Tries demoing Aqua and is successful. 3-on-2 temporarily. In search of another demo is Fluffy. He is really ramping up the physicality, but Aqua answering back with two of his own. Just off target. Ice doesn't have the read. It should have been a free goal for New Orleans, but they can't convert upon a 3-on-1 situation. Instead, it might go against them. Fluffy to Volt Destroyer, cleared out wide by the defense.
Aqua pushing it all the way up. Cruncho able to take a very favorable bounce and then a flip into the shot here. Ice, easy read though. Seen a lot, much more difficult shots all game so far. Massimo putting it back over to Ice. Ice collects the ball, tries to get through Fluffy, but can't quite get through that big body defense that we've seen from San Diego here. Volt elevates, fakes, gets the pitch pass too, can't quite get it through. Not enough gusto behind that final shot. New Orleans is going to keep this 1-0.
It's so close right now, but the defense just barely holding on. Even with the limited boost reserves, Aqua was able to get the boost, but he's the only one on this entire roster that has it. Finally, Massimo finds the mid-boost. Ice with the pop-up, regardless of not having boost, just has so much power behind that touch. Aqua trying to deal with it. Massimo out wide once again to the sidewall. Read by Cruncho. Aqua to bring back downfield. Almost sent it to Cruncho. Oh! From Massimo just off target. So close, yet so far. One goal still being the deficit that the Sea Lions need to overcome. It'll feel good that they're able to escape with that one, but the threat is imminent right now from New Orleans.
Fluffy can't quite get it through the wall of ice. Aqua, no, that's going to be beat through. Volt Destroyer has been playing big body defense all game, and they are shutting down everything New Orleans is throwing at them. Minute 08 left to be played here as Ice puts it over to the sidewall looking for that double touch. Can't quite get it, and Volt collects the ball. Massimo passes it for Aqua. That's back center for Massimo. Can't quite get the touch as well. So we stay 1-0, and my God, my goodness, these teams are absolutely slinging incredible plays here as we watch Massimo collect the ball, flick it over Cruncho, but Fluffy clears it away.
Now Aqua looking for another opportunity on the reset. Can't beat Fluffy just yet. Volt Destroyer on the pop-up. Massimo on the pre-jump is able to get one touch, and Ice even further again down into the San Diego half. Bump onto Cruncho, made things awkward temporarily. Volt in a one-on-one against Aqua, but right now the pace of play from New Orleans is too fast for San Diego. Aqua trying to center it out and make it one more to go. The bumps out in front make things awkward again, but only 15 seconds left. San Diego's pinned into their own half, and that right there is the nail in the coffin. We're going to have an even series.
Insane way to regain after 2 games of insane play from San Diego. I mean, San Diego came out swinging in the games 1 and 2. They really locked it down. I didn't feel like New Orleans had footing. They almost looked like they were trying to get their sea legs underneath them on a boat for the first time. But in games 3 and 4, the ability to just turn on the pace, and we see Aqua here getting goal number 3 to extend that lead just 1 more. It's indicative of New Orleans. They've been a slow starting franchise all season, and now to see world class really embodying that and equalizing this with 2-2 in the series is insane.
This is a crazy turnaround. 3-0, not allowing a single goal to come about through this entirety of this game. That is a massive turnaround for New Orleans. Just great showing. Multiple saves. Aqua, even though Aqua had 5 demos, Fluffy was definitely ramping up the physicality, and yet it didn't do anything for San Diego. Fluffy had demos left and right. Fluffy had 6 saves, but no goals. You can't win without scoring. Simple as that. The defense for San Diego can be great. If you're not putting anything on the board, you're not going to win.
For sure, and it's insane that I keep saying that word so often, but San Diego to take 8 shots through that game and not a single one is able to find the back of the net. When you have some volatile shooters, like you've got Cruncho, you've got Fluffy, and we saw Volt Destroyer in games 1 and games 2 looking almost unstoppable, like they need to be promoted out of CAS and go, or CSA, and go right to RLCS, but the fact that they were eliminated from the stat sheet, goals gone, is just, it's becoming of a New Orleans fast-paced defense that just will not let anything go through.
Yeah, and 6 saves is great on the side of New Orleans, but I think the big thing that really sticks out to me is not just the fact that they shut down San Diego's offense, but that the offense for New Orleans was totally reinvigorated. 3 assists, 3 goals, each person with an assist and a goal. The offense was as team-oriented as you can possibly get. Impeccable play on the side of New Orleans, and now all momentum swinging back in their favor. Effectively, we have a best of 3 in front of us. Kind of crazy to think about how we've gotten here, but New Orleans currently hold the reins when it comes to momentum and when it comes to the wind being at their backs. However, you cannot count out any teams. This is world class for a reason. These guys are at the top of the ladder, and right now it looks like it's New Orleans punishing the defense early, but Ice and company are not able to convert just yet. Floater towards the top corner. A double commit makes things awkward, but Cruncho is able to clean up the mess.
Cruncho pushes over to Aqua. Aqua off the ceiling, looking for a pass to Massimo. Massimo looking to slot it, but a team, almost like a power friendship pinch on the defensive side, able to keep Massimo from scoring. Massimo, yet again, another shot on net. A complete flip of the script here from game 1, in which we saw New Orleans playing from their back third for almost the entirety of it. Now they have not seemed to find a gap in their own offense. They just will not let this San Diego side leave any bit of that threshold.
No, the old saying goes that defense is the best offense. I mean, right now, offense is the best defense. It's the complete opposite. As long as San Diego is locked in their own half, they're not going to be able to mount any offense. They have to worry too much about guarding their own net. keep the position going on the side of New Orleans. That is going to be a great way to continue proceeding about this game in this series. Right now, a good opportunity coming through on the side of San Diego, but they aren't able to convert just yet. Volt Destroyer back out towards the corner, over the top of Ice. Massimo on the follow, 51 by Volt. No offensive player is able to take a shot, and Fluffy's going to have to retreat once again as Massimo has a nuke towards the backboard. Read well by Fluffy, but boost stolen by Massimo. Ice with the follow-up opportunity to the backboard once more. Cruncho the clear out. Fluffy on the redirect, cut out by Aqua, and kept in the corner.
Aqua, third man, well actually now first man, really tries to take that half volley off the sidewall and tries to get a little bit over the defense, but Cruncho just does not want to let New Orleans take any more shots. Can somebody get back? Yes, Aqua able to quickly dive back at the ball and clear this away, keeps this 0-0. With 2:55 left to be played here, Cruncho finds themselves finally getting a little bit of offensive pressure established. Fluffy takes the pinch. It's going to come back a little bit. Volt Destroyer, though, last man back, has to play a little bit further back, preventing the rotation up front. Cruncho following through, looking for the 50, passes to Volt. Volt, oh my, could not slot that, but very lethal from that angle.
Yeah, now San Diego is slowly ramping up the offensive pressure. Aqua dealing with it, albeit temporarily. Cruncho up top, read by Ice, and Cruncho takes Massimo out of the field of play. But now Aqua, the extra touch off the corner, beats the defense. Ice, low boost shot, read by Volt. Massimo will retreat, beats Volt to the ball. Over the head of Cruncho as well, towards the backboard. Fluffy challenges early, reins in from the ceiling. Aqua's up early, but read by Cruncho again. Both teams trading opportunities. This is a big one coming through. Massimo, the only one back, is able to get back in time. Ice taking Volt off the field. Fluffy, only one back. No power from the flick of Massimo, but the defense still left awkward. Volt will take possession again down into the New Orleans half. Up high goes Fluffy. Over the top of one. Massimo, only one back. Has to deal with Cruncho, but the shot is so light. Massimo's got a free clear.
Massimo has collection. Ooh, gets it past Volt Destroyer, but there was nobody there. Aqua not able to read that Volt Destroyer wasn't going to be able to make the touch. Volt Destroyer then initiates the counterattack. Opts to go underneath. No! Oh, wow. Volt able to get that very favorable bounce that came off the post and then the crossbar. I was absolutely flabbergasted. I was like, holy cow, Volt's got a very well read, but boy, oh boy, did they get bailed out by a very, very favorable double bounce.
Yeah, first time in a while that the post and crossbar did not go against San Diego, and it's got to feel good to get one on the board, especially one that means you have the lead with not too much time remaining, but it's immediately going to go against them. Dowski comes up.
That's number 4 for the caster curse, by the way.
Dude, that's 4?
I don't know, you said they're happy to have the lead with not a lot of time remaining.
Oh, right, 4. Market Wi-Fi. God dang it, man. Why you got to hold me accountable?
Aqua, push here, Cruncho, last man back, ooh, bit of a mistouch, actually almost a well play, fake the first, take it out of the read, Volt Destroyer has to quickly react and elevate to swat that away. Ice drops it for Cruncho, Cruncho tries to follow, Volt Destroyer might be able to put this on, but the quick dive from Ice is going to keep this away. Aqua, very dangerous here, looking for a carry, pass to the center, Ice, shot on net, but Fluffy has all the time in the world to clear this away. With 45 seconds left to be played, McMaster. This is really, I shouldn't say every game is super important or the most important, but this definitely feels like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowing that this is basically the first game of a best of 3, you win, you're on a double match point, this is crucial. And not to mention the fact that, the fact that we're on almost a 3-game swing for New Orleans. They were down 2 in the series, have come back to fight strong, a win 2 of their own. A win here would be huge for them. Honestly, it'd probably be bigger right now for San Diego if they could get their win, simply because they finally get some momentum back instead of giving up 3 straight games. Regardless of that, we're in the final seconds. The ball's kept alive. It's going to drop down out front of net, but it drops down too sharply. Overtime once again. Honestly, this game could dictate who wins the series.
You're not wrong here. Momentum is going to be very key for either side going into Game 6 and potentially Game 7. Massimo elevating through, splits the 50, Volt Destroyer, not a lot of boost, opts to shove it all the way to the back wall. Aqua cuts out any form of shot opportunity off the sidewall. Here, Volt Destroyer pushes it up to Fluffy. Fluffy with not a lot of boost is going to have to contend with Aqua. Fluffy takes a very high flick. Cruncho, that's going to be a shot on net, but Ice clears it away. Man, it is insane to watch such incredible talent from this world-class series that I know, like some of these saves, I know for a fact if I was going for them, I would choke so hard.
Oh no, if I was on either one of these teams, we'd be losing by a minimum of 7 goals at this point in time. There's absolutely no comparison to this level of Rocket League compared to just about any other level, because this really is some of the top talent in the world, frankly. These guys are elite players, and they get to showcase their talents for us. It's an honor, really, and a blessing that we're able to cast such an incredible series once again. But Ice, however, might be trying to shut things down. Far post, Volt doesn't have it. 3 goals on the spin, or excuse me, 3 goals, 3 games on the spin. New Orleans on to match in championship point.
If you had told me, boss, after game 2, New Orleans is going to take the next 3, flip the entirety of the momentum of the series, and really just establish a dominant offensive presence in the San Diego front third, I would have told you, man, that's great to hear, but I'll have to wait to see it to believe it. Even seeing it, I don't know if I believe it.
Right, it's crazy. They've strung together 3 in a row now. On to match point. It could be 4 straight. Your prediction's just off by 1. So unfortunate. But, I mean, more than anything else right now, San Diego have got to try to fight back. It is unfortunate how things have been going for them. And now, I mean, what do you even do? What do you change? It feels as though they've been so close yet so far. What are they supposed to do to try to beat New Orleans?
Something that New Orleans has done very well through games 3 and 4, and even now game 5, is they're making some big body plays. They're really trying to go for the demolitions, the bumps. Earlier, when we saw, I want to say it was Ice who was going for a flick against the goalie. Maybe it might have been Massimo, who didn't have a lot of boost. We thought, okay, he didn't generate a lot of power. Thinking back to it, he flipped past the ball and was shooting himself almost directly at the goalkeep. I wonder if New Orleans realized that maybe, hey, a few more bumps, a few more demos, open up the back line might be the right play, and maybe that's why it's paying off right now, as San Diego just doesn't know how to respond to being forcibly pushed out of their rotations and off their game.
Right, and now they have to try to turn around here or else they're out. This is it. Win, and you're a champion if you are New Orleans. Lose, and it is over if you are San Diego. Big stakes on the line here in game number 6. Ice looking to start things out with the bang as he brings it on downfield. It'll be Cruncho to send it all the way back into the opposite corner. Aqua, no touch afforded to him, but actually ends up faking out Cruncho, so I don't think they'll mind that. Shot just off target from the 50 from Fluffy. And now Massimo back down on target. Volt Destroyer, no boost, still able to recover in time. Infield pass, Fluffy to deal with it. Offensive pressure mounting for both teams, but neither able to break through each other's defense.
Fluffy shoves it through, doesn't want to let this leave New Orleans third. They know how viable their offense has been for the last 3 games. Massimo tries to get it past Cruncho. Cruncho has the ball, backs off. Both of them coming off in an awkward spot here, but Aqua, a little bit of a win there, able to clear this to no man's land and keep this off his own net. Cruncho centers it up, no 2-man established as they both have to back up, not a lot of beans. Ice is able to push this up pitch here, but Fluffy finally collects the ball and 100. Shoves this off the top corner. Cruncho, bit of an awkward spot here. Now Volt Destroyer has to quickly get back to play some defense as we have a pass off the backboard. Aqua sending it over for Ice, but Ice is going to be cleared away by Cruncho. And with 3:45 left to be played, we are still sitting here at double zeros.
This is a huge opportunity, though. Massimo with the extra touch in field, and Cruncho barely able to beat Ice to the ball. Beautiful play defensively, but Aqua still adding pressure against all 3 defenders. Isn't able to break through, rightfully so. If you're going to send all 3 on a play, you better make the save, and they're able to do so. Now Aqua's left all alone against Cruncho. 1-on-1, top corner shot, turned away once more. Aqua, infield pass, has Massimo waiting in the wings. To the backboard, double tap, going to be turned away by Fluffy. No one even attempted it on the side of New Orleans. Trying to play safe offensively, trying to find each other in the passing lanes, but again, no ability to break through just yet. The shot on target from Cruncho does not find the mark. Good opportunity on the ground pinch, but it will not break through. 2 minutes through. I mean, this feels like a 50-50 game at the moment. It doesn't really feel like either team has an advantage over the other.
No, but neither team wants to give up that first goal, especially with how much the scoring has slowed down through games 3, 4, and 5. And it doesn't feel like it's so active. Massimo, no, leaves it for Aqua. Aqua elevates over 2. Cruncho with the read. I was going to say, with these teams really knowing how important this opening goal is going to be, San Diego could find themselves looking down the barrel of the end of a series, and New Orleans could find themselves giving up momentum. Neither side really wants to overextend, and we're seeing a lot more conservative play offensively than we did from the last 3 games.
Ice trying to get something going, but Fluffy is just there once again. Ice didn't even make contact, and drop down from Aqua finds Massimo, and now Ice with boost in the tank on the pop-up. 2 defenders to beat, tries to take it to the corner, but turned away by Cruncho, and now Massimo infield. Volt's going to be there to intercept. Massimo again on the early challenge, has the read. Cruncho to turn it away. Boost to work with as well in the tank, but Aqua's going to be able to cut it out first. Volt, downfield. Fluffy just collected that mid-boost as well. Double opportunity. Can he seal it? No! Aqua with a great defensive effort to keep it out. That was a golden opportunity for Fluffy, but he cannot convert upon it. Pressure mounting in favor of San Diego. Bumps onto Aqua. Volt crashing through, but Ice collects boost and possession. Aqua downfield makes Cruncho retreat. 90 seconds. Certainly a goal might just be the difference. Cruncho on target. It's off the post, but Volt has the rebound. San Diego up 1 late.
With San Diego drawing first blood here in Game 6, there's a lot less pressure on their shoulders for sure. You definitely don't want to rest on your laurels with a minute and 25 left to be played. It's still a lot of Rocket League action, especially against a team that's been so offensively minded these last 3 matches. But there's definitely a lot less pressure knowing you're playing from up front as compared to playing from behind. Ice dives in, able to clear this away. Volt Destroyer with what little boost they have goes up for the ball to try and keep this out of their own half. Fluffy turns, rightfully so, able to clear this all the way to Aqua. Aqua just puts it over to Ice. No, Volt Destroyer with the read, doesn't let that pass go through. Darrell Rivas clearing out any kind of offensive opportunity. Massimo pops it over Fluffy. Cruncho with the catch, not a lot of boost to follow, so instead Aqua's going to get the double tap off the ceiling. And with 44 seconds left to be played, if you're New Orleans, you can feel the clock ticking down here.
I mean, this is going to feel like the longest 35 seconds ever on the side of the Sea Lions, knowing they just need to hold on. And for New Orleans, it's going to be the quickest. Certainly this time will just feel like it's just disappeared on them, but that right there might shut down any and all opportunities to fight back. Cruncho has the 50 and just pins Aqua and company into their own half. Attempted demo now comes through, but Massimo has to still make the turn, and he can't do so against Fluffy. Final 10 to go. Aqua, opportunity. Massimo taking off the field of play. Volt, the 50 out in front. Light touch. Cruncho has it red. It'll have to be done in the air and starting from their own half, but Cruncho and Volt are going to work in tandem to try to get it away. Aqua keeping it alive. Up towards the sidewall. Off the ceiling. Cruncho, 1 touchdown field. Fluffy lets it go. Game 7 to decide it all.
Woo. Game 7 world-class series is right where we want to be. Right where we want to be. Can't speak. I'm on the edge of my seat, and I'm absolutely wired, waiting to see which team is going to win the first major in CSA's history. There's a lot of legacy really to be established here, not to mention the path to the championship is still very much open for either team. Oh my goodness. McMaster, the both teams really want this. Neither team is rolling over. Neither team is letting the other take the lead. They are fighting for this like they're fighting for their lives.
Yeah, and a 1-0 shutout is mental to me. Not to mention the fact the person who got the goal was Volt Destroyer, not Cruncho, who had 6 shots, which was almost as many as all of New Orleans. But Volt's seemingly been that guy the entire series. The dude has shown up left and right, both sides of the field, and now gets the one crucial goal. San Diego and New Orleans. There is 5 minutes separating these two teams from a championship. Who wants it more? Who's going to be able to execute? Who's going to limit the number of mistakes they make? Only one way of finding out. That's by playing. Let's hit the field. Game 7 to close out the night.
Cruncho, Ice splitting the 50 here. Aqua already opening up the first demo. Massimo tries to get the fake and the flip reset underneath the last line of defense here, but Fluffy did not want to let that happen. Ooh, Aqua has to quickly dive back, but no, Fluffy opens up the opening score here, 14 seconds into game 7, an insane touch by Fluffy to go underneath ice and still slot it.
That is nasty, both the placement and the speed on the ball as well. 14 seconds in, a very hot start for San Diego. They do not want to give this up. They put themselves in prime positions early on in the series, going up 2-0, but since then, New Orleans has been able to fight back and make this an extremely tough battle. This is the final game, and now being up 1-0 early has to feel good, but certainly they want to build upon it. This lead is anything but safe against... And Aqua going to take his time into the corner, up top. Volt, one touch, downfield, extra 50 against ice. To the sidewall goes Aqua. Plenty of boost to work with as well. Get the flick infield. It's a light touch at that. Volt's able to deal with it. And on the recovery comes Cruncho. Wins the challenge. Defense caught a little out of position. They will recover. And now once again, New Orleans has to back up and has to try to get to work defensively. Aqua is going to do a great job of clearing it out wide.
Aqua puts a shot on target. Not really the most viable option. Both sides able to read even power shots from that distance with ease. That's a deep touch here. Aqua, not a lot of boost, has to get a favorable touch here, but Volt Destroyer turns back in and slaps a beautiful chip shot against a completely boost-starved New Orleans backline, and they have a 2-goal lead here with 3 minutes and 41 seconds left to be played in a win-or-die situation.
This is looking eerily similar to that of games 1 and 2 for the Sea Lions. Everything seems to be going their way, but Massimo might have an answer. 2 defenders able to get a pinch save as Aqua maintains possession. Can't get it over the head of Cruncho. Ice is limited in boost, but still gets it over the top of Volt. Extra touch out in front. It's so awkward. Massimo doesn't have the touch. Volt sends it up high, and Fluffy is there first. Even on offense, the boost being so limited for New Orleans cannot help them. They need the boost. They need to be able to challenge these high. Otherwise, the skies are simply going to be ruled by San Diego, and they are being ruled as such right now. In and out save from Massimo. Gets the clear all the way downfield, and Fluffy will start the offense over from scratch.
Fluffy can't quite get it through Aqua, so Cruncho is going to take up the mantle and shove it all the way down the pitch. Volt Destroyer plays it safe, shoves it back over to the sidewall. Massimo tries to drop it down for Aqua, but Aqua has a little bit of a delayed read here, and that's going to pop back all the way to the New Orleans back line. Missed touch here. Volt Destroyer is up, looking for the double tap off the backboard, but Ice isn't going to let it happen. Not a lot of boost left to here. So Aqua, last line of defense, is going to have to come out for an incredibly daring save and is able to get it with half the game left to be played. If New Orleans really wants a chance to win it, they're going to have to go back to shades of Game 3 and just play at that breakneck speed that San Diego wasn't able to handle.
Yeah, over the half of the game has expired. It feels like the offense has been entirely in favor of the Sea Lions. They're looking for another opportunity on the possible rebound, but Aqua's going to take control. And I think you're right. Risk has to be taken at this point in time. Get back to that pace. Get back to challenging everything first. You cannot allow the Sea Lions to dictate the pace of play because they're just going to slow it down, be methodical, which is what helped them win games 1 and 2 so convincingly early on. Under 2 minutes to go. Good pass out towards Massimo to the backboard. Fluffy has it locked down and ends up being a pass towards Cruncho. In return, Aqua gets a save. Excuse me. Traded opportunities in transition from both teams. Neither breaking through. Shot on target. Saved off the bar from Aqua. Volt can't get an extra touch. Aqua will get a light clear. He's got no more boost, but does win the 50 against Cruncho. 90 to go. I mean, New Orleans has got to get something sooner rather than later.
Ice collects the 100. Opts to back off. No, bit of a miscommunication here. I thought they were going to back off and leave it for Aqua, and instead they both decide to contest that and have a little bit of a snafu there. Ice, Massimo, once again, yet another double commit. I wonder if instead of being able to generate that solid pace of play and get back to where they feel comfortable, if they might be stumbling on each other's toes here. Fluffy looking for the double tap. That could be the dagger. 55 seconds left to be played here. And San Diego sees Fluffy, a player that has been a little bit under the radar here for the first 6, take that goal number 3.
I think 3 goals with 55 seconds left. This is daunting right now for New Orleans. The Sea Lions have taken full control of this game. Fluffy has played out of his mind, and right when they need him to as well. Awkward out in front, possible waterfall opportunity, denied out in front. Fluffy, the rebound, does get demoed out of the play. Now Ice, possible transition opportunity, tries to find Massimo, but Cruncho in retreat with a great read and an extra touch from the corner makes it even more challenging for the offense. Out front, Massimo's shot, saved wide, Ice follow off the corner. Finally, Aqua finds its way through. 30 seconds left. There's a little bit of life showing right now for New Orleans.
Is it possible? 2 goals, 30 seconds? Of course. It's very doable. Rocket League, any tier. 2 goals in 30 seconds. You can create magical miracles on the pitch. But it's going to entirely be down to how well this New Orleans team can really figure it out here. A little bit of infield passing. Oh, dangerous spot here. Aqua goes for the hesitation, but San Diego won't fall for it. Ice, no! Massimo is going to put that away with 17 left to be played.
And that is more than enough time. It was ballsy on the fake from Aqua, and yet somehow it still pays off. Ice doesn't read the defense, but Massimo does. Gets there, and with plenty of time remaining as well. They scored, had 30 seconds left, scored with 13 again. They are more than on pace to fight back and get this. Now, the Sea Lions cannot panic. Try to get one more as they might. Down to the final 10. Cruncho to the backboard. Pass out from Ice to Massimo. 2 defenders are up. Fluffy trying to challenge to the backboard. It's pitched out wide. Ice has to keep it up and does so. But no boost in the tank makes this so awkward. Can they keep it up? Yes, Massimo does. On the turn comes Ice, but it's 50 back downfield, and now Aqua tries to reset from his own corner. Light touch, Massimo on the read. Cruncho's going to be first to it off the sidewall. Aqua and Ice trying to get there. They bump each other. Massimo keeps it up. Aqua cannot do it. San Diego still able to seal it, and they will take home the World-Class Major 1 championship.
Oh my goodness, I thought we were going to get a certified CSA legacy moment there.
Oh my God.
With New Orleans starting to facilitate a little bit of passing with an incredibly high-risk, high-reward play right there in the back 30 seconds. Insane play, but enough about New Orleans. Let's talk about San Diego, your first ever CSA major champions.
Yeah, congratulations to them. You know, all credit has been earned. Another Game 7, just a war of attrition this entire series. Fluffy showing up late, able to end up sealing the series. 3-2 the final score in Game 7. 4-3, of course, as it would be in 7. That would be the only logical way that would pan out. But overall, the Sea Lions are able to get it done. San Diego get their championship, and it's so unfortunate when you take a look at the bracket and you see just how these teams were slated. You know, the fact that New Orleans had an opportunity earlier against Akron to take home a title, weren't able to. They're now still searching. They're the only team that's been in two opportunities in order to try to get a championship. But the Sea Lions are able to shut it down and take it home as the 5th seed. Congratulations to San Diego.
Yeah, and for our first interview of this one, we have our GM, the San Diego Sea Lions GM, Iwu Kami. How are we feeling after that thriller of a series? Yeah, speaking of the man, Fluffy says this guy's the one speaking for him. And with that, Cruncho, how are we feeling after that Game 7 win, man? How you feel?
You know what, man? We're feeling good. We're feeling really strong. My pits are a little sweaty. We like to make series pretty interesting. I think, quarterfinals, we took it to 5. Semifinals, we took it to 7. And we take the finals in 7 again. We just got ice in our veins. I got to give a big shout out to our sub, Isaac, who brought us to the finals. That guy's huge. But yeah, again, we just like to make stuff interesting, but I just see our team always pulling through, but we always got a big season ahead of us, right? Job's not done.
So looking forward, it sounds like we had a bunch of Game 5s, Game 7s liking to make it interesting. Is that something that your team not necessarily does intentionally, but do you feel like maybe you start hot, let off the gas, and then close it out, or is that something that you want to do? How do you approach that?
Yeah, to be honest, like when we start series, I think we always start off really strong, what it feels like, but then the other team kind of catches pace a little bit, and we let our foot off the gas. That's one thing I noticed. But again, when it comes down to crunch time, when it comes down to that series point, we always manage to pull through, but we gotta stop letting off the gas because we let teams just kind of play at our pace. We kind of I feel as though we stoop down to their level a little bit, but again, we always pull through, so it's a good thing.
You could call it cruncho time, I guess, huh?
Yeah, that was terrible. That was so bad.
Okay.
Rob, how are you going to do that?
Sure. Put it on
your
a t-shirt.
birthday?
All right. Never mind, guys. We'll ignore that one.
Nope, no. Just want to give a quick shout out before Rob tries to segue. It is his birthday. Happy birthday, Rob.
Oh,
Happy birthday,
thank you.
Rob.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Nowhere I'd rather spend it. Shout out CSA and what we're doing here, and all the players who are combined to put on such an incredible tournament. 4 out of 5 tiers going game 7. Like you can't script it any better than that. I got incredible casters, producers. The support is insane. Give us a follow if you like what we do here. Make sure you don't miss any of the action. What we do at CSA is really special, and we're really happy to be able to provide something like this for everyone to compete in. And so congratulations to all the winners and even all the losers. Everyone who got a competition, who was part of this competition, was part of something really special and the beginning of something really special. But as I end that, Fluffy mentions he's no longer actually dodging the interview.
Oh
no.
I guess Fluffy does want to join.
Bro.
Oh gosh.
Bro
Hello.
arrived late on the stage of success, and now he arrives late to the interview. That is crazy.
It's being fashionably late. I think that's what they call it.
Oh, Fluffy, how are we feeling after a Game 7 victory like that? What's going through your mind? Something really interesting to me is I believe you scored in 2 games, and it was the first game and the last game in total. Do you think? Oh, they can't hear them.
It's because CSA has me muted on the.
Oh, now
Ooh,
you should be able to. You should be able to now.
Ooh, wow.
First question?
Nope. So Fluffy, let me know how you're feeling about that tournament win.
Tournament win was awesome. Isaac did a phenomenal job last week, and I think Volt stepped up in today. I got carried, of course. I love my teammates. I got the best duo in the league, actually.
Yeah.
Not even debatably, right? Best duo.
I actually agree with that. Something worth noting is throughout this series, what really interesting, a lot of these teams that we watch have a lot of success today had almost not a designated third man, if you will, but someone on the team who got a bunch of saves, didn't shoot as much, and 2 players had a lot of offensive success. Today in this 7-game series, Fluffy, you shot 3 for 12, whereas both of your teammates had at least double your shots and at least double your goals, where you had as many assists as them combined and as many saves as them combined. Is this a play style thing where you play third and facilitate and there's pressure applied from the others? Is that intentional, or is that just how the cookie has crumbled for you as a team?
Yeah, so my teammates were phenomenal. So if they want to step up, I let them step up, right? The reason I have so many assists is because when I get my chance, I go up, I do something good, and then I miss soap in that, right? No, it's a finish.
There were a lot of those. We actually mentioned that on stream about how the post was not really on your team for a lot of this series.
It was their fourth man.
Yeah, I had one where I beat out 3 players, and Volt's like open, and I just clanged it off the post, but he was there to put it away. I think that was game 6. So thank God he was there. I gasped for a second, but no, it was good.
And so I suppose my final question will be, how do you feel about this season moving forward? Are we just number 1 now? Do we feel like maybe this Comets team that was 8-0, right? 24-5 overall, but faltered in the major. Are they someone you consider you're worried about? Is there anybody? Or do you kind of feel like this league is yours for the taking for season 1?
I don't
Definitely.
think. Oh, let me.
Oh,
I
go
don't.
ahead,
I
bro.
don't think. I don't think anyone has proven themselves yet. I don't think we've had enough time, right? I also think job's not done, right? Like we're not. This is major 1. We still got a major 2. We still got the rest of the season, right? I think the goal is just keep in mind that job's not done, and we continue through the season.
Cruncho, you got anything?
Oh, yeah, sorry, my turn. No, just to build on that, it's definitely not, definitely job's not done because we actually came into this major with 3 straight losses. I think the Miami Makos are a great
Interesting.
team.
So you started out the season 5-0, lost 3 straight, and then won the major?
Yeah, it wasn't clicking for those 3 games, and we knew we weren't playing well. But like we lost to Charlotte in Game 5, we lost another one Game 5, we lost to Miami. They swept us 3-0. But going into this major, we were really confident. But there's still a lot of good teams. Like we have a bit of a cushion now. I believe that puts us in first place.
It does,
but
by 6 points clear of Charlotte.
yeah, so there's still a couple teams out there that we definitely got to worry about.
Cool. Well, good job, neither of you falling for my rage bait PR answer. I was hoping that someone was going to be like, yeah, we don't have to worry about anyone in the league. We're the best. But unfortunately, neither of
Not
you
quite.
fell for it. Do Boss or McMaster, do either of you have any questions for either of them before we say our farewells?
I mean, I can try to think of something, but not off the top of my head.
Fair enough. Boss?
Nah, I'm good.
Awesome.
You know what?
Well-
Sure. What? Only thing? Do you guys have any specific shout outs you want to make, team or not related?
Cruncho?
Shout out Iwu for being our GM. He's cool.
Oh,
Nice.
hope you're feeling better, Iwu.
Yeah, he's sick.
Mine would once again be Isaac. That goat of a sub got us here. I don't know if he's picked up yet, but he definitely should be. And I'm excited to watch him play on whatever team he gets on because he's a phenomenal player and he kind of helped us get here to this night, made it really easy for us, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's awesome that you guys, like, obviously you're good at the game. It's okay for you to have an ego, and a lot of really good players have egos. But I think it's really cool that both of you went out of your way to mention Isaac, and Iwu did too. I think that is very humble and admirable, and I think continue to carry yourself that way, and it reflects really positively on your team and you guys as the players, and maybe even reasons as to why you won, right? So shout out you and congratulations again on winning the first CSA major. A huge step to that $750 prize pool. So big round of applause, and you both have a tremendous rest of your evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Awesome. Alrighty, and Nuki or Boss, do either of you have anything that you would like to say before we end up wrapping this guy up? Cool. Then with that, thank you to every single person who's been a part of this, all of our players, all of our viewers, all of our casters. Nuki behind the scenes with me in here for 5, almost 6 hours.
Shout out,
Oh my
Nuki.
goodness, it's been a marathon. Every caster's been up here. Huge round of applause. They're volunteers. I don't pay them, at least not as much as I should. And so give them like genuine respect for this. This is really tough to do. And coming up a year every week, trying to create some really memorable things out of your gameplay. It's pretty selfless, and I won't usually be like, hey, look at what your casters do, but look at your caster and say thank you next time you talk to them. So with that, give us a follow
Rob,
if you haven't already.
Rob, do you care if I
Yeah.
jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's Nuki. I'm the disembodied voice tonight. I just want to say, every player, every tier tonight, great job. Absolutely incredible performance. Yeah, I was here with Rob for the past 5 hours and 45 minutes. Insane watching how many Game 7s went on tonight. Absolutely incredible performance from all players. Congratulations to World Class. And yeah, can't wait to see more.
Wonderful. Well, again, thank you to every single person who's been a part of it. Check out our coffee, check out our Discord, check out our players, check out our website, playcsa.com. You can sign up there if you like what we got. You can check out some information on all of our GMs. This is just the beginning. Season 1, Major 1. Only going to do bigger things from here. So thank you again to every single person who's been a part of this. Until next time, it's been Rob, it's been Nuki, it's been Boss, it's been McMaster. Have a tremendous rest of your night, and we will see you next Sunday.